Karl, Dana, it is good to see you back in one piece. The mages said that they were monitoring your vital signs, and you weren't heavily injured, but we got the message that the town was overrun after we sent you. Tell me, what happened after you got there? Sergeant Rita demanded the moment that they were far enough from the helicopter to speak somewhat normally. We found a pack of wild boars on the edge of town, so we hunted them and packed them up for meat. Then we went to take care of the goblins that were around town and the group that they left on patrol. That part was easy, as it was almost all common grade monsters. We had Hawk clear the ones he found looting in the town, and then we went to the government building to see if they had left us a message or something. It's not like we're sent anywhere at random, so they should have known that we were coming. But we didn't find anything, so we assumed the mission wasn't over, and we set up a fog trap for the goblins that would return that night. We managed to eliminate the entire goblin tribe by morning, and then we called these fine gentlemen for a ride home. The Special Forces team leader smiled and nodded along, then gave Karl a gesture of approval. Short, succinct, but covering all the major steps of the plan. I approve. Excellent summary. The soldier chuckled. I will expect a full report by tomorrow morning. But before that, we all need to have a meeting. It appears that the base commander has some fine things to say about you all, and it has raised some questions here at the academy. Sergeant Rita informed them. And that is my cue to retreat. Have a good afternoon, cadets. The Special Forces leader laughed. Oh no, you're coming with us. We need a full report from your team on what they found when they got to the town, body counts, the state of the students' combat readiness, and anything else that the mages come up with. Since the students claimed to be awaken rank when they reported to the phone operator, we need to determine if they lied to a government official. The soldiers smirked at her assertive manner as the sergeant didn't actually outrank them. She was just the messenger passing on the bad news that they would not be returning home so easily. Well, we've got just the thing for the testing then. We have an entire Special Forces team of trained officers at the commander rank who are willing to test the two students right now if necessary. I believe that not even the stuffiest of bureaucrats will question our judgment if we can show the results. He replied. With that much of a power gap and their level of experience, it wouldn't be a problem for them to somewhat accurately gauge the performance of the attacks made by Karl and Dana, but this particular team had their own estimation method. I will have Lieutenant Keyes set up a series of barriers, each one at 10% increments of his total power. There is no doubt that he is in the middle of the commander rank, but there is a big jump between ascended and commander. The power nearly doubles. If they can make it to 50% of his barrier at full capacity, I would say for certain they can put out ascended level damage. If they can make it to 25%, it should be at least awaken level damage. That's straightforward enough, and then we can just have them repeat it to prove they have the stamina for a fight. I don't think that will be an issue either, after seeing that they could cover an entire town in magical fog and kill goblins all night long. The teachers from the mage department were much happier than expected with that plan. They were around the same power level, and they would have used the same general testing method, but having an official examination done by the army would remove all questions about bias in the testing. They were the instructors of the students in question, after all. If someone thought that they had passed too easily, it could hurt the teachers' reputations. Sergeant Rita pointed to a building at the side of the compound. Let's do this in the practice gym. It's set up with all sorts of protective walls so nothing gets damaged, and we don't have the whole school as an audience. Karl shrugged, not concerned. One way or the other. He knew that he could pass this test. But Dana was happy to get out of the public eye, just in case the teachers were not convinced that her magic missile was up to the standard for an awakened mage. She had been holding back quite a bit all night long, but the goblins were pretty soft targets, and they were easy to kill even with a third of her total power. Getting away from the crowd just wasn't going to happen, Karl realized once they made it into the gym. There were viewing boxes up on the second and third floors, and with the scene that they had made, arriving with soldiers and going straight to the gym with a group of teachers, they had gathered numerous curious students that were anxious to find out what was going on. Normally, Only the senior classes would be off campus at this point in the year, so seeing two new students coming back from somewhere was gossip-worthy all by itself. Seeing them coming back like this, and getting a full welcoming committee from the school that wasn't the disciplinary committee, was even more juicy of a story. All right, who wants to go first? The mage known as Keys asked as he set up a row of glowing squares along one side of the room. Karl stepped forward. I will go first. I will do it alone first, then with Hawk, since we're a team, but the testing is supposed to measure the elite. Keys nodded toward the barrier squares that he had set up, and two of the other team members set up cameras, while the teachers took out a set of sensors. These measure energy disturbances. They will give us a pretty good idea of how much power you are using on each attack. We would like you to use all your power on each strike, even if you know that it will break the barrier. There is a sensor dummy behind that, made of armored plate, and it will measure the residual impact if your attack isn't dissipated. The teacher explained. That should be simple enough. I will send a full-strength rend at each of them, and we will see what the barriers say. Karl agreed. As soon as he stopped speaking, Karl sent the first attack at the barrier that should be 10% of the mage's total power. The barrier shattered without any hesitation, and the plating behind the barrier lit up with the impact. Not bad. Keep up the pace, and then we will have you continue your attacks on the barrier that you can't break to test your endurance. The teacher reminded him. The second attack likewise shattered the barrier without issue, but the third left the rend attack visibly dimmed. The fourth barrier seemed for an instant like it was going to hold, but it also flickered and collapsed, nullifying the attack the same way that Karl had been nullifying attacks against the school's mages during practice for the last 2 weeks. After seeing that, Karl knew that a simple rend was not going to take out the next barrier, no matter what he tried to do, and the teacher wouldn't call multiple concurrent attacks a win for actual attack power. So, he held the rend on the claws of his new gauntlets and slashed at the barrier with his hand. The brute force did what the ability alone could not, and the fifth barrier cracked, but held together for 2 attacks and only collapsed when Karl hit it a third time. Karl coated the claws on both gauntlets and fiercely attacked the 6th barrier, leaving claw marks on the magical shield that quickly reformed to a smooth surface. For 10 minutes, Karl beat on the magical barrier with no sign of it collapsing. Then he stepped back to catch his breath. That's what I've got. He informed the professors and the gathered Special Forces team. The Special Forces team leader nodded in satisfaction before speaking. Impressive. Combining the skill with a physical attack noticeably increased the total damage output, and you've still got your pet in reserve. There is no doubt that you are at the awaken level. Being able to reliably break the 3rd barrier until you are exhausted would be enough for that. If you could have gotten through the 5th in a single attack every time, we would call it the minimum for ascended, but you're not quite there yet, even with the physical and magical combined. We allow the warriors to enchant their swords, so the methodology is sound. You have our certification that you are indeed an awakened rank elite. The teachers and Sergeant Rita conferred for a moment, and then the longer-haired of the 2 nondescript teachers cleared his throat. The teaching staff is in agreement. You are promoted to the awakened rank, he declared. Student Dana, please step forward to begin your test. Sergeant Rita requested as the Special Forces mage recast the spells. The team leader leaned over to whisper to Karl as Dana mentally prepared. The reason it has to be 1 attack is that if there was an actual mage on the other side of that barrier, they would be reinforcing it constantly to keep their defenses up. If you can't break it in 1 shot, you can't hurt the mage. That made a lot of sense. The commander rank mage on the Special Forces team had just put the barriers there. He wasn't doing anything to upkeep them. But a magical beast with a barrier ability wouldn't let you just keep attacking without even trying to defend itself. Unfortunately for Dana, Magic Missile wasn't well suited to this test or to combating creatures with magical barriers. It was more of a multi-target, dispersed damage type of ability. But it could be condensed to fire all the mana she could gather into a single spell. It would be best if she held back a bit until she knew what she needed to break the barrier, though. Unlike Karl, who had an easy time using multiple rend attacks, her magic drained her stamina rapidly at full output. But she focused her magic missile into a single full power bolt and shattered the first two barriers in rapid succession, then the third, which nearly nullified her missile, but which shattered smoothly enough that the teachers gave a satisfied nod. You can split it into multiple missiles, and we will still count it as one casting. We understand the limiting nature of the spell. The professor encouraged her. So, the fourth was a barrage of 5 missiles, the last 2 of which made it through the broken barrier. But the fifth remained solidly intact, only glowing briefly the same way that the sixth had for Karl. She tried multiple attacks, long sustained barrages, heavy single attacks, but nothing worked. The fifth barrier simply wouldn't break for her. That's good. We have seen enough to know that you can sustain awakened rank magical output. Congratulations, student Dana, you have been promoted to the standing of awakened rank mage. Cheers went up all over the waiting rooms as the 2 first-year students were officially promoted, and the teachers handed over the black embroidered student badges to go on their jackets. You're not free yet. I still want those reports done, and that means you too. Mr. M Special Forces now and too cool to call my family on the holidays. Sergeant Rita added, looking at one of the team members with a hard glare. The entire team burst into laughter at that, and Karl marveled at the twist of fate that must have been for their relatives. Having 2 successful awakenings in the same family was incredibly rare, from what Karl knew. But then it could just be that there weren't many big families in the mining town, so it just hadn't happened to anyone he knew. It was quite possible that certain families had much more luck than the average in awakening their talents. The so-called blessed families, as the nobility referred to themselves, but for a compatibility with the serum and not their relation to royalty. Sergeant Rita led them all out of the gymnasium and into a classroom where the computers had already been brought to the screen for an official mission report. I want everything. The general insists on no less than 1,000 words, and then you can leave. She announced and closed the door behind her, leaving Karl and Dana with the bemused Special Forces team inside. So, that's the infamous cousin that you're so afraid of, is it? You know that you're stronger than she is now and higher ranked, she can't bully you. The team leader joked. What does strength have to do with anything? That woman holds a grudge like no other. The man muttered, making his team members smirk. They had obviously been over this before, though they hadn't met her in person, and the air of friendly camaraderie set Karl and Dana at ease as they sat down to begin their reports. The tapping of keys filled the air as everyone got to work, ignoring the previous conversation in favor of getting the unpleasant part of their day out of the way as fast as possible. The warriors had a clear advantage here, Karl included, in that their bodies were enhanced, so even if they were not the greatest typists, their hands were so fast that they could still easily type out the entire report as fast as they could frame it in their minds. The reports from the Special Forces team were more detailed and structured, as they had done them 100 times before, but Karl and Dana did their best to not forget anything that they had done or seen after they had arrived in that town. You two got quite the first mission, didn't you? I can't think of the last time I talked to someone who got to do something as amazing as a pair mission against an entire goblin tribe for their first time out. The team leader announced once he was finished his writing. Unless you count Jenny, but I think that we all know her story isn't quite as verifiable as this one. One of the others added with a short burst of laughter. Karl looked up in interest as they joked, and the team leader filled him in. She was a student a few years younger than us at the academy. She was with a 4-person team, looking for herbs in the forest for her first mission. According to her, she ended up meeting with a mystery man that she said was one of the local elites, who was in the woods for the same reason. Long story short, she was pregnant when she returned to the academy. She only found out 2 months later when she started getting morning sickness. He explained. Karl avoided the mental math that told him there was something wrong with that age gap, but since he didn't know exactly how old Jenny or the elite in question were, he decided to keep silent. For all he knew, it could have been a cover story for a relationship with someone else entirely. Dana looked up from her work. Jenny. Starpepper? She's from my hometown. The team leader nodded. That's the one. Have you met her? Kid? I heard he's adorable. Dana shook her head. Calling him cute is being extremely kind to him. He's just going into elementary school now, and they have to put mittens on him to keep him from clawing at people. The word around town is that his father was a berserker, and the rage skill got passed along to their kid, who can't turn it off. But that's mostly just gossip. She's married to one of the bankers now, and their younger two really are adorable. They all quickly finished their reports and chatted while they waited for Sergeant Rita to return. They could have gone looking for her or simply left, in the case of the Special Forces team, but when they got back to base they would have to work again, to do the report for their own commander. Who would expect something other than a copied and pasted version of this report, and they were in no hurry to do that now that they were. Comfortable here. Can we meet your hawk? You've been talking about him, but I haven't seen him since we arrived. Is he flying outside somewhere? The team leader asked. Actually, my class created a separate space for him. Hawk, come out and say hello, Karl replied. The bird appeared in the air in front of him, then settled onto the top of one of the monitors and warily stared at the new people. Dana gave him a slice of jerky from her pocket, and Hawk's mood immediately improved. He would gladly meet more people if there was food involved. One of the team members nodded his head and whistled in appreciation. Awakened rank wins Pete Hawk, male, and my ability says he's under a month old, but that's far too young for him to be fully grown. Karl nodded. My skills helped him grow much faster than usual. I hatched him on the train on the way here, so that's as old as he is. We're just hoping that I can keep him growing at this rate so that he can become a true elite among magical beasts. The soldier nodded. Well, it's not impossible with a bit of energy. And some resources. All beasts grow based on what they eat. It's not a precise science, but what I do know, as a hunter, is that they will instinctively search out stronger creatures or plants to eat, and if they don't get them, their growth will either stagnate or they will get weak from starvation. The more powerful the beast, the more powerful the food source must be. That's why there are a limited number of truly powerful beasts. There simply isn't enough food for more of them in most regions. Oh? That's a useful class skill, Karl noted. Yeah, my talent is to know where and how to hunt things that I have seen before. I can see the hawk, so I know where one would usually find them, as well as some of their habits, and I build up the rest of the knowledge through observation and practice. He shrugged. Well, it's still useful to me. I was going to request some higher-ranked foods for him to try to force progression. I started absorbing nutrients much more efficiently a few days ago, so it should be good for both of us. Karl suggested. Just don't overdo it. If the difference is too great, you won't be able to absorb anything. It would be like going back to your first few days before your body adapted, when you couldn't absorb proper nutrition from the foods. Karl considered the information that the Special Forces team had presented him with. If it was true that the quality of the diet limited a monster's growth, it made perfect sense that most Windspeed hawks never made it past the awakened rank. Their favorite food was the earth mouse, a common grade monster. Eating that every day would give them a steady source of nutrition, but of a limited quality. If they were going to advance further, they would need higher quality food, but their usual hunting targets couldn't provide that. They were capable of hunting larger targets, but larger bodies would bring scavengers and other predators, which would interfere with their usual hunting grounds and force them to move. So, they would end up trapped in a vicious cycle where they could only rarely eat higher quality meals, and they would slowly grow to awaken rank as they got older. Hawk was certain that he would make it to the commander rank, just like these special forces men, but that was largely wishful thinking on his part, and unless Karl could provide the diet he needed, it wasn't realistic in the time they had at the academy, much less in the short term to overtake Sergeant Rita like Hawk wanted to. But the academy should be able to provide him with at least that much assistance. If the food in the cafeteria was common grade monster meat, then just increasing it one rank should bring about a new growth spurt for the hawk. That would be the first thing that he requested, other than more of the mana-infused blood with the strength stones in it. Hawk loved that stuff, like Karl had loved ketchup on chicken nuggets when he was little. Though, the bird's actual dietary requirements had slowed a lot since it hit maturity. Now, it was relying more heavily on the energy provided by Karl and not eating multiple times its own body weight in a day. Hawk was still a little glutton, but when the total amount was under a kilo of meat a day, it was much more reasonable. At the rate that they were going, the awakened rank boar meat would last Hawk for months, and it seemed that the meat left in the space would not spoil. Or at least it didn't spoil as quickly as it would in a refrigerator. Since we're here at the computers, we should send a letter home. I can send it to the mayor, and he will print it for my parents, since they don't have a phone or a computer. Karl suggested. You know that almost everything about your life is currently confidential, right? They will censor any information that outsiders are not supposed to have, like the location or layout of the academy, plus any details of your training. The team leader reminded him. That's fine. Just a little update to let my parents know that all is well is enough. I know that some of the other students are more eager to get away from home, but I was just eager to get away from the mines. Karl laughed. The shortest of the team members reached over to pat him on the head. That is understandable. I came from an island fishing village. There are no options there but the fishing boats or the cannery. You work on one or in the other. The day I left was the happiest day of my life, but I still send a little something to my parents now and then. The others nodded in agreement. There are money transfer limits, but we can still send them enough to be doing well. My dad is an accountant in the capital, and he still loves his job, but he's one of the most boring people I know. My mom always tries to convince him to agree to going somewhere fancy for dinner when I visit, but he likes roast beef and potatoes so much he'd have them for every meal. One of the others laughed. Dana smiled as she wrote a short letter home, not directly referring to her rank or class, but letting her parents know that she was doing well and that the academy was treating her well, with a beautiful room. She omitted the part about it being so loud that she preferred to study on Karl's balcony, but her parents would take that the wrong way, no matter where she was. Karl kept his nice and simple, telling them that he had finally gotten a proper growth spurt to catch up to the height of his classmates, and that he was making friends and meeting plenty of new people. The soldiers thought that was hilarious, given the circumstances, but it was the sort of letter that could be sent home entirely unredacted. Most would want to include details of their training or their rooms, which would be scrubbed by the academy staff before the message was sent. While they both knew that they wouldn't be getting a letter back anytime soon, as the academy wanted them to focus on their studies, not the life they had left behind, it was still comforting to know that their parents didn't have to worry about them. Karl looked over his letter with satisfaction, then hit send and clicked the button that confirmed the message would be viewed by academy staff before being sent to an outside address, even if it was a government email address in his hometown. All right, that should take care of the important parts. Now I just need to talk to the kitchen to work up a new diet plan for Hawk, and I can start on the next phase of my studies. He informed the others then. Sighed in relief. The team leader gave him a comforting pat on the back. That is always the fun part. We were the third year of serum injections, so when we were here, nobody knew anything about how to keep progressing. They hadn't even had any graduates yet the first year that we were here. But it's all about going with what feels right. For the mages, it's mostly focus and practice. For the hunters, druids, and rangers, being at one with nature is a major part of their growth. I think for Karl here, it will be mostly about keeping Hawk growing. The official position is that the serum is the future, but we've learned something interesting in the last few years. The classes can be passed on. Some of them can be taught to older people who never got the injection but have potential, and others can be inherited by children. I don't think that it will be long before they start looking for ways to optimize the serum to give the best classes to those with the most potential. Dana gave them an excited look. You think that is possible? I mean, if they could make a whole corps of golem mages. It would be huge for both the army and for major construction projects. I heard that was what they wanted to try to teach us all, just to see if we could learn the spell. More than just that. I think that they want to find an option that can be taught to people who aren't compatible with the serum. I know there have been some attempts to teach sword skills to students who don't have the compatibility with the serum. They've been a failure so far, the same as trying to teach them magic, but that could just be a lack of mana. Who knows, maybe they will happen upon something good, but that's in the future, and you two are too young to be worrying about your children's future. The team leader laughed. Their laughter was cut short when Sergeant Rita returned with the headmaster of the academy, as well as the old mage who worked the transportation magic and two men in expensive-looking suits. It is good to see everyone in such high spirits. We were just in a meeting about the incident when your reports came through the system, so these fine gentlemen came to speak to you all before they left. The headmaster informed them politely. If the headmaster was sucking up to them, these two had to be someone important, but Karl had no idea who they might be. There were too many important people in the world, from elites to government officials, and even royalty. Royal Prince Axel, Overlord Drake, it is a pleasure to meet you in person. The Special Forces team leader announced, while everyone else gave a hasty bow for the royal. Karl did his best to follow along, but he had no idea if he was doing the formal bow properly. It wasn't exactly the sort of thing that came up in class as a kid. The bullier of the two men, with his long black hair in a tidy braid, smiled back at them. No need to stand on formality. We're here on business, not in our official roles. I wanted to see the promising newbies and to hear firsthand how they feel about seeing the real threat to the nation. That must be Overlord Drake, as Hawk felt the man's power and warned Karl that he was dangerous. Overlord Drake, it's an honor. I must say, seeing goblins for the first time was more disgusting than anything. They smell terrible, especially when they're dead, Karl replied. Dana nodded her vigorous agreement, and the two men smiled back at them. That wasn't quite the response I was expecting. Weren't you terrified to have come across real monsters? The Overlord rank warrior asked. I don't think that it even occurred to us. The first group we found was only the 6 of them, and we were confident enough of taking them out, so by the time things got dangerous, we were already past the initial shock. Karl replied. Dana nodded her head and added, Goblins are horrifying creatures, but they're so filthy and disgusting that it kind of overpowers any sense of fear, you know? The prince, with a slight smile on his delicate features, shrugged his shoulders. I wouldn't know. I have seen many things since I graduated, but I have never met a goblin in real life. I am told that the smell of them is somewhat revolting. Why does he look like he's in charge? The big guy is way stronger than he is. Hawk asked. Karl, unclear about the human hierarchy. His family rules this whole area, so he gets respect as a future leader, not for the personal power he has now. Karl replied mentally. Oh, like the cub of a big predator. I understand. That was close enough for Hawk to guess where everyone's proper spot in the rankings was. It was critical in his mind to know what was prey, what was not, and what looked like prey but could bring a very dangerous threat your way if you tried to eat it. Was there anything that we could do to help the 2 most promising students of this class grow? The prince asked the headmaster, preparing to leave now that he had made his determination of the character of the people they had been speaking about. Well, Dana is a standard mage. Her first spell was Magic Missile, the same as yours, so anything that you can tell her about your own advancement might help. Or perhaps the Royal Library has a useful spell that might assist her. But Karl is a unique class. He has a deadly pet wind speed hawk that imparts power to him as it grows. That could be more difficult, Your Highness. The headmaster replied. What spells do you know now, Prince? Axel asked Dana. Magic Missile and Fog Bank. The prince thought about it for a moment and then held out a hand behind him, then realized that he hadn't brought his assistant into the room. If you have some time, I will give you a spell tome. It's a talent hand behind him, then realized that he hadn't brought his assistant into the room. That I learned when I strengthened my inscription skills. In theory, if you are compatible with them, you can read it and immediately learn a new spell to a proficient level. He explained. I have all the time in the world, Your Highness. Dana chuckled. Right, first-year student. You won't be going far, or at least you won't be gone long if you are. I will have my assistants deliver the spare one I brought to your room later. Drake reached into the inner pocket of his coat and held out a small red book. It looks like this, but likely thicker than this one. This is the attack skill that we have been trying to teach all our warriors. It's a wide area attack skill. Great for clearing groups of monsters. Perhaps Karl would like to try. Karl looked at the cover of the book, which was just blank red leather. What is it called? He asked. Rend. It's not a difficult one, but it is powerful, thanks to the bleeding effect that it has on targets that survive the initial hit, and we are hoping that all the warriors can learn it by the end of their second year. Drake replied. Karl sighed and shook his head. Rend is the basic skill of the Windspeed Hawk. It is currently the only skill that I do know. In that case, I think that I might have something good for you. After Rend, there is an advanced version of the skill known as Shred. They're similar in function, but Shred is much more deadly at the same rank and leaves jagged wounds that make it difficult to stop the bleeding if they lack magical healing. I will get someone to bring you a skill book to see if you can learn it, or teach it to your hawk. If either one of you knows it, you shouldn't have too many problems fighting above your level as an awakened warrior. Overlord Drake announced. Better than Rend? Is he being silly? Rend is the greatest skill in the world. Hawk complained. It's an improved Rend used by more powerful creatures. Trust him, it's a good thing. Karl replied. Then he bowed politely to the powerful warrior. I would appreciate any help we can get. I don't know what the limits of this class are, but if we can learn some more powerful attack magic, it would be incredible. The headmaster reached into a bag hanging from his side and pulled out a book that looked the same as the one for Rend, but with a bit of silver trim on it. I have a spare copy with me. Just send the new one to my office, and I will give this one to student Karl. The headmaster suggested. That is much easier. My assistant should still be waiting there, and he has one with him. It looks like the lull is over if these two are anything to go by. It has been a few years since any really outstanding students began their training, and we were beginning to worry that it was only luck that brought us a flood of geniuses in the first few years. Overlord Drake announced. The headmaster handed over the book, which was warm and soft in Karl's hand, and everyone stared at him expectantly. Go ahead, try to open it and see what happens. The headmaster insisted. Karl gently flipped open the manuscript, and a flood of power flowed into his body. Skill learned. Shred. Pet skill learned. Shred. Hawk popped out of the beast's space and landed on Karl's shoulder to show off, making sure that everyone could see the blood-red feathers streaked through the cream color of his legs. Wow, I was not expecting that. But where did the book go? Karl asked. It vanishes if someone who can instantly learn the skill uses it. I have to tell you, that was a shock to the inscriptionist teams when they first learned of that little bit of information. They cried for a week when they found out that the books they were making would just vanish to strengthen others, since they couldn't use them themselves. Drake laughed. So, there are limitations? Karl asked. The prince nodded. Very strict ones, though we don't really understand why. Certain books can exclusively be used by those with certain types of mark, but it varies from skill to skill, and even ones that are similar might not work for the same person. But when there is one that works like this, it saves so much time, and the user will be able to activate the skill at full force, the same as they could for their first skill, with none of the failures or half-power activations in the learning phase. Dana was beginning to get excited about the prospect. And the elites that have an affinity for inscription can just make these? That is incredibly powerful, even if they're not a combat class. The prince shook his head. They need an original copy to work from. The only ones they can make are ones that we have managed to find an original working copy for, or that were created with the help of an elite that has mastered the skill well enough to teach others. The total number of spells that we have tomes for right now can be counted on my fingers. But Rend, Shred, and Golem are the ones that we focus the most on, since they are all advanced skills and are harder for elites to learn on their own. Things like Guard and Slash we don't need to use a book for, you can just teach the warriors the skills. Dana nodded in understanding, and the prince got a curious look on his face before he took out another book from his pocket. How about you try this one? It's not one that I can use, and our marks are the same, but I haven't actually had anyone else try it since it was copied out. He suggested, passing her the book. Dana focused, and F flipped the cover open, showing an intricately detailed set of notes and diagrams. That's what I thought would happen. It's a vine whip spell that we found in some ancient ruins. We gave the headmaster a copy for the library here as well, but we haven't found any class, but the druids, the ones with the animal paw mark, that can actually use it. Karl examined the book, trimmed with the same silver the shred tome was before speaking. That makes sense. The one working as a guard on the train said that his powers didn't activate until he touched a tree, so their bonds to nature would make them the perfect candidate to use a vine spell. If there are others that are animal-related, I might be able to use them, while the mages should be able to use ones that are related to their first spell, right? I'm not sure what the mage's limits are, but from what I have seen, everyone has their own niche. The prince nodded. Exactly. We all have our niche, but nobody knows exactly how to tell what the limits are. If there was some way to accurately define the powers of the elites, or tell what skills they would be able to use without having an identical class mark test the ability as a reference, it would save us so much time and effort. Too many of us have wasted months trying to learn a new ability that was simply impossible for our class. He was going to continue, but a knock on the door interrupted them, and a group of men in servant uniforms stepped inside. Your Highness, there is an urgent matter at the capital. We need to go. The first man to enter announced. That is fine. Pass this young mage a copy of the golem spell so we can see if she can use it. Then we can leave. Dana accepted the golem spell book and hesitantly stroked the cover, hoping that she would be able to use this one the way that Karl did, shred. After a moment of hesitation, she flipped open the cover, and the book vanished. Prince Axel and the other mages didn't look surprised, but Dana was nearly vibrating with joy as she learned the spell, improving her repertoire to 3 spells in total. Now cast it, and we can see how it turns out. Each mage has a different golem, based on their proficiencies, and it's the best way to tell the forward path for them. Prince Axel explained. Dana cast the golem, which came out looking more like an ancient statue, white marble and distinctly lacking clothes, other than a loincloth. As soon as she saw it, she blushed bright red, and she was about to dismiss it, but the teacher stopped her. It will come back the same way every time. But a stone golem is a good one, second only to the iron golems in versatility. Most of the students get a clay, wood, or sand golem, which aren't as strong, though the sand golem is quite difficult to damage. The clear visualization of the human form is actually a sign of superior mana control, which improves its agility, and it should be as physically strong as a monster at your rank, so it won't be weak in battle. The professor explained. Once you learn the mage armor spell, you can dress it in proper clothing. The prince whispered in a teasing tone. Karl examined it for a few seconds, wondering why it looked so familiar, even though he had seen numerous golem spells cast by students since he arrived, and one of the other team leaders in the Saturday group had a large mud golem among his spells. Then his mind went to the training golems in the rooms that the other 2 members of his team on the first day chose. That was where he had seen this sort of detailed golem before, but those were both armored, and not in some sort of semi-nudist classical art style. The teacher smiled at Dana's embarrassment, but his satisfaction was immense. Not only had 2 of their first-year students made it to awaken rank this week, but the senior elites saw fit to grant both of them and the school some new abilities to teach the students. Nothing was going to bring him down off that high today. How well can a stone statue stand up against a magical attack, though? Dana asked, as she had never personally fought against one before. The stone is magical as well, though it looks like a simple statue, hacking at it with a regular sword will do nothing, and hitting it with an awakened rank spell will only do minor damage most of the time. The professor explained. It appears that I no longer have the advantage in numbers or in power. Karl joked as Hawk gave the statue an evil glare. Every Hawk knew that stones were hard, and it probably wouldn't break easily if he attacked it, so the big stone guy was a threat to his position as top pet. It was just a good thing that it couldn't fly, so it was unable to steal his scouting spot. Sergeant Rita patted Karl on the shoulder as she consoled him. Just wait. Once we find a suitable target pet, we will try getting you to bond with another monster. But the advantage that you have in growth rate is definitely way above most of your classmates. Drake, the burly overlord rank elite that arrived with the prince, smiled at Hawk and then sighed. I always liked birds. I will make sure that the academy gets approved to try feeding him some special resources too. See if he can either learn some new skills or advance faster. If nothing else, we can at least spare him some of the Ascended and Commander rank monster blood to mix with the strength stones. That concoction should keep him growing at a steady pace for a little while, until his body has reached the limits of its natural potential. The labs have tested that already, and it works on almost all monsters. The big elite explained. I would appreciate it. The faster he grows, the faster I grow, which helps both of us keep going. I think that once he has reached commander rank, it might be difficult, but Hawk has confidence that he can make it there with just a little help. Karl replied. Drake nodded in satisfaction. Good, keep up that confidence. It's key to become strong. Once you lose confidence, you start becoming more cowardly. Once you start down that path, it's difficult to turn around, and you have to spend time undoing the mental damage you did to yourself. So the aura of dominance that all the stronger elites gave off wasn't just the arrogance of the strong, but a mental trick to keep themselves from falling off the path to greater strength. That was not going to be an easy attitude to emulate, but keeping a certain level of confidence shouldn't be too difficult. The prince's assistants were tapping their wrists, indicating that he needed to hurry up, so Karl and Dana both bowed politely and looked toward the door, hoping to excuse themselves from any more formalities now that they had gotten all the benefits without upsetting anyone. Yes, we should all get back to our business. Don't forget to dismiss the golem, they're not allowed in the hallways. Prince Axel agreed, then gestured for his assistants to hand over the information that they had brought him and walked out of the room. Sergeant Rita smiled at the students as the senior officials left. Well, I must say that went better than any of us could have hoped for. If you're done socializing with the soldiers, you should get something to eat and then meditate or practice to consolidate your gains. New spells and skills can be tricky the first few times even if you have used a skill book to learn them, so don't overestimate yourselves. The Special Forces team leader chuckled. Not that we would know, none of them were publicly available when we were in the academy. Karl and Dana headed back for the main floor of the dorms, where there should be dinner served right now, and silently hoped that the other students had not noticed who got out of the helicopter. That hope was in vain, as the moment that they entered the cafeteria they were surrounded by other students that they trained with, including all the others from the special training class. All right, Spill. What happened to you two that you came back a day late in an army helicopter? That is badass, by the way, but our mission barely took an hour. One of the other first-year students asked, while the girl beside him nodded. Well, you see, it was just a minor lack of communication. The town we were sent to, with the intention of having us eliminate a group of iron tusk boars headed by an awakened rank beast, had been overrun by goblins an hour before we left. It was too late for the academy to see the update, so we were delivered to an empty town with no idea what we were supposed to do. We just killed every monster that we could find and waited for someone to come get us. They didn't seem to be in a hurry to do that, so we called in the morning when we were sure that the goblins were all dead. Karl explained. And how does that relate to you both having awakened rank black badges now? One of the other students asked. The Special Forces team that came to get us vouched for us, and they let us do the test when we got back instead of waiting until the end of the semester or having to beg a professor. We both passed, so we got the badges right away. Dana informed him with a smug smile. That's just not fair. If we had been the ones to get sent there, we could have been the first to get our badges. One of the other students complained. We nearly got killed by a single shadow cat, and it hadn't quite reached awakened yet. If we had to face off against a whole tribe of goblins, we would be missing persons right now. His partner reminded him. It wasn't that bad. The boy defended himself. Other than the 70 stitches, the broken hand, and the loss of your sword? One of the other students asked. It was just a little mistake. The cat caught me by surprise. The students laughed as Karl and Dana made their way to the counter to grab a meal and quickly rearranged their seating pattern so that the two of them would be placed in the corner where everyone could see and talk to them. It looks like you two are famous today, so you might as well enjoy your time in the limelight. Now, tell us more about the fight with the goblins. One of the students insisted. By the time that they were done, it had been nearly 2 hours of giving every minute detail of their overnight adventure, and Karl was becoming increasingly certain that they had narrated the details of each action that they had taken more than once. If Hawk could talk, they might have dragged it out for another hour, since the students wanted a blow-by-blow recounting of the entire fight on a level that not even Sergeant Rita's official reporting required. But it felt good to be popular for the moment, and with the black badges, they would be entitled to some extra credits from the school every week to upgrade their rooms and lifestyle. Dana's first thought was to get some soundproofing for her bedroom so that she didn't have to hear the neighbors training at every hour of the day, but Karl was stumped. They were going to bring him resources for Hawk free of charge, and he wasn't sure what he needed. Plus, his room was perfect the way that it came. Sure, he could redecorate, but that wasn't really necessary, and they had to be in uniform on campus, so even if he was a fashionista it wouldn't matter. He could get some more notebooks and maybe a tablet so he could digitize all his information, but that was about it. When they finally escaped the cafeteria to head to their dorms, the sounds of explosive attacks were echoing through the hallways. The noise was coming from the two doors on either side of the stairs, where the large square rooms for warrior training were. Dana sighed in resignation at not being able to sleep, but Karl had a better idea. There is a hammock on the balcony if you'd like. It's quiet, and the only one likely to wake you up out there is Hawk, unless it starts raining. I don't know if the spell around the greenhouse balcony actually stops rain, since it hasn't happened since we arrived. Karl offered. As soon as he said it, Karl realized that he should likely get an award for the most awkward way to invite a girl to spend the night in your room ever, but she clearly needed the sleep, and even when they got to his door, he could still hear the first-year students frantically training on their day off. The news that two of the students had made it to awaken rank had spread like wildfire, and everyone who thought they had a chance to be next was working hard, as well as those who were a long way from the goal, who realized that they might be the first to be shunted to the slow progression courses. Nobody wanted that. It was a necessary part of the academy's curriculum, and they weren't really the slow classes, they were the regular classes, but as time went on, the top third of the class would be moved up to special training, leaving the others behind. Karl was among that group for all of his training, while Dana was already there in the Saturday classes, with a good chance that she would be gaining a personal tutor in the next few days. They were already way ahead, and only gaining more ground on the rest of the class as they got the sort of special treatment that the true elites enjoyed. But while the special treatment that the most powerful got was enviable, the fact that they seemed to be together as a couple was enough to provoke jealousy in the hearts of many students. Karl woke up the next morning to the sound of laughter and stomping feet. It wasn't a combination that he associated with his room, which was normally silent, and, for a moment, he was completely disoriented. Hawk, he's not a perch, I am trying to train the golem to fight. Dana's voice laughed. The sense of confusion faded, and Karl hurried to get dressed before heading out to the balcony, where a nearly naked statue was doing some sort of kung fu, while Hawk sat on its head and chirped directions that neither the golem nor Dana could understand. He says that the foot is too high, and it makes you vulnerable to leg sweeps. Karl informed the mage as he stepped outside to meet them. Oh, good morning. I hope you don't mind, I used the shower first. The plants are all watered as well, and I think that hammock is enchanted. I might not have slept for long, but I haven't felt this refreshed in a long time. I was meditating, but Hawk was bored, so we started to water the plants, and then I thought I should try out my new spell. The golem is good at smashing, but I think if it's used by someone who actually knows martial arts, it will get better. The golem responds to mental commands, but I know almost nothing about combat in that sense, so all I can tell it to do is basic attacks. She rambled as she adjusted the golem's movements, so its steps weren't as high. If it works that way, you'll have to get the teachers to let you sit in on some of the fighting classes I attend. I use clawed gauntlets to fight, so it's almost the same as martial arts, even when I'm armed. Karl suggested. Or you can help me teach the golem. Once I understand the basics, it should be enough to get started. Dana suggested, with a determined look at her summon. Alright, let's start with the 3 basic combat stances, and then we can move to the guarding positions, since he already understands the basics of punch and kick from the spell. Dana led the golem to mimic Karl as he moved, and the golem caught on incredibly quickly. They weren't intelligent in a true sense, but the spell allowed the golem to be slightly adaptive, and the more it fought, the better it would do the next time that it was summoned. The understanding was mostly the mage's, but either the system or the spell itself enabled it to retain skills it had gained when dismissed and resummoned. After about 10 minutes, Karl and the golem began to shadow box, holding back their powers so that they didn't actually injure each other, though they both had awakened rank physiques, at least in theory. Karl hadn't had to test that yet, but he hadn't been injured during training since the day that his absorption of energy from food had improved, despite taking just as many hits in training. However, kicks from sparring partners and a full power punch from a stone fist would be an entirely different experience, he assumed. Alright, now that I've had a morning workout, I need to shower, and then we should go get some breakfast before classes start. Will I see you again after class? Karl asked. I'll be back after dinner to study. I suspect that we're both going to be busy today, with all that happened this weekend. Dana agreed. She was completely right. By 4 in the afternoon, Karl was completely exhausted from the upgraded training regimen, and Sergeant Rita still had more plans for his day. Now that you have been promoted to the rank of awakened, you are considered somewhat of a proper elite, though you are still in school. Normally, this class comes up in the 2nd semester. But we need to start going over the duties and responsibilities that come with the position of an awakened elite, and the chances that you could be called to assist with attacks whenever you are off campus. Well, theoretically you could be called to them when you are on campus as well, but there are plenty of senior students to go through before it would be your turn, as we award credits for outside duties, and there is a waiting list. Rita explained. Wait, there is a waiting list for the emergency responses around the academy? Karl asked. That's the part that caught your attention? Yes, the senior students all want to have them to pad their resumes and for the extra resources that they can get, especially if they're graduating at awakened or barely into ascended rank. But right now, it is important that you know the basics, like how to send a message to elite operations, the emergency contact numbers, and a few other things that would have helped you out on your last trip. I'm sure you're aware that the phone call could have gone more smoothly if you knew to give them your student ID number as an introduction, so you would be transferred to someone with a functional brain, but you could also have contacted the elite force stationed at the airbase directly and saved some time. Also, there were other elites in the area that you could have called on if things went wrong. They just didn't respond because the mayor sent the signal that they had all evacuated safely. With the civilians gone, the military could take their time. While the sergeant's explanation made a lot of sense, as it was undoubtedly safer to hunt for the goblins in the daylight, it would have made more sense to do the whole job the first day and not wait until the second day to deal with the rest of the goblin infestation after the homes had been looted overnight. But Karl assumed that this wasn't the only thing that they had to do, so he wouldn't hold it against the soldiers for showing up when they were ordered to. Alright, let's see that data. I will start memorizing it before dinner, then keep working on it after class until I have it all down. Karl replied, resigned to the overload of data that was coming his way. The information turned out to not be all that bad. He had a few dozen items and protocols to memorize, but once he had seen them, they were mostly common sense items, and they wouldn't be difficult to remember at all. He wrote down the emergency call numbers and essential protocols for meeting elites with high positions on a cue card, and took it down to have the supply room laminated on his way to dinner, but other than that, there wasn't much that he couldn't remember on the first day. The top of the class has finally graced us with his presence. How does it feel to be the most elite of the first years? One of the second-year mages from his morning skills training joked when Karl entered the cafeteria. I'm not sure, you will have to ask Hawk. Karl joked as the worker passed him the daily special, a fried noodle dish with large chunks of monster meat in it. That's probably true, his skills are insane. I heard that they're going to move up your studies again. Does that mean you're not going to get to practice with us in the mornings anymore? The blonde boy asked. I don't think they are planning to take me out of that training so soon. I heard from Sergeant Rita that they will change my close combat training partners, but they were already preparing to do that. Part of my abilities seems to be faster learning speed, so I'm doing really well in the mixed martial arts class, but I still can't block magical attacks fast enough or in large enough numbers that the morning class needs to change. Karl's reply made the other mages in the room laugh. If one elite could block all the attacks from 24 of them, did they really deserve to be assigned the same rank? Even if he could block half of them, it was already an unfair advantage at the same peak power level. But the nature of his skill, that the rend could separate into multiple parts with a single cast, made it much easier to hit multiple targets, and the mages had to admit that both Karl and Hawk had impeccable aim. Again. That evening, when Karl went up to his room after dinner, the hallways echoed with the sound of students furiously practicing, and he knew that Dana would be waiting for him to let her in. He didn't even have to wait after knocking on her door. She answered instantly, as if she had been standing right behind it, and had her school backpack at the ready, packed with her books and a change of uniform for the morning. I asked about a soundproofing measure for the room, but it's not cheap. We would need to take on at least one more mission at the same level as the last one to afford it. She apologized as she closed the door behind her. Karl winced at the sound of echoing attacks from the neighboring rooms. It's still a good place to practice, and once the others calm down it shouldn't be too bad. I can see why all the senior students like to spend time outside, though. Even here in the hallways it's loud, so in their rooms it must be terrible. On the far side of campus, in a meeting room facing a wall of security camera feeds, the school administrators watched the two young students walk into the second-floor greenhouse room. Are you certain that this won't lead to a premature pregnancy? I feel like we should separate them for the good of their planned career paths. An older woman insisted. Despite the appearances, they're two pure souls. I think that even if they were sharing the same bed, we wouldn't have to worry too much about it. Besides, there are prophylactics available for free, and we can have their individual counselors recommend long-term birth control injections for both of them. The headmaster replied with a shrug. They're advancing much faster than the others, despite not having the strongest starts. Should we put a camera in the greenhouse room to see what sort of training they're doing? One of the other board members suggested. The headmaster made an annoyed sound and shook his head. Feel free to ask them, but I will not allow cameras in the students' dorm rooms. There are standards here, and I won't bend on that one. Every one of the elites had some secrets of their own, and when they were exposed, they could expose weaknesses of their class and abilities, which could put the elite in danger from the human sort of enemies. It was better that the students could keep those weaknesses to themselves, the headmaster had decided when he was appointed, and for 10 years, it had been working very well for everyone. Which one should be reassigned, or are we going to separate them into career training paths as planned? The leader of the Elite Career Training Oversight Board asked. The Beast Master is going to become a strategic asset if he can bond more than one pet. I say that we allow them a bit more flexibility than the other class leaders. Let them practice together. A solid bond between the two will help reduce his reluctance to go along with the testing later. The board's lead researcher suggested. The first old woman to speak gave a derisive snort. You think that having a friend is going to make him more likely to go along with your plans to throw him into danger and study the growth rate and reactions of the bonded monsters? I know that young men can be hormonal, but he's not an idiot. He will just run away from any real threats, and you'll never get your data. And if we send the cute idol girl with him? The researcher asked. Absolutely not. I have over 7,000 hours of work already planned for her, including 3 albums, hundreds of public appearances, and an advertising campaign for whatever the cause du jour is in 5 years after she has graduated. The celebrity development officer of the board insisted. The lone military officer in the room just rolled her eyes. She's a mage, and a powerful one if she keeps growing at this rate. Just like the Archmage, there is no reason that she can't have actual missions rolled into whatever song and dance nonsense you had planned because of her cute face. You are going to have to adjust your expectations. If she makes it to commander rank before she graduates, she will have too much authority for you to pressure her into showbiz anyhow. Karl and Dana had no idea of the extent that the elders were making plans for their future. Instead of worrying about those sorts of things, they were busy studying and trying to find ways to grow their powers more efficiently. The fine control work that Dana had been doing with Hawk had helped her immensely, and Karl's growth rate didn't seem to be slowing at all, even though they hadn't gotten any new resources yet after his advancement. It was almost as if his powers were just reaching maturity, and like his body had in the first 2 weeks here, they were beginning to enter the growth phase, where he would start to truly blossom and show off the real potential of his unique class. While Dana worked on training the golem to operate as their frontline combatant, Karl worked on constantly improving the mental living conditions for Hawk. It felt like the more that he improved the space, the faster Hawk was growing, and even after a few days of work, he was certain that he could see the change in the bird. It wasn't getting larger, but the power was improving, and the luster of Hawk's feathers was improving, as if his health was getting better, despite there being nothing wrong with him to begin with. The minute changes in monsters as they advanced was a field with very little study done on it, as the leadership felt that being able to identify the general power rankings of the monsters was more important than guessing the exact progression rate of wild beasts. So, Karl was only able to guess by what he was seeing, and if he was right, then after only a few more months, Hawk would likely make it to the ascended rank, and his claws would begin to darken and turn glossy. That growth level was feeding back to Karl, and his body was getting stronger every time he woke up in the morning. But more importantly to him, as a former late bloomer, it was not just getting taller, but he was getting toned. Not in a burly and muscular sense, more of a professional athlete, lean muscle mass way. The three of them, Karl, Hawk, and Dana, kept up that same routine all week, with their regular classes all day and a new addition, the social adaptation lessons, as Sergeant Rita called them, where they learned all sorts of small things about interacting with other elites outside the academy, as well as some geography and important figures that were not well known to the general population. A regular elite wouldn't be calling on someone like the president without a very good reason, but there were dozens of powerful and reclusive elites and older magic users that were important enough that they should receive an invitation to everything, even if you knew that they would never show up to your event. Ironically, the headmaster was on that list of people who should be notified of and invited to all major social events, even though it was common knowledge that he rarely left the academy. Not inviting him would be seen as rude, and his staff would be left in the dark about the event when others asked him about unexpected events that might have happened at it. Finally, it was time for the special class to assemble again for their weekly training, but when Karl and Dana arrived at the grounds, they found a pair of new faces among the crowd and a new professor waiting there as well. The older mage in charge of the class raised a hand to get everyone's attention, and the group fell silent, eager to find out what was going on. Today, we introduce two new promising students, Jenna and Brittany. Both are first-year mages with exceptional growth rates, and I hope that you all get along. The teacher paused, and the team leaders realized that the numbers no longer worked. There were 6 teams of 9, plus 2 didn't leave them with even team numbers. That meant someone was probably leaving for special training or a mission again. Yes, as you have guessed, 2 of our students will be shifted to another specialized class. The government's Bureau of Elite Development has determined that they will be guiding these two towards smaller group missions, and therefore their days will be better spent with another professor. The old mage informed them with a heavy dose of annoyance in his voice. These were his students, and he didn't like the bureaucratic meddling any more than anyone else did. He just didn't have the political power to stop them from doing it in this case. Karl and Dana will be training for individual and small group missions, and I wanted them to have a chance to say their farewells to the whole group before they go off with their new professor, Colonel Valerie Brawless. Boris. My name is Valerie Boris. The woman snarled at him, looking like every student's worst nightmare. Her uniform was so heavily starched and pressed that, even standing here in the heat and wind, there was no sign of the creases relaxing, and with the sides of her head shaved under her cap and the gold-lensed aviator glasses she wore, she gave off an air of unwavering uprightness and adherence to military regulations that no teenager would possibly enjoy. She was probably still under 30 years old and a powerful elite from the first batch or the initial testing, but her appearance made it challenging to tell her exact age. It is a pleasure to meet you, Colonel Boris. Karl and Dana replied in unison, causing the woman to turn and look down her nose at them. You may call me Professor Valerie, she replied curtly. Understood, Professor. Even Sergeant Rita was distinctly not looking at the woman, keeping her eyes forward toward the rest of the class, as if she was signaling that the two of them had nothing to do with one another, and that her duties were to the advanced group training class. The colonel looked around the field one last time, appearing dissatisfied with something that she saw, then gestured for Karl and Dana to follow her as she turned and walked away without another word. I owe not-so-evil woman an apology. This one looks much more evil. I bet she doesn't even believe in snacks. Hawk muttered in Karl's mind as they walked. Professor Valerie led Karl and Dana out of the field and behind the gymnasium building, where she had a military sedan car parked, with a driver waiting for them. Climb on in, time is wasting, and I am under orders to have you back here before dark, she instructed as she settled herself into the front passenger seat. It was obviously a sanctioned trip, as she had just been introduced as their instructor, but it seemed odd to both of them that they would be taken off school grounds on the first day by their new professor for small group combat, or whatever she intended to teach them. No words were spoken until they were out of sight of the academy grounds, and then the professor turned back to look at the students in the back seat. What we will be learning is not for the ears of the general population of the academy, or for the busybodies watching the security footage. As you were informed earlier, I am from the Bureau of Elite Development, a division of the National Security Agency, and I will be teaching you the essentials of how to operate as a pair. It is not guaranteed that you two will be working together after graduation, but the Bureau sees promise in you both, and we intend to guide your growth. There are certain things that the Academy can't or won't do for you, but I am under no such restrictions. Have you both managed to get a grasp of the new abilities that you were taught over the weekend? She asked. We have. Dana replied, somewhat stiffly. Excellent. Today we are going to introduce you both to some real experts. Sergeant Rita isn't bad, but she coddles the students too much in the first and second years, the colonel insisted. Karl considered rebuking the woman, as the sergeant was an excellent teacher, and she had put in significant effort to help him get this far. But it was probably wiser not to anger the colonel and get Rita into trouble with her superior through no fault of her own. The car stopped at a warehouse 10 minutes away from the academy, on the outskirts of a small town. The door opened, and the driver parked off to the side, next to a military bus. Follow me, and meet the rest of the teams, Valerie informed them, then straightened her uniform with a gust of wind magic and strode away. You get used to her, the driver whispered as Karl and Dana were getting out of the vehicle, and the smile on his face helped assure them that this wouldn't be as terrible as they had been fearing. The colonel led them into a side room where 10 other pairs of elites were gathered. A few of the pairs were clearly soldiers, but most were in civilian clothing. Welcome back, Colonel. They greeted her in unison, all giving sharp salutes that made Karl and Dana feel out of place in a room full of professionals. At ease, everyone. Meet the new students, Karl and Dana. According to the Academy Board, Dana is slated for an abbreviated career as an entertainer, followed by an extended career using that fame for messaging, while Karl is designated as a test subject for his unique class. Someone at the top sees promise in it, and they want to exploit it. The two students stood there stunned at the blunt revelation that their entire lives were actually being planned in that level of detail only weeks after they had started at the academy. It was disconcerting to say the least, but from the responses of the others here, it was either not unusual, or it was not going to pan out the way that the board wanted it to. So, they've come to us for what? An introduction to elite society? Or did you have other plans? One of the men in civilian clothing asked. For small group combat training. They both made it to awaken rank already, and there is a good chance that both of them will hit commander rank before they graduate, Colonel Valerie explained. Oh, so we're going to pull rank and drop them out of their life plan? Now that does sound fun. One of the women in military uniform laughed and nudged the man standing beside her. You know they're looking at us like we're working for Central Intelligence, right? The partner replied with a huge smile on his face that made him look much less frightening. Oh yes. Introductions are in order. Everyone here is an investigator for the Bureau of Elite Development. We not only guide promising young elites, we also ensure that the others are living up to their duties and solve problems when an elite reaches a bottleneck in their growth. The department normally operates in pairs, so that information won't be lost if an investigator is compromised. That means they are the perfect people to teach you paired combat skills. They will also cover a number of other subjects during the semester that we will be working here, and if I determine that more intensive study is needed, one of your regularly scheduled days may be shifted to this training center. The colonel informed them. The woman standing next to Dana wrapped a friendly arm around the girl's shoulders and smiled. Relax, she might be a bit intense, but I'm certain that you will have much more fun here than you did in that regular training class. Dana giggled, and the woman gave her a questioning look before Valerie spoke again. I am not certain that we can guarantee such a high level of enjoyment. Did you know that their last mission turned into the elimination of a goblin tribe that was looting an abandoned town? Compared to that, I fear that our training sessions might be a bit dull. But we do have some advantages that the other professors do not. For example, Nala is an inscriptionist. Once you have mastered the spells that you are working on, she will be able to make you copies of new skills to be directly learned. Also, I have arranged for an outing in the near future to look for infant monsters with high potentials to complement Karl's Windspeed Hawk. The Bureau of Elite Development is intensely interested in the possibility that you might be able to contract more than one monster and gain additional powers from the process. The odd collection of elites that were called here from the Bureau of Elite Development seemed like a cheerful bunch to Karl, and even more so after they were given no real restrictions on how to deal with the two new recruits. They were all used to working in pairs, which was so they had someone to watch their back as much as it was intended to prevent corruption, as the colonel had suggested, so giving them a warrior and mage combo was perfect for their preferred fighting style. I think that what we should start with is actually more of a skills development than tactics. Normally, we would work with students about to graduate, so they would have a half-dozen skills in their repertoire, but I am assuming that you two both only have one each. One of the warriors in civilian clothing suggested. I have two now, thanks to Overlord Drake, and Prince Axel gave Dana a golem spellbook. Plus, she knows fog in addition to her base magic missile already. Karl explained. The man looked impressed and turned to the ginger-haired female soldier beside him. It looks like they really are on the path to fame. They're meeting all the right people already. Don't mind Josh. He's jealous that you got to meet the prince. You can call me Anise, and I will be helping you with your adaptation skills. One of the most important things you can do with your abilities is learning new ways to use them. The more creative you can be with them, the more useful even the basic skills will become. For example, the fog spell. It's not considered one of the more powerful spells, but did you know that you can condense it in just a ring to create a solid visual barrier? That alone will give you a huge advantage in combat, as you can block off the view of your enemies while you escape. If you block a spot in an alley, it becomes much easier to run into a building without being followed. Anything pursuing you will have to guess what building you went into. Or you can cast it over the outside of a moving vehicle and make them crash, she explained. Dana was shocked by that last suggestion. Do the elites get into conflicts with other people a lot? She asked. We do. Most of the elites are a different story, but the teams here don't just guide the other elites toward more power, but away from taking the wrong paths in life. Sometimes we will be sent to deal with elites gone rogue, drunkards, and abusers. But the same techniques can be used against intelligent monsters. For example, the mithril tiger. They're smarter than most people you will meet, and if you want to lose them once they're following you, it will take a lot of effort. The full-grown ones are on the strong side of commander rank, and even 2-on-1, it can be difficult for elites at the same rank to take them out unless they're caught in the open. Anise agreed. Karl didn't quite understand the crossover between this conversation and his own skills. Rend and Shred seemed pretty simple, but the versatility of Fog seemed to be pretty high. You could use it to blind the target. That would take some real practice, but as long as it was possible, then there shouldn't be a problem for Dana to figure it out. The mages took Dana off to one side of the room to explain whatever they wanted to do first, while the other half of the group gathered around Karl. All right, we're going to try something different. Have you ever attempted to just hold Rend on your hands? One of the men asked. Yeah, that's not a problem. I can hold it in place on the gauntlets for as long as I need. Karl agreed and coated his hands in the Rend attack, lighting up the claws of the gauntlet with faint violet light. Nice, you understand the basic concept that we're going for then. What you want to do is learn to set it in place somewhere and not have it move. Think of it like a string or a snare being placed. The soldier suggested. Karl conferred with Hawk, who thought that it should be possible, but if they wanted it to stay on an object that wasn't attached to their own body, they would have to see it. All right, I think I can do it. Karl agreed, and then focused on creating a Rend attack that crossed the space between two pillars, using them as anchors to keep it in place, the same way that he wrapped it around his gloves to enhance the claws. Oh, that is superb. Well done. Now, to see if it actually works or just looks like it does. He tossed a metal bar against the thin beam of light, and it cleanly cut in half, clattering to the ground in 2 pieces. Karl gasped in shock. That's brutal. I can see how that would be an incredibly dangerous way to use this ability. The only problem is that if I don't watch it to keep it in place, it won't stay. Rend doesn't want to be stationary, and Shred is even more violent. I doubt that I could keep that one stable at all. That's fine. The more practical uses of this skill modification training are to create snares and trip lines for passing monsters and to stop them from following you. If you can learn to do multiple stationary traps, you can block a path well enough that a pursuer won't be able to just step or jump over, and you will have time to either regroup or get away. All right, that is good enough for me. Not dying is always priority 1. Karl agreed. I take it you came from the woods, where there are a lot of monsters? One of the civilian-dressed women asked. Nope, the mines, where we're always worried about the roof collapsing on us a kilometer underground. Karl replied with a chuckle. So, not dying is priority 1. Getting the job done is priority 2. The rest of the day was spent on improving the new ways that the teams had come up with to use the Rend skill. Mostly Karl worked on his control to keep a strand of it stationary, but they also worked on disguising the skill, as some monsters would recognize the Rend ability and have a trick to deal with it. For example, some beasts with tusks could take the Rend directly and let it break against the tusk, doing little damage to their body. But if you made it look like a different skill, for example having the Rend form not as a streak of energy but as a disc or a spear, it would confuse them, and they might not be able to deal with it. Dana had done something similar during the fight by dimming the light from her magic missiles. The small alterations to a spell could make just enough of a difference to get you through a tight spot or to get an edge on your competitors. All right, everyone, you've had your fun. We will meet back here again next week at the same time. Colonel Valerie announced at precisely 4 in the afternoon, the usual ending time for classes. The Saturday classes were usually a bit more flexible with their timings, but Karl was fairly certain that her personality didn't allow her to run overtime without prior written authorization. If she was off schedule, she was definitely the sort of person that would be bothered by it. See you two next week. Don't forget to practice if they give you some leisure time. We will be making up a lesson plan for you. One of the mages laughed. The colonel hurried the students back to the car while the others changed tasks to planning for something, obviously in a rush to get them back to the academy on schedule. The drive was a quiet one as Karl and Dana both focused on the things that they had been learning for the day. Learning new ways to use skills was entirely different from just learning the skill. Instead of just gaining knowledge, you had to work to change the way that you thought about, imagined, and solidified the spell. It was a different way of using the knowledge that you knew, a way that ran contrary to how you had been thinking about your skills. It was more of a test of mental flexibility and creativity than anything else, and for Karl, it was draining in a way that normal training was not. Eventually, he was certain that he would get used to it, but today he was oddly exhausted and glad that tomorrow didn't have any plans but staying in to relax and practice. When they were back on school grounds, the colonel put back on her Professor Valerie, friendly facade, and her expressionless professionalism turned to a polite smile that was somehow still completely devoid of emotion. So, what did you think of the first day of special training? Was it everything that you had hoped for? She asked, looking at them in the rearview mirror of the car. It was certainly something unexpected, that's for sure. I never thought about trying to use my skills that way, but it is going to make a huge difference the next time I come up against monsters like that goblin tribe. Karl replied. Hawk was in full agreement. Rend was his ability, he should be best with it, but they had weird human ideas on how to make it work that would be great for harvesting meat. Especially pigs. Pigs were stupid, and he could make them stampede in rage, so they would trip over the rend wire, or get their tusks stuck on it, and he could attack their soft and juicy underside. Hawk, go have a snack. Your food daydreams are distracting. Karl reminded his partner. Hawk wasn't wrong, though. Plenty of creatures could be made to charge in rage, and they wouldn't be looking closely enough to notice the thin string before they ran into it. They would be too focused on what he was doing, and the trap could be set in advance. Dana turned toward her noisy room with a soft smile on her face. Let's see how the neighbors like me now. I've got some great ideas on how to make the golem and magic missile work together, so I will be practicing them late into the night. Karl laughed at her comment. The booming noise of the neighbors practicing their attack abilities could still be sporadically heard. They hadn't given up on their goal of being the next to reach awaken rank yet, but the stomping of a stone golem would be horrendous, where the magic missiles were normally silent. I think that I will focus on trying to improve the actual power of my abilities. Stretching the attack out the way they want puts a lot of drain on my mental abilities, so I need to work on them first and control second. Karl replied as she waved goodnight. But before he turned in, Karl realized that he did actually have some academy credits after their away mission, and he didn't need to change his room, so he could spend them on some resources for Hawk. He headed back downstairs to the supply room and waited for the clerk to answer the bell. Welcome back. I saw you headed off campus this morning, so I didn't expect to see you today. What can I do for you? Possibly a uniform repair? The man asked. Nope, my uniforms are fine. We were just doing some off-site training, not a mission. What I need is an awakened or ascended rank strength stone, and some ascended rank monster blood if you've got it. Karl replied. The strengthening mixture. Be careful using too strong of a potion when you've just broken through. It's best to mix a little bit into a shot of water and see how that works out for you. The clerk warned him. Thanks, I will be sure to portion it out slowly if you've got the good stuff. Karl agreed. The man opened the computer to some sort of inventory screen and entered Karl's identification by scanning his badge, then frowned. You're still a bit short on credits. I can get you an ascended rank stone, but no blood or both at awakened with the credits you have. Karl nodded. He had expected that a simple mission wouldn't get him too far, even if it was the most common of items. I will take the ascended rank stone, and I will mix it with the blood I saved from the mission. I still have a fair bit of awakened rank boar blood. Karl agreed. He actually had the whole boar, so he would be able to get half a liter or more of the blood out of it, enough to last Hawk for weeks at the proportion it should be mixed with the crushed stone. Pleasure doing business with you. Do you want that stone ground fine or coarse? I'm assuming you aren't going to try to eat the thing intact. The clerk asked. Ground as fine as possible. It mixes better that way. Karl agreed. And there you are. Good luck with your training. As soon as the transaction was done, the man disappeared into the back room, leaving Karl holding a small bag of powder, like some illicit drug transaction. Karl placed the powder in his beast space and mentally formed a bowl to pour boar blood into. Hawk was already prepared and happily drained the beast, then slowly swirled the concoction with his claws until he had the desired consistency and an even distribution. A quick lick of the claws to clean them brought a happy trill. Then he began to dip the boar meat in the bowl like he had seen Karl do with chicken at dinner. Karl ignored the bird's antics and sat on his bed to meditate the afternoon away, continuing right through until morning as Hawk adjusted to the change in food and the feedback strengthened Karl's body and mind. It looks like we might not have to slow down, buddy. Karl informed Hawk when his alarm went off for breakfast. I told you, we will be stronger than that sergeant in no time. Hawk agreed. That was the first time that Karl recalled the bird calling her by rank instead of just evil lady or not so evil lady. Hawk was getting smarter, he was certain, and he was beginning to remember names for people. Fortunately for the both of them, today was the weekly day off, and they didn't have any major plans, other than continuing their basic training and meditation schedule. But a lack of plans didn't mean they weren't going to do anything. First thing in the morning, before Karl had even gotten up to go to breakfast, the supply staff was at his door with a delivery of upgraded food products for Hawk, various meats, sausages with infused resources of some kind, and a pungent ointment that the label said should be applied to the claws to help them maintain their flexibility and not become brittle. That gave them plenty of work to do after Karl had finished eating, as Hawk was a fairly picky eater when the food product was not meat. The sausages had been created with humans in mind, so Karl would eat them himself if necessary, but some of the orders seemed to be completely plant-based. It looked like meat cubes, but when Hawk poked them, they were just wiggly and soft, definitely not meat. Karl thought that they might be tofu of some sort, created with a magical plant to help strengthen the body, but Hawk resolutely refused to eat them. The spicy sausages were an instant hit, and Hawk didn't care that they had visible herbs in them. The cheese sausages as well. He made a mess of himself as he tore apart the juicy cooked meat tubes, but Hawk was instantly in love with the flavor of cheese. Karl made careful notes of the response to each food product, as well as Hawk's estimation of the absorbed energy content and any reactions that his body had to the food. Only one caused an unusual reaction. The spicy sausages that Hawk loved gave him a stimulant boost and made him hyper, a fact that Karl noticed, but Hawk did not. They might be some sort of drug to the windspeed Hawk, but his thoughts were as clear as always, just faster and more easily distracted. Once Hawk had a sample of everything, Karl tried the rejects and found that while they were edible, none of them were going to make his favorite foods list. They were all easy to digest, which was a small blessing, and Karl spent most of an hour meditating to burn through the energy before he got up to water the plants and check for any ripe fruits or flowers that should be harvested. He still had to use the manual for that, as most of them were only just beginning to change from when he had arrived, but a few were more prolific. The berry bushes in particular seemed to be constantly flowering and growing more fruit as they were picked, and the tea trees constantly dropped leaves that needed to be dried. That took him nearly to lunch, but he had a small collection of fruits in the beast space now in addition to the berries that Hawk liked to season his meat with. I should go do something today. Karl mused to himself as he finished eating again and meditated away the excess energy to improve the beast space. It was really beginning to take shape, and he had most of a clearing worth of grass forming around the single tree already. Next, he was going to create a small bush. Hawk liked to fly around the balcony and dodge the branches, so a bit more scenery would be good for him, Karl thought. How about a lake? A bit of water would be good, so I can practice my diving for fish, Hawk suggested. That shouldn't be too hard. Just like the grass, he only had to focus on adding the lake bed to the nothingness of the space. Don't you think that it's getting larger in there? I swear that it used to be much more crowded, and you didn't have as much room to fly around, Karl asked as he began to work on the lake. I agree. I used to have to make small circles around the tree, but now I can fly for a few minutes before I have to turn around. Do you think that this place will get bigger as we get stronger? I could have a whole world to myself once we get powerful enough, Hawk suggested. Maybe that was the goal? The space was getting more powerful and larger with effort, and naturally, it would become an impressive home for the wind-speed hawk, but asking for a whole world was on a whole other level. Awaken level was only going to take him to a kilometer or so in diameter at this rate, and the density of the world inside the space seemed to be improving in a linear way, while the size had made a jump at some point that Karl hadn't noticed until now. That would be another item to add to his mental list of things to track. Dana came over after lunch, intending to study and meditate in the silence of the balcony. But Hawk had other ideas. He had far too much energy after his change in diet, and he needed to burn some off, so he wanted to play. By play, he meant practicing their skill control together, since his and Karl's were too similar to be entertaining. So, she studied new ideas and techniques between rounds, while Karl focused on expanding the lake to the size of a pond from a puddle. He worked on that until mid-afternoon, when the urge to go do something crept up on him again. We should see if there are other things to do on the day off. They have to have some sort of entertainment that isn't working, Karl suggested. There are movie rooms, the games lounge, and a few other facilities that we haven't explored yet. Or we could go to the pool, Dana suggested. The pool was technically a training area for aquatic specialists, but on the rest day, it was simply a leisure spot for everyone to hang out, swim, and relax. The problem was that it meant there would be a crowd of people around, and neither of them were really the social butterfly sort. Being the first to awaken rank in the first year would draw a lot of attention, and they were hoping to let the furor die down for a few more days before they went out to mingle with people who didn't have anything better to do than ask questions about their training regimen. How about the movie lounge? Just sit and watch a movie and eat popcorn, Karl offered. That sounds excellent. But even better is the fact that nobody will crowd us and ask loads of questions because there is a movie playing, Dana replied, nodding in satisfaction. So, that was how they found themselves side by side in a dark room, eating junk food and trying not to laugh as a group of girls ahead of them in the small theater gushed about how handsome the star of the action movie they had picked was. According to the boy they had seen leaving when they came in, it was just starting again, for the third time that day because the girls had put it on repeat and nobody was brave enough to argue with them when it was actually a good movie. After the movie, they took dinner to go and ate on the balcony as they watched the sunset. Karl couldn't help but feel that they might have just been on what would pass for a proper date, but by the time that he worked up the courage to say anything about it, Dana had fallen asleep in her chair while meditating. Karl moved her to the hammock where she usually slept and placed her bag on the table where it would be easy to find, then turned in for the evening and forgot all about the stress of academy life for a night. After waking up late and rushing to get showered and fed before class, morning training still managed to go even more smoothly than usual with the innovative ways that they had come up with to modify rend. Instead of a simple claw streak, Karl focused on expanding and stretching them as they flew, and then cut a second pattern perpendicular to the first, creating a square grid of rending attacks that took out a whole swathe of spells at once. It wasn't perfect, as some managed to fly through the pattern, but with a minimal energy cost, he could block 5 or 6 out of 20 spells in a volley. Is that even the same ability anymore? I mean, it looks the same at the start, but that's all they have in common, one of the mages complained. It is. It's just an extended reach version of the attack. If you notice, it's shorter range as well, as I can't stop it expanding once it has started, so it destabilizes if it flies too far, unlike the original. Karl explained. So, it's similar to the process that led to creating the water shotgun, except not as extreme of a modification. I like it. One of the other mages replied with a gesture of approval. Even the teacher thought it was impressive and horribly difficult to evade if it was thrown at you that way. The best that anyone could do was to block it. There would be no evasion. That would be a nightmare for the rogues and the agile monsters, who weren't well known for their ability to take a hit. Alright, that's it for today. See you all here tomorrow. The instructor shouted seconds before the bell rang, giving the mages time to finish one last spell. Karl and the mages relaxed through lunch as Hawk preened and showed off his new red feathers, the change from learning a second skill. Everyone had seen them all morning long, but they hadn't had a chance to really admire them with the hawk flying around above them. You know, I have never seen a windspeed hawk with feathers like that. I've got my tablet with me, and the photo analysis doesn't even recognize it. It says that it's a mutation and not a strength progression for the species. One of the mages explained. One of the others gave an excited look, eager for all types of new information. So, you think that Hawk is on a whole new path forward now that he's learned another skill? Usually, monsters that reach maturity in the common and awaken ranks will have one skill at the most, and they rarely learn another. Since learning that shred skill changed his feathers, I think it might have been part of what he needed to break through the racial limits for a windspeed hawk. At least, it certainly doesn't look like it was a detrimental change, and shred is supposed to be much more powerful. Karl nodded. Hawk thinks the same thing, that he will be able to advance quickly. With my help and maybe another skill as he gets toward the top of ascended rank, I think that he can make commander way before I graduate. The mages sighed. None of them in that class would be making commander before graduation. In fact, it was unlikely that more than a handful in their year would show that sort of potential, but Karl was already looking past the awaken rank and into ascended when they had barely started their first semester. Common grade? What was that? He had barely even touched on it before he had left it behind. That alone was enough to let his training partners know that he was abnormal in the growth department. They finished lunch and went their separate ways, leaving Karl to face a grumpy Sergeant Rita all by himself when he reached the training grounds for the martial arts class. Did you enjoy your new training regimen with the Bureau of Elite Development? A bit more exciting than the usual group training in the field, she asked, and Karl realized that she wasn't upset at anything that he could control. She was mad that her authority as his development guidance counselor and personal tutor had been usurped by people from higher up the government food chain. It was definitely different. They focus on working in pairs instead of in a bigger team, so the whole mindset is different. Really, doing both would probably be better, but there are only so many days in the week. Karl replied carefully, not wanting to volunteer to give up his leisure time. I am glad that you think so. Now, with your official advancement, we are changing your training partners to someone more durable. Meet Tank, he is the Berserker combat instructor, and you will be helping him demonstrate the ways for unarmed and agility fighters to deal with Berserkers today. Karl decided that Rita was definitely taking out her frustrations on him. That guy was huge. Good afternoon, class. I hope that you all ate well, but not too well. Rich foods will make you sluggish. The elite known as Tank greeted them. As you heard, my name is Tank, and I am a part-time teacher here at the academy, as for most of the year I am out hunting monsters. Today's lesson will be a simple one, like the Berserker fighting style is simple. Now, you may think that simple means easy to defeat, but you couldn't be further from the truth. I have heard that our volunteer for the day is quite durable, and he has an assistant. Karl, please call for your windspeed hawk, and I will begin the demonstration. Karl stepped up to the giant berserker, and the teacher dropped into a combat stance. First, go with your instinct and guide your hawk to assist you. It will help the others see how the usual tactics against a martial artist won't work on a berserker. Professor Tank instructed. Karl immediately threw a net of crossed, rend, attacks, and stepped to the side, intending to kick the knee out from under the teacher, while Hawk went for the obvious attack to the back of his armored head. They had learned that the neck was well defended in the training outfits, and this man was likely too powerful for the attack to work, but if Shred hit the back of his helmet, it might leave him dizzy. The execution was flawless. Shred hit his helmet a split second before Karl's foot hit the teacher's knee, but that's where everything went wrong. The hit to the head triggered the berserker's rage, and Karl's foot simply bounced off the huge man's leg. Then, faster than Karl could react to even begin to dodge, one massive meaty hand had backhanded his chest, sending him flying. Professor Tank smiled at the class, while Sergeant Rita helped Karl to his feet. He was in a daze, disoriented from bouncing across the ground. That, young students, is called unstoppable. The reason I showed you that first is because it's an ability that can be synthesized with magical drugs, so those of you who are in the army might run across it among other nations' soldiers in the future. Unstoppable is a basic skill of the berserkers. Most start with it. You cannot knock them over without immensely overpowering them. Any part of their body is equal to their entire mass. Also, while the attack to the back of the head from the Windspeed Hawk, Shred, I believe it used, will trigger Berserker Rage, which increases their power and movement speed multiple times. Now, the common grade Berserker students in your year aren't all that scary yet, but they will be. Instead of what you would normally do, which is taking them down with a throw or leg sweep to put them off balance and make them stationary targets for abuse, you want to aim for vital areas, soft spots, and nerve clusters. That will slow the berserker down until the damage piles up enough that rage wears off, and they start feeling the pain. He explained to the class. Karl frowned. So, basically, we dodge and avoid getting turned into paste until repeated attacks start showing their effects, but no leg sweeps and avoid hits to the head. Tank nodded happily, like a child receiving a present. Just like that. Also, avoid the face and the crotch. Not because the attack won't work, but because it tends to cause an instinctual bump in the rage effect, and you might get hurt during training. The other students laughed. Of all the bad ideas they had generated so far, punching a man 3 times their size in the dick was one of the fastest to be dismissed. The hits to the face were only second to be dismissed, because half of them couldn't reach his face without jumping. Karl prepared to continue, then asked one last important question. Does the berserker class make them huge, or are you just naturally that size? It makes them more muscular, but the height is all natural. I'm not even the tallest of my brothers. Tank gloated. Were they from some species that Karl didn't know? The people at the mines were shorter than average, as it was a benefit to be smaller in the narrow shafts, so the larger families had moved on generations ago to find more suitable work. But Karl was reasonably certain that humans weren't supposed to grow more than 2 meters tall, much less 2¼ Karl tried again, ducking under the professor's guard to land a kidney punch, while Hawk went for his lower back and then the backs of his knees. Karl had to tumble to the side to dodge the counterattack, but Tank was holding back on the speed that he had shown earlier when enraged by the hit to the head, and Karl managed to land a solid hit to the sternum before a kick sent him flying again. But this time he was able to twist enough to land on one knee and slide to an ungraceful stop. Don't underestimate a berserker's strength. Karl here is awakened, with the physique of an agility-type magical beast, but even with that advantage, a berserker at his rank could shatter ribs with a solid hit. While they will usually wield weapons, that doesn't mean that their melee abilities are any less damaging than your own class's, especially when they are in solid armor. Tank explained as Karl circled him, looking for an opening. Tank threw an attack, and Karl blocked it with Rend. That gave him an idea. He had ranged attack powers, but he wasn't fast enough to get away from the professor to use them. However, he could wield them as a shield, as well as the way he had been using them as short-ranged attacks. The professor threw another punch, which Karl knocked up over his head, just as Hawk hit the elbow and completely redirected the strike. Tank was unstoppable, but those attacks would have either cut through or thrown someone his size to the ground with the amount of power that the duo had put into them. The deflected arm left his side open to attack, and Karl quickly sliced 3 times while Hawk distracted the berserker by attacking his chest and stomach, soft areas that he had to block with the one hand that was in position. That's much better. I didn't think you had it in you, but that rend really packs a punch, Tank announced with a smile. Now, in the advanced armor, those attacks didn't cause me anything more than a bruise which will heal in seconds, but against an attacker at your rank, even wearing awakened rank armor, that last combo might well have taken an arm off before slicing open his side and making his insides become his outsides. The berserker finished. But most of us don't have slicing skills like Rend. One of the students complained. You're a monk, right? Bring your weapon and come up here. Karl, you can take a breather while I demonstrate how to fight a berserker using pressure points. The whole class gave the boy sympathetic looks for becoming the next volunteer, but Tank wasn't planning to wait at all and was impatiently gesturing for the boy to come forward. Right, berserkers didn't feel pain. So although he had bruises from the attacks, he didn't feel them. Karl watched carefully and Hawk rested in the beast's space as the fights continued, with the huge professor giving each of the students a chance to try against him. Karl had been the only one who really stood a chance, as the rest had all been training only against their own styles or had specialized in grappling and submission techniques, which wouldn't work on Tank. But you didn't get to pick and choose your targets in a fight. There was a threat and you had to deal with it, so this sort of training would be incredibly valuable to them later. Karl knew that there were many species of giant humanoid monsters as well. Orcs, trolls, ogres, owlbears, and many more. This sort of training would work on them as well, with only a little modification. It was hard for Karl to imagine what a troll or ogre might look like in person, but after seeing Tank, it became a bit easier. Ogres were supposed to be close to 3 meters tall, so they would tower over the berserker the same way that he did over the agility warriors in this class. That was a terrifying thought, but they also wouldn't be in armor, so there was a chance that Rend would actually cut them apart as it was intended to, as long as they weren't too much more powerful than he was. As the day progressed, Professor Tank showed off a dozen different fighting styles, and the students began to wonder if he had taken this job just because he was a battle junkie and there weren't constant threats at a level where he would be sent out. Fighting the students gave him a chance to let off some steam, even if he couldn't go all out. But there were other students here as well, and some of the stronger ascended rank seniors from the other training group of the class were enough to actually make him work for his victories, not like Karl and the first-year class, who he just toyed with. The mixed martial arts instructor raised his hand to get everyone's attention. All right, that's it for the day. Professor Tank will be working with a different class tomorrow, but don't forget the lessons you learned today. Integrate them into your fighting style and prepare for his return later this week. That would be easy enough. None of them were likely to forget this day anytime soon. Karl headed back toward the dorm rooms to begin the studies that he had been assigned on monster biology, intending to spend the evening focusing on ending ways to make Hawk stronger. But when he rounded the corner, he found Colonel Valerie standing at the door to the dormitory waiting for him with her trademark frown on her face. Student Karl, follow me. We have numerous things to do today before dinner, she announced as she started walking. Karl sighed while Hawk gloated and dug into the pile of meat in the beast's space. The new strength stones with the awakened rank boar blood were doing great things for him, but Karl had to rely on the feedback and work while Hawk ate. The colonel led him toward the next building and into a private classroom where one of the pairs from the last training day were waiting. It was a warrior and mage pair like him and Dana. They had a large selection of pills, loaded needles, and food products set out on the table waiting for him, making Karl pause at the door in concern. Are we not concerned about interactions between multiple treatments? Karl asked. Not particularly. All of these are known to work together occasionally, and we are not sure how many, if any, of them will actually work on you. The colonel replied with a shrug. You know that deadpan voice is why everyone thinks that you're a heartless bitch, right? The other woman in the room asked, forcing Karl to nearly swallow his tongue to avoid laughing. That definitely wouldn't go over well with the uncompromising Colonel, but despite her hard glare at her subordinate, she did relent a little and explain her idea. These treatments aren't as nefarious as they look. Each of them is carefully chosen to enhance an aspect that you have already shown an aptitude beyond the normal in. The pills are mental stimulants more commonly used on psychics and visualization-type mages. The injections are all magical equivalents of steroids, and the foods are specially prepared combinations of materials that are intended to trigger skill understanding breakthroughs. The other two in the room nodded in satisfaction, as if that was enough of an explanation for Karl to just except that he was going to take over a dozen treatments all in one sitting, possibly with a short break in between for everyone to take notes. All right, where do we start? Karl asked reluctantly. With the mental improvement. From what we have deduced based on your reports, you meditate to improve the conditions and power stored in the mental space that Hawk inhabits, correct? So improving that mental ability should help both of you. Compared to a physical enhancement which only treats you, it is clearly the better option. The lone man in the room nodded in agreement. These are all well-known and tested treatments. Both of us have taken them already without side effects, though they didn't do much for me other than increase the speed that I learn new skills. The speed with which he learned to improve his skills was a huge part of Karl's combat power, so this could actually be a big break for him, Karl decided as he picked up the first little paper with a single glowing green pill on it. That is a dragonite pill. It's made with the empowered bones of long dead dragons that have crystallized. It is mostly for mages, as it gives a notable improvement in mana growth, but it also has incredible effects on intellect and mental strength. Colonel Valerie noted as the other two moved to their laptop computers to take notes. Karl popped the pill in his mouth and was about to wash it down with water, but the pill dissolved, and his mind seemed to be flooded with golden light. Power seemed to be flowing into him at an incredible rate, and the world within the beast space began to grow at a visible pace. Well, it definitely worked. It's like a golden light in my mind, and I can see the improvement in the beast space already. Karl explained, so the others would know what was happening. Excellent. Give it a few minutes to settle and we will move on. Hawk trilled happily as he flew around in the space, absorbing the energy until the feeling of the space returned to close to its original state. Now that it has settled and Hawk absorbed a lot of the excess energy, it feels like the improvement is noticeable, but not as strong as it felt at first. Karl added. So, it helps the Hawk as well? That is impressive. We will prepare another dose later so that you both get the full effect. Valerie noted. Perhaps we should double the dose of everything that we have spares for? The female mage suggested. That is a valid theory. If Karl and Hawk share everything, we're actually dosing both of them, so the increased dosage could be necessary for some of these treatments to work properly. The warrior noted, running his fingers through his short brown hair. The colonel took out a briefcase from a safe in the room and set out another whole array of pills, except for the one Karl had already taken. Dragonite is a restricted substance and difficult to get. We don't have a second dose, and it's not something that the Academy usually has access to. She explained, then gestured for Karl to continue. Karl took the next two pills, and a warm feeling washed over him while his thoughts seemed to become a bit more clear. It wasn't a big change, and everyone seemed disappointed, but Valerie gestured for Karl to move on to the next. That one smells good. Hawk noted as Karl picked up the pills. Let's hope it works. I have no idea what it is supposed to do. The pills dissolved the same as the dragonite pill had, and suddenly the proper method for activating his skills became clear in Karl's mind. How to make them more efficient, more powerful, faster to activate. Everything about the two skills became clear, and then the whisper of a third skill entered his mind as Hawk gained new insights into Wind Shield. Karl couldn't use it yet, but as Hawk's understanding improved, the feedback coming from Hawk's advancement was giving him glimpses of the method. That one is incredible. I understand my skills so much more clearly now, and even Hawk is having a breakthrough in understanding, despite his knowledge level already being incredibly high, as Rend is an innate skill to his species. Karl explained. Wonderful. That pill can be hit and miss. Some people don't understand much, while others make great strides. We will keep a note in your file so more will be available once you have learned more skills. The colonel replied. The next pill vanished with a swirl of energy into the air around him, as if his body was forcefully rejecting the pill. Well, that was different. Something about that one is incompatible with him, despite the effect being nearly the same as the second one you took. The mage commented as her fingers flashed over the keys, making a note of the strange energy phenomenon. You don't think that it's a matter of saturation, do you? Like when you eat too much and can't eat more? Karl asked. The other three shook their heads. No, we typically give this entire course at once, either the strength or mental improvement, and that has never happened before. The colonel replied. The next few mental improvement pills were absorbed without fanfare or any immediately noticeable effects. That was disappointing, but the last pill in the line looked more like a gemstone, and Hawk was getting excited just looking at it. This is a crystallized mana drop from a higher-ranking beast. Normally, it is for increasing mana pools in the mages, but it should also be useful for your Hawk, so we brought it with us, she added. Karl took the object in his hand and Hawk immediately stole it, pulling it into the beast's space where he tucked it in his nest. You know, I'm supposed to eat that, Karl reminded him. It will be better here. I can slowly absorb all of it this way, instead of you getting a stone in your stomach. Hawk says that it's better to slowly absorb it in the beast's space to help his growth. I can feel the energy flowing into him, but it could take some time before the effects are obvious enough for me to tell what it is doing. Karl explained. Well, that's fine. We have a bit of time while we move on to the potions. I hope you're not afraid of needles because about half of these are injected, while the half without needles are taken orally, but the plunger-type baster reduces waste on the walls of the container. Valerie explained. Well, I'm not the biggest fan, but if it's all for the sake of rapid growth, I'm not going to argue. Karl replied. The mage smirked. Make a note, subject's mental state has improved his understanding. He now understands in advance that expletive-laced inside thoughts are the key to interacting with the colonel. Colonel Valerie glared at her, but Karl realized that the two were actually good friends, in some strange way. The man loaded the needles into a mechanical injector and gestured towards Karl's chest. You need to take your shirt off. We will inject them into the upper arm. The other optimal spot is the buttocks, but it's a bit forward to ask you to drop your pants without warning. He joked. Karl removed his jacket and the simple white uniform shirt and set them over the chair beside him. All right, this will hurt. I'm not going to lie or sugarcoat it. Just mentally prepare yourself, and we will wait for the injection to settle before we move on to the next. Karl nodded and turned his head away before a pain shot up his arm and across his chest, feeling like his body had been set on fire. Here, drink this, you will need it. The mage's voice was a distant whisper, but she poured the drink into Karl's mouth as he clenched his eyes closed to keep the painful light out of his eyes as his body burned. The drink seemed to contain some sort of energy, and the burning of his body faded as it absorbed the power. Then, the power began to flow back into his mind, and Hawk suddenly shot up in size, going from Hawk size to larger than a turkey or a condor in a matter of seconds. Hawk was a gangly and malnourished giant, but he was slowly filling out as the bird frantically tried to fill its ravenous belly. Hold up, something in that one made Hawk grow uncontrollably. He's huge and starving, but there is food for him in the space. Give it a few minutes before we do anything else. Karl explained, still holding his eyes closed, though he was unable to meditate with the pain. All right, notify us when Hawk has stabilized, and we will give you the second dose. Colonel Valerie agreed. Hawk panicked a little at that news, but Karl had already known that the colonel wouldn't give up on a treatment that was producing results so easily. It took half an hour before Hawk was settled, and the kitchen had already delivered a special order of monster meat for him to eat during the second dose by the time that the pain in Karl's body faded. Just keep your eyes closed. The food bowl is beside your hand, just move it into the space for Hawk. Your body has stabilized along with his, but there is one more dose of that to go. Colonel Valerie insisted. You ready to be a giant hawk? Karl laughed, while the bird trilled happily at the influx of ascended monster meat the kitchen had brought him. Not all of it was his preferred flavors, but at the moment Hawk didn't care what animals it had come from, as long as there was a lot of it, and it was all energy-rich to make up for the energy that he was lacking. It only took a few more minutes for the bird to demolish the food shipment and decide that he was ready for another round of the special treatments. Karl nodded to signal that he was prepared to continue, and the pain spread through his body from the left side this time, overwhelming his mind, but the effect on Hawk wasn't as extreme. He didn't grow any more, but his body filled out with powerful muscle. Now he looked like a proper hawk again, but larger. He finished the meat bowl and flew up around the space in joy, then cried in despair as he realized that his nest was too small for his new body. Karl worked to change the shape as quickly as he could under the circumstances, while Hawk made sure not to lose his precious new stone before he settled down into the tree. Satisfaction flowed from his mind as power flowed in from the stone in the nest, and then the space itself seemed to change. It was growing, but it reached a plateau where Karl had expected the quality to improve. Only that wasn't what happened. The space seemed to split, and the growth went to a second space, separate and barren, the way that Hawk's had been when he first bonded with Karl. Do you think that spot is made for someone else? Like, we have improved the size of your resting spot enough that it's time to improve a home for a new friend? Karl asked his feathered partner. I think so. I can't go into it, so it's not a separate bedroom for me. Hawk replied, annoyed that not all the growth was going to his space. There was still room to fly, but he was much bigger now, so shouldn't the room to fly have expanded proportionately? What happened? The warrior asked after a few minutes of Karl trying to stabilize both his mind and the new beast's space. The mental space seems to have reached a plateau. The injection increased the size along with Hawk, but then it stopped and split into a small second space. The quality didn't improve. I will have to do that myself with meditation, or more of the first set of pills, but this is a whole other space. I think that I might actually have the ability to add a second pet now, Karl explained. Karl opened his eyes and noticed the smiles on the faces of the 3 Bureau of Elite Development workers. Their gamble had paid off, and if Karl could now add a second beast, his effective power would multiply. The second thing that he noticed was that the table was empty, with 2 used multiple injectors and 2 empty shot glasses on it. He had assumed that he was 2 out of 12 injections into the process, but they had injected them 6 at a time, and the second shot was the second dose of everything. No wonder that hurt. It was like my body was on fire, but the second time faded much faster, and Hawk didn't have an explosive growth spurt. Instead, he filled out to proper wind speed Hawk proportions, but over a meter tall, and with a wingspan that looks like a little over 3 meters. Karl explained. Colonel Valerie gestured impatiently, and Karl called Hawk out to stand on the empty table behind him. The mage whistled in appreciation, and Hawk preened, accidentally puncturing the steel desk with his claws. Well, the claws haven't gone translucent, so he's likely not at ascended rank yet, but he is a huge pretty boy. She cooed, then stood up to go pet Hawk's head. It's definitely a mutation again, like when he learned Shred, but this time it was physical growth. There is no record of this happening to a wind speed hawk before, but then I doubt that anyone would have been crazy enough to give a wild one that same sort of treatment just to see what happened. The warrior noted. Interesting. Hawk, could you please claw at this barrier for me? The mage asked. Wait, the room is too small for him to fly around and attack the barrier, and it won't hold up to an awaken rank rend attack if he succeeds. The warrior stopped her. Right, sorry. We can do actual improvement testing tomorrow after the regular classes. I'm not sure if you noticed, since time passes differently when you're absorbing that much energy or in pain, but it's been over 2 hours already, and it is almost dinner time. The mage agreed. Just enough time to finish up as planned. Colonel Valerie agreed with a gesture for the food on the tray. Hawk delicately sniffed at them and then shook his head. "There is no meat, I'm going to rest," he announced, then vanished back into the beast's space. "He says there is no meat, so he's not interested," Karl explained as he examined the various dense squares and puddings. Each of them should help with the understanding of a skill. The rest of the squares were passed out to the relevant classes today with promising results, so go ahead and try them one at a time and let us know if anything happens. The colonel agreed, looking a bit less severe for a moment. The results really must have been good if the head of the elite development department had a soft spot when they were mentioned. Karl bit into the first one, which tasted a bit like burning rubber smelled, then waited before shaking his head. If anything happened, he couldn't tell. One after another, he went through them until he got to the one that smelled like freshly welded steel. As soon as he bit into it, he could feel the energy, but then the flavor became familiar and a glimpse of insight on how Slash was an introductory and inferior version of Rend filled his mind, giving him ideas on how to use lower power attacks with more energy efficiency. That one is Slash. I see it as an inferior Rend, but I think that I could use it. Or something like it, using Rend as the base skill, and then stripping away most of the benefits to use a more energy-efficient attack, Karl explained. The warrior looked vaguely offended, while his partner chuckled. Well, that's one way to look at it, I suppose. If you use Rend as the basis and strip away the bleeding effect to have just the sword light, it would create something like Slash. He eventually agreed. Now, let's see what else you can get out of this pile. A few more were eaten with no real changes, but the last one tasted like stone dust, and Karl sensed the familiar feeling of a golem, but the energy was so foreign to him that his body immediately rejected it. I think that should have given me insight into the golem spell, but my body just rejected it straight away. The taste was familiar, like the magic of the spell activating, but my body isn't compatible with that, Karl explained. Interesting. All of these should taste like regular food, but none of them seem to have tasted like that to you. Perhaps it's a result of your bond with Hawk, who is more sensitive to all sorts of magical abilities and threats. I will put it in the report with a note to investigate. The mage informed them. That concludes the day's special programming. We will bring you a fresh uniform, then you can return to your room. Karl looked down at his body and noticed that while he was only a little more bulky, he was absolutely shredded. There wasn't an ounce of visible fat on his upper body, and he could feel the itchy feeling of a beard coming in on his face. That was a new experience for him, as he never really grew more than a bit of a scraggly mustache before, but this felt like a full beard. Karl judged his body, then his uniform, and put the shirt and jacket back on. They were a bit strained in the arms and chest, but they still closed. Oh, I see where this is going. Undo the top 2 buttons, and you'll get all the ladies with that physique, the mage joked. Colonel Valerie gave a faint smile, then shook her head. That fitment is not within Academy regulations. We will get you a fresh uniform and a razor before you leave this room. Daniel will help you shave if you haven't done it before, and I will take Alice to guard the door to prevent any curious eyes from seeing you before you are ready. The uniform was brought in, and the 2 women left the room, while the warrior gave him an assessing look. We should cut your hair as well. It got really shaggy with the rapid growth. Don't worry, I've got practice, and I will keep you looking good for that little mage girl. The sly wink that Daniel gave him made Karl blush, but the warrior was all business as he took out the electric shaver from an academy bag and dug a set of clippers and scissors from his own kit. It was a shorter process than Karl had expected, as the hand speed of an elite was so much higher than his mother, who usually cut his hair. In 15 minutes, he was dressed, the waist hair was in the trash, and everything was clean to Daniel's satisfaction. Well, that's the best I can do, the rest is up to you. Good luck with the romance. The warrior laughed as he gave Karl one last twirl to make sure his haircut was perfect. Thanks. Honestly, this is overwhelming, everything is changing so fast that I don't even wear out clothes anymore before they are discarded for a new size. Heck, I didn't even have that set long enough to launder them before outgrowing them. Karl laughed. You should be settled now. Well, close to it. The first advancement or two are the largest changes. Now you've just got to grow into your body. You're powerfully built, but it's still immature. Give it a few more years of regular training, and all that fancy muscle will become much harder, and you will be able to apply it more effectively. Old man strength is a real thing with the elites. Daniel laughed. It's a real thing with the miners as well. Some of them are much stronger than they look. Karl agreed with a smile on his face at the memory of an old man from the third shift showing up a supervisor from the city who couldn't get a rusted gate open. They left the room, and the three adults split off with a short nod toward Karl, who headed straight for the dining room. It was filled with excited voices of students who had gained something from the day's treats and the ones who had special training for the day because there wasn't a special advancement food for their skills. The first-year mages in particular were freaking out, as 4 of them had mastered Golem in one class, while the rest of them were on the way to learning the spell. It was a huge moment for the mage trainees, and they had earned the right to gloat for one day. The warrior classes mostly worked on improving basic skills with the food, and Karl wondered if Dana had gotten special treatment as well, as she already knew the Golem spell. She might have gotten the same food buff that the others did to elevate her skill with the spell, but she had been in the special training with him on Saturday. Then she came into the room, accompanied by one of the women from the elite development department, who looked concerned that she would collapse. "Are you all right?" Karl asked, walking over to take over the assistance needed to keep Dana on her feet. "Yeah, we did a bunch of mental enhancement training, and it left her a bit dizzy. Not all the treatments went as expected." The older mage explained with a meaningful look at Karl. That look meant, "Don't discuss this in public," so Karl nodded and helped Dana through the line to get dinner, which the soldier Dana came in with carried to their table before sitting down to join them. "It looks like the special training was much kinder on you. I expected you to be in worse shape," the woman commented. "The last few lessons helped a lot and allowed me to focus. Not all of them worked, some of them were completely ineffective, but enough of them worked that the colonel almost smiled." Karl replied. The woman smiled. "Well, now that is a new one. She doesn't do that much. In fact, we all thought she had her sense of humor surgically removed when she got her oak leaves." That was a reference to the rank insignia for the lieutenant colonel, one military rank below where Colonel Valerie was now. "Jill, be nice. You know she will chew you out the way that she did Dave if she hears you," Dana whispered. "She's too busy berating him to come back this fast. But I will see you soon. Probably tomorrow to get the updated notes on how you're doing. Karl, it is good to meet you. I will be taking over as Dana's personal tutor, so we will be seeing each other every morning," the petite blonde informed Karl with a smirk that made Dana blush. It took a moment to register, then Karl was blushing as well. The mage knew that Dana usually slept in his room, and not knowing how Karl's room was laid out, had made the logical leap to the fact that rooms normally only had one bed in them. Karl didn't let that little bit of judgment change his plans for the evening, though. Hawk wanted to show off to Dana now that he was so much bigger, and she wanted to get a decent night's sleep while the other students were going even more crazy with their training regimen. They had all gotten a bump in power and skills today, and that had renewed their flagging faith that they would be able to progress to awakened before the end of semester exams when the ranks would all be reviewed. As soon as they were back on the balcony, Hawk popped out of his space and landed on the table, being careful not to damage it with his claws. "Holy crap, is that Hawk? What happened to you, buddy? You're massive." Dana gasped before pulling the bird into a hug. One of the treatments caused an extreme growth reaction. It took him a lot of food to recover, and he's still working on filling in the muscles, but he's definitely an impressive beast now, Karl explained. "Well, now he's going to need a lot more food, but I'm sure that the academy can keep his belly full." Dana laughed. That would be another issue after he graduated, Karl realized. The elites got a stipend, but he would be spending a massive amount on food if he couldn't regularly hunt for powerful monsters to keep Hawk fed. Then there would likely be a second monster as well, since the beast space had split. That meant two ravenous beasts looking for sustenance, and it would have to be suitable to their rank, which would not be easy once they were much more powerful. It wasn't like any grocery store actually had overlord rank meat in stock, or even commander rank for that matter. Once you got past ascended rank, the monsters became incredibly dangerous to even larger towns, so their population was controlled in the inhabited regions, meaning that Karl would have to go looking for them if his energy wasn't enough to sustain his team. Hawk squawked happily as he tried to explain the new things that he had learned, so Karl translated for him, while the bird had a deep conversation with the mage. I also got plenty of gains, though not in quite the same way. Look at this, Dana announced, then cast the golem spell, which created two copies of the stone golem, both as impressive as the first had been. One of the treatments gave me the insight to multicast spells that I know. So, 2 golems or 6 magic missiles. It doesn't do much for fog unless I want to make 2 layers, but it's really powerful, even if it is a bit hard on mana. I have more of it now, and I recover much faster as well. Those pills were a miracle. She sighed. We went through a round of pills as well, then there were injections of physical enhancement potions. The idea was that I needed the mental abilities for Hawk's space and the strength to actually fight. There might be a second beast coming soon as well, but I'm not sure when the Academy is going to set that up. I will be holding out for something good, a beast that can fight and get along with Hawk. Karl informed her. That shouldn't be too hard. Hawk is easy to get along with. The bird flapped his wings in annoyance, and Dana began to laugh. Oh, I see the problem. You don't want to share, is that it? Hawk nodded and took a piece of meat out of the beast's face. He threw it in the air and swallowed it whole, trying to explain the issue to Dana in a way she would understand. Oh, they might try to steal your food. Yes, that would be annoying. She agreed. They both sat and meditated for a few hours before turning in for the night. They knew that they would be getting up early, but when the knock sounded at the door promptly as the sun came up, neither of them was ready. Karl slid his pants on and answered the door, finding Jill and Rita both waiting outside. Give me a few minutes to freshen up and eat, then I will be ready. Isn't it a bit early? He asked. It is. But we have a big day again today, and this is Dana's first day with Jill as her personal tutor. She is here, right? Rita asked. Yeah, in the hammock on the balcony, probably still sleeping since the area is soundproof. Jill can go wake her up, but be careful, Hawk and a golem or 2 are likely both active in there. Jill laughed. She was a commander rank mage. She wasn't particularly concerned about the golem, but Hawk could be an issue if he didn't want to let her near Dana. She couldn't afford to hurt the bird, but even with a magical shield protecting her, it would be challenging to get around an angry Hawk. She came out a few minutes later, laughing and cursing with her hair all messed up. Did you know that Hawk is completely miserable if you wake him up? But what did they do to him? That bird is massive, she asked. Him up? But what did they do to him? That bird is massive, she asked. Sergeant Rita gave Karl a curious look. She had gotten the brief summary from Daniel and Alice, but they had been on their way out and hadn't filled in the official report yet. One of the treatments made him grow. Karl explained as Hawk waddled into the room, barely able to fit through the patio door unless he tucked his wings tight to his body. Are we sure that's even still a windspeed, Hawk? I doubt that there is a mouse that could feed his appetite anymore. He will be hunting deer and wolves soon enough. Rita asked. Hawk panicked for a moment, then remembered something that he had seen Karl reading. There are the giant swamp rats, the size of dogs. They're a kind of mice. He suggested, hopefully. Hawk says giant swamp rats still count. Karl relayed, while the women laughed. The giant swamp rats were an awakened rank monster, so he 2028 could hunt them already, but Rita was more excited to see if his power had grown proportionally to his body. If either his stamina or raw power had leveled up by a significant amount, he would be a menace in combat at the awakened rank. If it were both, he would be pushing the limits of what could be called an awakened monster. Sergeant Rita led Karl to the morning training where there was a new face waiting for them. Alice, the mage who had been in the room for Karl's treatments yesterday, was sitting in a chair by the door and waved happily as Karl walked in. Rita frowned as she realized who the woman was, then turned away, as if by ignoring her, the woman would go away. But Alice didn't make any move to get up. She just sat by the door as Karl took his position and called Hawk out. "Goddess, what did you do to Hawk? He looks like he wants to eat us." One of the mages gasped. "It's not a big deal. A treatment just made him grow to a giant size. He's only a little stronger than he was," Karl replied. While that was reassuring, the fact that there was a giant monster in the sky above them was enough to intimidate all the students at least a little bit. It was an instinctive reaction to a large flying predator that could possibly carry away a full-grown person. It wasn't likely. His actual body was only a little over a meter long, but with the wide wings and long tail feathers, he looked much more imposing in flight. Their first few spells were a bit hesitant, but once they realized that Hawk was blocking them the same as always, they began to get back into the swing of things and worked to overcome his increased number of attacks, which were traveling at a higher speed today than they remembered. The mental improvements that both Karl and Hawk had gained were helping with both the targeting speed and the ability to rapidly form and send the rend attacks at the target. Karl heard Rita's voice as she talked to Alice and split a bit of his attention from the attacks. "Don't you think this is a bit too easy? I mean, they're not even attacking the defenders, just the targets near them," Alice was asking. "It is the safest way. We can't afford the sort of fatal incident that happened a few years ago. Even if you put a barrier on them, there is still too much of a risk," Rita replied. "They're not going to break my barrier, and it would be better for the two of them if they had to actually avoid and block attacks, instead of this bodyguard scenario where the attackers are only concerned with the target behind them," Alice replied. "Are you the tutor, or am I?" Rita was definitely mad now, and Karl was tempted to continue listening as they lowered their voices to argue, but that would take too much of his attention from the task at hand. The class paused at the half-hour mark for their usual 5-minute breather, and Karl grabbed a water bottle for himself and Hawk, squeezing it to spray water into the open mouth of the oversized bird, since he couldn't easily drink out of a bowl without making a mess. "All right, everyone back at it. But we are going to change things up a bit this time. Your skills are improving, so you will be aiming at moving targets. That means not only will you have to hit a moving target, but Karl and Hawk will have to defend moving targets," the professor in charge of the class instructed. Karl couldn't tell if that meant that Rita or Alice had won their argument, but it would make the class more interesting. It was also going to be a real challenge for some of the students who had struggled with their aim at the start of the year. They were better at hitting stationary targets, but Karl would have to make sure that he didn't get himself hit. He had the Academy's training armor, a long coat and helmet, but that was only a limited level of protection that should keep him from being seriously injured if he took a direct strike from one of these spells. But then, they were mostly on the low side of awakened, and his body was getting much stronger, so perhaps they wouldn't actually be too damaging through the coat. When he hit Tank with full-force spells, it barely bruised him, but he was 2 ranks above Karl and Hawk. The mages in the class were using limited power to extend their stamina, a quarter or less of their ability. That seemed safe enough. The spells began to fly toward the targets, which were now much closer to the ground, and Karl moved to make interception easier. His presence between the mages and the moving targets frustrated many of the students, as even if Karl didn't successfully intercept the spells, they couldn't hit the target with him in the way. But now that they were coming toward him instead of over his head, the attacks were easier to target and block. The vertical axis was nearly removed as a factor, and attacking straight forward would hit many more spells if he used a wide arc or the net technique of overlapping rend attacks. But that also put the mages in the line of fire, so he had to be careful about his range so that the abilities dissipated before they reached the attackers. They weren't wearing armor, and asking the teacher to constantly intercept his counterattacks would probably put the older mage in a bad mood. Now, that's much better. See how much more combat effective this is. Alice was asking Rita, letting Karl know that she had won that round of their exchange, at least for the most part. The mages were still attacking targets behind him, but they were at least throwing spells in his direction, as the mage from the Bureau of Elite Development had wanted. Karl tore a wide arc in the air, using full power, and stopped a dozen spells at once before the 4 streaks were finally dissipated and the air between the 2 groups was clear. Damn it, they really increased the difficulty level, didn't they? We're all attacking at the same height, so he can burn energy to intercept us all at once. One of the mages realized. But that burns his stamina as well, so he won't be able to do it all the time. He's just blocking the ones that are most likely to hit himself or the target. Everyone who messed up their aim might have a chance if you can bring it back on target once you're past him. One of the others commented. But they had forgotten that Hawk was in the sky above them, attacking downward, so he could still hit the attacks that tried to correct their trajectory when they were past Karl. I told you that they had real promise. You didn't need to get involved so quickly. Karl heard Rita mutter as the class was ending, while Alice smiled back at her. The 2 elites were like oil and water. They both wanted the same thing, but they had very different ideas about how it should be done, and they simply seemed incompatible with each other. No matter what the goal was, Karl could see that they would have a hard time getting along. After the break for lunch, with both Rita and Alice eating in tense silence at his table and scaring the other students away, it was time to go to the mixed martial arts class for his physical training. Tank was back again, ready to continue his lesson, while Daniel, Alice's partner, was sitting on a blanket at the edge of the training ground, waiting for the others to arrive. Come on over and get comfortable. Good to see you again, Rita. He greeted them, then waved at Karl and gestured for him to join the class as usual. Karl wasn't the only one who could tell that Rita was annoyed at this point, but there wasn't much that she could do. There was no rule stating that the people from the government couldn't come sit and watch the class, and they weren't interfering with anything but Rita's development plans, which was within their operational authority, Karl assumed. Karl, you will be training with Tank today, while everyone else trains what they learned. Sorry about your luck, but you're the odd one out, and Sergeant Rita is busy at the moment. The professor informed him with a smirk. Sergeant Rita would much rather be training than busy, Karl was sure. But Tank turned out to be an excellent combat instructor, with a profound understanding of both martial arts and armed combat. Today, the big man had a wooden training sword in his hands, while Karl wore the training gauntlets that he had obtained from the train. Those should be good enough to block, but be aware that my strength is far above yours, so you don't want to try to overpower my attacks, just deflect them so you can counterattack. If you can do it with your abilities, that's even better. Just keep the power level down so that you don't chop through the training weapon. After some time, you will be used to the sparring limitations, but it is best to err on the side of caution for now. Tank explained. All right, are we having Hawk rest for the afternoon? Karl asked. For today, yes. He got his training in the morning and a growing beast needs a lot of food and sleep. But he will be watching, so you can consider this a theory lesson for him. For now, the 2 of you can fight together, but once his power level goes up, it is unlikely that your body will be able to keep up. Not many classes can claim the physique of even the more fragile magical beasts. He explained. So my job in the future is what? To train the beasts about combat and let them go at it. Karl asked as they exchanged blows. Dunno, that's above my pay grade. But I would assume that for a class that focuses on monsters, making them stronger and teaching them all the things that they wouldn't naturally know will be a big part of your job. How many Windspeed Hawks are familiar with martial arts? How many of them even understand the intricacies of various magic spells? It might not seem like much, but your Hawk already has a massive advantage over other beasts. Tank emphasized the word beasts with a chop of his sword that Karl barely deflected. As he spun out of the way, it was easier to start an attack from the side or the back of the berserker, as he would be facing Karl before it was finished, and the extra time would allow Karl to prepare a defense that would allow him to keep moving. Hawk was impressed with the huge man's understanding of animals. As a wind-speed hawk, there were numerous things that he didn't know. At birth, normal hawks would have to survive their first learning experience to begin to understand things like mage attacks, but he had gotten to practice dealing with them every morning. Plus, the Berserker man advocated for naps and food, so he was definitely wise. By the time that they finished, Karl was exhausted, and even Tank had broken a sweat, which impressed the other students far more than Karl thought that it should. Sure, he was a monster in combat, but he was also still vaguely human, so a 3-hour training session of that intensity was sure to work him at least a little. Karl might not be as powerful, but he was fast enough to keep the Berserker moving, a technique that Tank advocated for, as most of the Berserker-type opponents would have a time limit. Enraged magical beasts usually burn through their energy reserves at an incredible rate, so if you could hold out for 5 or 10 minutes, they would exhaust themselves. Even most of the drug-induced Berserker states wouldn't last more than half an hour before the user would crash and be left in a far worse state than when they started. For that reason, they would go all out while they could. They knew that they had to win within the time limit, and they would get desperate as it got close. So, the agility-type fighters could string them along and wear them out, then finish them off once they crashed. Cardio was incredibly important for agility fighters, who couldn't always finish a fight with a single strike. Alright, that's it for the day. See you all tomorrow. The instructor called, and the group began to disperse back to the showers, or to their rooms to shower and change there. Karl was one who preferred to shower and change immediately, which left Rita and the pair from the Bureau of Elite Development waiting for him to come back out of the crowded locker room in the small building beside the training field. Do they always hold this class outdoors? Daniel asked. Rita nodded. Unless the weather is bad. The grass is softer than the gym floor, and the mats aren't. A realistic footing scenario. Most of their fights will be outdoors, so it's better to train in the field than on the hardwood. Understandable. Alright, I think that we learned what we needed today. I will see you both tomorrow. Daniel agreed, then waved as he left, with Rita glowering at his back. It looked like being up at the crack of dawn was going to become a regular thing, Karl decided, as Sergeant Rita and Jill were at his door first thing the next morning. Rita had a book with her on monster biology, but this one was different. It focused on the innate skills of various monster skills, instead of just giving an overview of the species. It was written from the perspective of a researcher who was trying to develop more ways to strengthen the skills of the elites with similar abilities, and for Karl, it was much easier to understand than the vague descriptions in most of the other textbooks. By the end of the week, the Bureau of Elite Development will probably have a plan to bring you before other juvenile monsters, either newborn or still in eggs, for the avian and reptile species. I don't know what they will find you, or if they'll even give you options other than the ones they prepared, but now that they're convinced that you can bond a second pet, they are determined to try. What you need to do is understand the skills that they have so that you can build a proper team out of your tamed monsters. You can focus on a specific skill set, like stealth and scouting, or a generalized combat team that can take on most threats, but you don't have much time to make the decision before the next step happens. She explained. They were seated at a table in the cafeteria, which was still almost empty so early in the morning, but that gave him nearly 2 hours to go over the various species in the book before he needed to get to his first class. These tortoises, exactly how large do they get? I think that the text is incorrect. Karl asked. Rita looked at the book and shook her head. No, that's right. They grow between 18 and 25 meters long. They're a saltwater species, but they can happily live nearly anywhere. If all your pets grow as fast as hawk, I wouldn't recommend that option if you are given it. There aren't many situations where you will have room for a 20-meter-long turtle. It's too wide to even fit down most city streets without damaging the buildings on either side. The thought made Karl laugh. A massive roadblock of armored shell, just blocking an entire roadway to prevent a target from fleeing. Then there was the demon croc. Technically, They were an alligator, but at an equally impressive 25 meters long and able to run at over 100 kilometers an hour in short spurts. Karl imagined that the shape of its snout was the least of anyone's concerns when meeting it. Then there was the red gold panda. At a maximum height of 20 centimeters high, it was adorable, but its innate skill was vampirism. If it bit you, it could drain a human of blood in a matter of seconds. If we knew what they were going to bring, it would really help. Karl sighed as the time ran out, and it was time to go to morning accuracy training. Best to be prepared for anything. The more you know about monster skills, the better that you will be able to plan for the skills that the ones they do present can use. Sergeant Rita replied with a shrug. Rita's mood only got worse as Daniel and Alice came to watch the training all day long. By the time that the day was finished, she was visibly annoyed, but the other two seemed to be enjoying the show, and they were happy to give training hints to the other students who were training near Karl and Tank. Originally, Karl had assumed it was the fact that they were here from the government that had annoyed Rita, but some of it seemed to be personal. They obviously knew each other from before this week, and were close enough in age that they should have been in the academy together. The number of elites was small enough that it was a bit like a small town. Everyone knew everyone in their age group. It was a strange thought, as Karl had always viewed the elites as a sort of untouchable existence that was above the common people like the mine workers, but now that he was here, it had a similar vibe to the mining town, but with a different sort of hard work and less of the black lung. The daily training became predictable, with Tank increasing the difficulty every time that Karl thought he was getting better, while the evenings of that week all went the same. Eat, train, then Dana would come over in the later evening so she could actually sleep, as her neighbors had realized that she was torturing them back with the golem, which didn't have to be summoned all the time. But what they didn't know was that while the golem had been practicing his line dancing until the small hours of the morning, Dana had been asleep on the balcony of Karl's room. Her daily training had also intensified now that she had Jill as her personal tutor, and she was so exhausted that she had to be literally carried out of bed some days to get ready after Karl had left with Sergeant Rita. Unlike Karl, who just hurt everywhere from physical training, her mind was completely frazzled from the requirements of her mana expansion training, leaving her feeling sleep-deprived even in the middle of the afternoon. Perhaps that was what the colonel had meant when she said that Sergeant Rita went easy on him. He hurt everywhere, even in places he didn't know could hurt, but he was still functional. And it was clear that Dana wasn't going to make it much longer at this rate when the Saturday training session rolled around and Colonel Valerie was the one that met them at the door in the morning after breakfast. "Good morning, Colonel. We are ready to go." Karl greeted her at the door, then winced as she patted him on the shoulder in greeting. Dana was awake, but in a daze, not in any shape to be vocal, so Karl was doing the speaking for the both of them. Colonel Valerie seemed to recognize that, and she didn't push for more speech out of them as she led them to the car and back to the same training warehouse from a week ago. The teams all smiled as they saw the two bedraggled students stumble in, leaning on each other to remain upright. Karl, because he could barely walk, and Dana, because she was half asleep. Well, they made it through Hell Week, but I'm not sure if they're in any shape to make it through one more day of training to make it to the day off. One of the mages laughed. Alice, the dark-haired mage that watched Karl's training every day, smirked at him and gestured toward the pair. "Try them, I think you will find that they're in better shape than they look," she suggested. The teams moved closer to begin an attack routine, and the two students responded in unison. Dana summoned a golem and Karl called Hawk out, letting the giant bird fly freely around the warehouse. Colonel Valerie gave a rueful chuckle, and the team members backed away with a smile. "Well, that might not be the ingrained response we were hoping for, but it works, I guess." One of the warriors agreed. "I can still fight, just not as energetically as usual, unless you've got some painkillers." "I swear that my bruises have bruises right now," Karl replied. "Good thing that you can fight a ranged battle then." "Should we wake Dana up and get this started?" the man asked. Dana didn't open her eyes as she answered. "I'm awake. What's our first activity?" "This week is not As bad as last week. We want to see how the two of you work together to defend a spot in the middle of the warehouse against multiple attackers. But we will have to call Hawk back because there isn't enough terrain set up to sneak up with him hanging out in the rafters. One of the warriors explained as he began to equip a set of training armor. The helmet had a face shield and a neck protector, giving the attacking team full coverage as well as the shielding from their mages, so they shouldn't get hurt no matter what Karl and Dana did to them, but in the eyes of the attacking team, there wasn't much they were likely to do in that state. This was an essential part of the first week's training, learning to function on limited sleep and while exhausted. It wasn't as severe as the military put the regular soldiers through, at least not in the physical sense, but the students were also younger, and the mental exhaustion was undoubtedly just as great. Alice led Karl and Dana to the center of the impromptu maze, while a group of the warriors scattered through the crates that made up an approximation of either narrow alleys or an office building's maze of walls. Karl wasn't sure which it was meant to be, as he hadn't personally seen either, but it was going to make it easy for them to get close before they were detected. Karl's eyes were much better than human, but his hearing hadn't changed much, nor had his other senses, but his eyes could only see for a few meters around them. Set the golem to guard this spot, and I will set up traps. Then you start spreading fog, but in random banks around us. It doesn't have to encompass our position. Karl whispered. Karl sat down with the warriors, one of whom was still nursing a sore foot with his boot off. As you can see, the most effective strategy against many targets is actually the feet and legs. They're not as protected, and while the target will be careful what they step on, that also means they will be hesitant to approach you. Daniel explained, taking on the role of the spokesman after having watched Karl in his regular classes for a week. That makes sense. The boot has to have some feeling or you won't be able to walk as smoothly, but that also means that the armor is limited. I wasn't expecting someone to actually step on the tripwire though. Karl agreed. That made the other warriors chuckle. Thin wires in the fog is a great combination technique, and it was what we were initially planning to suggest. There are only so many different ways to use rend, but if you treat it like wire, then you should be able to make a number of quality traps, as well as set up ambushes. Our discussion today will be less about new ways to use your technique, and what we should be finding you for a second pet attempt. If you had someone who could fight at your side in that situation, like the golem, you would have increased your potential defenses by a lot, and it might have been enough to deal with all the attackers. The official position is that we should have you try with more newborns or eggs, as that was how Hawk started. If you try to bond a larger, aggressive monster, there is a strong possibility that it would remain hostile to you and waste your talent until it is put down. There is also the chance that a lost pet might not be able to be replaced. The classes that can summon a familiar or helper pet are like that. Once it's gone, it is gone and they can't do it again. Your class is unique, and you can bond with actual monsters, not use magic to summon a mouse or cat-level common animal, plus you can bring them into that space in your mind that nobody knows the limitations of. But that is why we are being cautious. There is a lot of potential there, and we don't want to make a fatal error. Daniel explained. Karl nodded slowly. The explanation made sense, but the space felt more like it was a nest, a home for whatever lived there. It didn't stop existing when Hawk was outside, and the second space was just sitting empty, waiting for Karl to build a nest for something else. All right, what did you have in mind? Is there like some strategic reserve of monster babies for study or something? Karl asked. The team laughed and shook their heads. No, what we're going to do is go for a little adventure. There are a few tame species of monsters that the scientists study, but those aren't what we need for an elite that cultivates combat pets. Instead, we are going to head to the southern plains and go find you a proper monster. The place is infested with them, and they're all brutal killers. They have to be to survive there among their own kind. So, the initial plan is to drive around until you find one that feels promising to your class, then hunt it. We have surveillance, and we've marked nearly 100 nests and infant monsters, so there is a good chance that we can find what you need. Look at the hawk. He started out as an egg in the kitchen, and now he's one of the largest birds of prey that I have ever seen. Most birds his size, even the monstrous ones, are flightless, but his body is light and powerful despite his size. If another pet went through a similar advancement, we could be looking at a whole new strain of monster that is more deadly than any other on its level. Daniel was clearly excited as he finished his speech, and the others were preparing to bring out the maps to show Karl the possible matches that they had found. We've got everything from snakes to badgers to a crystalline mammoth cub tract. So whatever you think would be best can be available. Daniel added. A crystalline mammoth would be a nightmare for anyone to fight against. They were supposed to have incredible magical powers according to folklore, but the book said that it was a result of their hide reflecting and changing any attacks sent against them. Plus, they stood over 5 meters tall and could crush armored cars with just their feet. Having one would be cool, but feeding one could be much more difficult than keeping Hawk happy. One of the others gestured to spots on a map they unrolled. We have also prepared for the possibility that your skills only allow you to bond with birds, so there are 6 different powerful potential avian partners who have eggs in their nests. Now, actually getting the eggs won't be easy, but that's why we're here. We will send 2 teams with you to gather the new pet, and then we will impose a full blackout on the information so that it doesn't leak out until you are ready for others to know. If it is a baby, you will need time to help it grow, and nobody wants everyone to know their true power if they have the chance to hold a secret skill back for emergencies. Daniel smiled at Karl's hesitation. We're all on the same team, but we're all competing for the best jobs, the next promotion, that special chance that will give us something that we want. Having a little something in reserve can help impress people at just the right moment. Karl smiled at the warriors as he understood the logic. All right, when do we leave? Now. I will go get Alice, and we will take Jody and Anise as well, so that Dave and Jill can stay to watch over Dana as she recovers. They will likely spend the night here, resting and practicing. Through the off day, the academy is too loud to really focus, so having a night to just sit in silence should be appreciated, Daniel explained. The random fog banks might confuse the attackers, and Karl would set traps using Rend, as they had taught him last week. They didn't have much time, as the warehouse was not a huge place, but Karl worked quickly to get traps set up on most of the routes into the center by putting them just into his line of sight. There were a few routes behind him that he couldn't keep visible, so the golem would guard those approaches, and that would have to be enough warning for them. The team approached silently for the most part. The sound of someone bumping into a wall in the fog alerted Karl to their approach, but he couldn't be certain if it was an accident or a deliberate distraction. Then there was another from off to his left, and a sharp intake of breath as the warrior stopped short just before he would have run into the trap. Karl carefully added one more trap, down by the ankles and a half step further than the first, which was at chest height in the fog. There was a full second of silence as the warrior checked the trap in the dense fog, and then a crash as he ducked under it and hit the second line, falling out into the open. Only a few steps from the central area Karl was guarding. Karl sent a shred attack his way, and the warrior raised his hands as the attack slammed into his helmet. That should be the signal for out, because after that, he lay on the ground and played dead. There was another footstep and a soft chuckle from behind him as the next man in line assumed that Karl had gotten the drop on him, then a loud cuss as he stepped on the trap line and retreated around the corner. That made the others much more careful, and Karl nearly missed the next one until the golem surged forward to attack down a corridor. It was going to pursue the target, but Dana called it back to them, waiting to see what the warriors would do, and smart enough not to let the golem out of her sight where they could trick the simple reactions of the automaton. A few seconds later, they came all at once, making Karl and Dana both lash out with spells as fast as they could for the next few seconds as the warriors dodged and parried, until they found blades at their necks, marking the end of the defense. Not bad. We have 1 chased off by the golem, 3 down by traps, and 4 more downed in the final rush. Now, grab an energy drink and something to eat. We're going to go over some more effective defensive measures using the skills that you both have. Colonel Valerie congratulated them with a nod of appreciation for their effort. That was the best praise that they had managed to get out of her yet, and Karl was sure that it was a good sign that she was warming up to them a little bit. Jody was the stereotypical blonde, handsome ladies' man, while Anise was a short but muscular ginger woman, and both were among the military half of the Bureau of Elite Development Agents. That seemed to be a deliberate choice by Daniel as he led them all to a military vehicle which was far better suited to off-road use than the car that they had taken from the academy. "How long will it take us to get there?" Karl asked as they got in the truck. "Not long. We're close to the region that we want to start the search in, so we will drive a few hours and stop at a way station for the night. It would be better to search for the targets when we're all fresh and rested. Mistakes happen in the dark, and I despise writing incident reports." Daniel replied with a teasing smile. They didn't wait for any long goodbyes. They just headed out and followed the highway south, intending to make their destination in time for dinner. That was still going to be difficult, Karl realized as the sun set, and they were still driving, but a few hours after that, they were pulling up to a walled town that opened the gates for them and let them in to park next to a small motel, with a row of units in 2 levels and gun turrets on each end of the roof. "I take it that this place is a bit more dangerous than it is at home," Karl commented with a gesture toward the guns and the spotlights that were mounted on every building near the wall. "A little bit, but mostly it is a precaution against larger predators trying to break into the city. Nobody wants to run to the wall for every emergency, so they build turrets on their workplace instead," Alice explained. Daniel checked them in, and Karl found himself alone in a small room with a single bed and a television. It wasn't anything special as far as hotels went, but it was quiet, so he spent the next few hours meditating and working on the new beast space to prepare it for occupancy. "Get something cool," Hawk demanded. "And what do you think would be good?" "If you say a messy eater so you can steal the scraps, I will have to remind you that you mostly eat in separate spaces," Karl replied. "Something that will scare targets. Maybe a huge snake. Everything is afraid of snakes, even if they're easy to chop with rend." Karl thought for a second. "I think that it would be best to get another smart species. We work well together because we can communicate easily. If they can't follow the same instructions, it will just make it harder to fight. That rules out snake monsters. They're dangerous, but not intelligent." "What about a war bear?" "They're smart. We should get a war bear." They were also 7 meters tall when standing on all 4 feet, covered in heavy natural armor and infamously ill-tempered, peak overlord rank monsters. A war bear would take on anything without fear, from a juvenile dragon to a main battle tank. "I don't think we will be in a mood to celebrate if Mama War Bear finds us trying to steal her cub," Karl reminded Hawk. The Windspeed Hawk and the War Bear actually got along well, as the Hawks liked to chirp for assistance when they wanted a partner to take down prey, and the War Bear would happily kill anything that walked on its territory. But it didn't consider birds a threat, as they stayed off the ground unless they were hunting, and they were smart enough not to hunt anything that the War Bear liked to eat. Karl drifted off to sleep a few hours later and woke up to the sound of a warning siren. He quickly threw on his uniform and got up to see what was going on. As an elite at the awaken rank, it was part of his duty to respond to these sorts of emergencies, even if the town was prepared. They had the 4 escorts from the Bureau as well, so he wouldn't be in any real danger, but if it was a monster attack, there was a chance that it might lead him to an opportunity to find his second partner. As soon as he stepped out the door, there was a man in a police officer's uniform pointing at him. "You're an elite, right? Ranged or melee?" The policeman shouted. "Either." "Where do you need me?" Karl asked. "On the wall." "It's a locust swarm." The officer was obviously panicking, and Karl wondered why a bunch of tiny insects were causing so much panic to people other than the farmers. Jody and Daniel were outside a few seconds behind him, while Alice and Anise were up in the tower on top of the hotel and were already preparing to start casting spells. "Hawk, stay inside. They're shooting at anything that moves." Karl warned his partner, then ran to the wall a few meters from the hotel. The swarm was hundreds of meters wide, and behind them, there was nothing. Not branches or grass, nothing but bare dirt and locust droppings. That explained why the villagers were terrified of these things, and they were much larger than Karl had read about in the book. These were a common grade monster species and larger than his forearm, instead of the size of his finger. Nothing was trying to eat the locusts, as Karl had expected of this insect buffet, and he quickly realized why. Everyone that the locals shot was instantly devoured by those around it, leaving nothing behind. With that sort of cannibalistic instinct, not even Hawk would want to attack and have most of his food stolen before he could retrieve it. Karl shook himself out of his reverie and sent a constantly widening set of rend attacks into the front of the locust swarm, tearing dozens apart with each of the 4 attacks. That wasn't even close to enough firepower to slow the tide, but the power consumption was low, and Karl was throwing them out twice per second. The mages were the ones that made the first real change in the tightly packed ranks of the swarm. By using fireballs to burn huge holes in the pack that quickly filled with other locusts eating the bodies and caused the front line to waver as the insects were distracted by the prospect of food left behind. That made for an even more densely packed group, and Karl changed to creating a net with 2 rend attacks and stretched it into a thin wire, which took a bit more power, but which tore apart a large patch of the locusts. The more of them that were destroyed at once, the slower their progress got, buying time for the locals and their guns to get in position and begin defending their homes. The buildings would likely hold up against the swarm, Karl assumed. But the gardens and everything else would not. The land would be left completely barren after the swarm passed, and they would have to start over from nothing. Welcome to the South. A man with a rifle and a cart full of equipment greeted Karl as he made it up the ramp. Quite the morning. What do you have there? Karl replied as he continued to attack. Automated flamethrower turret. If we have to retreat to the bunkers, they will burn most everything that tries to get into the town. Bloody locusts will even eat the metal when they get close, not much else you can do. Karl kept up the low-power attacks as the locust swarm began to dwindle under the combined firepower of the town and the efforts of the elites. Jody and Daniel were currently using rifles as they were close combatants, but they were highly skilled with them, and every shot counted against the pure numbers of locusts. How long can you keep that up? The man beside Karl asked as another fence of 4 rend attacks tore apart the front lines of the swarm. Long enough. They're going to be here before I'm worn out. Karl replied. Perhaps not, lad. Just wait. Once they're close enough, we will start with the explosives, and that should thin them out quick, fast, and in a hurry. The man informed him with a smile. The first explosives were a line of landmines that the swarm set off, tearing apart the entire front line of insects, and then the one behind it as they reached the second row of mines. That was over a quarter of the insects in a few seconds, but they were leaping into the air now, flying over the minefield. That made them easier targets for rend, as now they were right at Karl's eye level, and the attack would tear through multiple ranks of them before dissipating. Then, the city's police force began firing grenade launchers into the swarm, hitting some in the air and others on the ground. The rifles were having a harder time against the flying insects, but Karl and the mages were not. The exploding magical fireballs and crimson streaks of energy were stopping everything that the grenades didn't, and the flying portion of the swarm began to descend to in order to eat the bodies. That set off more of the landmines, and the number of attackers began to fall to the point that they hardly seemed like a threat anymore. But even a few could run amok through the town, and each of them could kill a human, then use the body as nutrients for more locust eggs. Karl began to sweat with exertion, and Hawk was pushing to come out and assist, even if he was standing beside Karl on the wall. It's all right, buddy. We're almost done here. 1 more minute, and they'll be all gone. Then whatever cleanup the town does can start. Karl replied, placating the bird for a moment as he slowed his attacks to avoid overtaxing his stamina. The locusts made a field of green blood and body bits in the distance when the alarm finally sounded again, marking the official end of the battle and the start of the cleanup effort, which would ensure there were no survivors or viable eggs left behind. Thank you, Elite. Might I know your name? The man beside Karl asked politely. Karl, awakened rank student at the academy. He replied, and the man chuckled. I must say I'm a bit jealous. You did an impressive job here today. Your skills are well suited to town defense against the swarms of weaker monsters. Come back again sometime and drinks will be on us. Daniel laughed as he came over to the pair. No getting the students drunk so young. He reprimanded the local. Bah, you city folk are too uptight. Out here in the sticks, we start drinking beer with breakfast as soon as we can walk. Karl chuckled. That was because the water was no good, so you had to filter it and beer came ready to drink. His own family had done the same thing, though they thinned the cheap beer with the more expensive drinking water for the kids. Still, we're headed out into the long grass, so no drinking this morning, even if the beer is free with breakfast. Daniel cautioned Karl with a frown. Got it, boss. No drinking before we go monster hunting. It took a few minutes before things had calmed down enough that the staff returned to the restaurant next to the motel, but there was hot coffee in the pots, and the 4 agents were happy with that until the cook returned to take their orders. Alice was the first to address their plans for the day. As we've all been vividly reminded, the South is not a safe area, and it belongs more to the monsters than the people. So, we will have to watch every move that we make as we travel further from civilization. The first spot that I want to stop is here, by the river. I don't know if Karl gets some sort of calling to his potential partners, or if it will be a conscious decision every time, but there should be a wide variety of options along the riverbank. Most monsters need to drink, so they will have to go there eventually. The optimal targets would seem to be the stone-skin rhino, the golden dire bear, the giant crocolisk, and the armored ape. They were definitely aiming to get Karl a tank for the next pet, but they were right, those would all be great options. The stone-skin rhino could spread its armor over nearby targets. The golden dire bear had an extremely impressive strengthening ability. The armored ape also had armor magic, and the crocolisk was basically a living tank. Karl would put it at the bottom of his list as it didn't have innate magic that he would be likely to learn, but as far as combat power, it was certainly near the top of the list. Since I gained Hawk's, Rend, skill, I think that another innate skill would most likely be passed on as well, so it might be just as important to pick a good skill as it is to pick the toughest of monsters. Karl suggested. We could go a bit further and try to find him a giant Sero? Daniel suggested. You think that a giant armored lizard with rhino horns is what anyone would want as a pet? Alice asked. The warrior shrugged. It's a herbivore, so easy to feed. It's huge, armored, and it has the rapid regeneration, innate skill. When it activates that ability, it will heal from the most egregious wounds in seconds. How would that not be useful? Jody smiled. I just think it will be amusing to see someone try to fight an ancient lizard the size of a small elephant. Karl had never heard of such a creature, but it sounded terrifying. Their drive took them out of the grassland and down a road that led through a marshy area where the crocolisk could be found. There were other magical beasts in the area, ones that hadn't been flagged as the most likely ones to build a strong team with Hawk, and some of them were not shy about being around the roadway when they passed. For example, a large antlered animal roughly the size of their truck, with long legs and a thick neck that promised those broad antlers weren't just for show. What exactly is that? Karl muttered as they passed it by. Southern moose. They're not a magical beast, but most of the common grade beasts won't mess with them. Alice replied. That was understandable. The beast was massive. Up ahead, they spotted a few smaller magical creatures, and the others watched Karl carefully to see if he had any sort of response to them, but Karl was just in wonder at all the scenery, unlike anything he had ever seen before. First up, there should be a stone-skin rhino nest around here somewhere. It is further back off the road, so we will have to walk in to find it. One team will come with you, the other will stay to guard the truck so we don't have to walk home. Daniel informed him seriously. All right. Let's go see what we can find. Karl agreed. According to the map, they would have to pass by a bit of the marsh, then they would be back at the river, and that was where they were likely to find the rhino nest, as well as many other predators. Stop. Don't leave the truck. It looks like we found one of our options early. Alice ordered, and Daniel abruptly, but silently, pulled his door closed again. Off in the trees, there was an enormous furry creature with a mottled pattern of golden spots through jet black fur. That should be the golden dire bear that they had informed him of, and it had a small cub with it. The problem was that they were together, and the mother was paying close attention to her young cub, which meant they wouldn't be able to sneak up on it and see if Karl could bond it. The mother is commander rank, and she doesn't look impressed to see us here. How about we go a little further along? Jody suggested. Karl considered the options for a moment. The golden dire bear would be a good team member, especially as they grew so naturally powerful, but getting into a fight with one on the off chance that the cub would forgive him and work together seemed risky. We know where they are now. We can come back later, perhaps with some meat, and see if that puts her in a better mood. Daniel agreed, while Jody began to slowly drive until the bear decided that they were no longer a threat and went back to watching her cub. It's a bit further from the river, but up ahead here there are some survivors of the giant lizard breeds. There aren't many of them left, at least not outside the breeding farms in the west, but any of them should be a viable option. They're not dragons, but there are some drakes among them, and almost every species has some sort of innate skill. Jody explained as he turned down a dirt path. They drove for another 10 minutes when Jody stopped the truck and pointed to the far side of a clearing where there was a large group of animals, roughly the same 2 meters tall as the golden dire bear had been on all 4 feet, but with thick scales and 3 horns on their wide heads as the Sero were described. They were happily munching plants with beaked mouths, which made Hawk happy, and they seemed to be non-aggressive and less threatened. Those are a subset of the Sero. They're less than half the size of the ones we were looking for, and they lack the full extent of the healing ability, but they have a rather unique racial skill that you might like. These beasts can coat themselves in magical lightning. They use it both as armor and as a weapon when they charge. Jody explained. There are eggs in the nests, and they're closer to us than to the beasts. Do you think that we should take a little trip out and see if we can get one to test? Daniel asked. Karl agreed that they looked like they would be a suitable option, and they had heavy scales all over their body that looked impenetrable, as well as the 3 long horns and the armored head. I will be in and out in seconds, Hawk suggested. I will send Hawk. Karl informed the others, then opened the door a crack to call the bird out into the open. Hawk streaked through the trees, and as soon as he grabbed an egg, alerting the herd to a predator in their midst, Karl called him back into the beast's space. He could feel the egg, the life form inside of it, and it had been pushed to the other space when Hawk entered his home, but it was not ready to hatch. There was something missing for Karl to form a bond with it. I think it's a possibility, but I need to do something, and I'm not sure what. Karl informed the others as Jody began driving again. Slowly, as if the bird had nothing to do with them. Then we will keep looking. Place the egg here in the padded bag, and we will hold on to it in case. It's the best option, Alice explained. In the taming space, Hawk shook his feathers, and something else moved to the secondary space. Did you get something on you? Karl asked curiously. Not sure what happened. Hawk asked, unable to see the other space or its contents. There is a tiny egg, like minuscule. Karl explained as he examined the egg. There is another tiny egg there as well. I think that it was on Hawk when he came back. I'm not sure what it is yet. Karl informed the others. Can you bring it out? Or is it too fragile to move easily? Alice asked. It looks very soft, not like a bird egg, but there is something alive in there for certain. I can feel it. Karl explained, then moved the egg to one of the padded bags. The others looked at it in horror, and Alice opened the door. Get that thing out of here. That's a bloodbath spider egg. Karl looked down at the egg. The bloodbath spider was an urban legend. They were an invasive predator from a nation to the east and survived entirely on blood, like a mosquito. But unlike the common mosquito, they grew to the size of a small car and had mandibles that could tear through steel to get to what they wanted. They were supposed to have been hunted to extinction, but it seemed that there were still some hiding out here in the wilderness. Karl was still admiring the soft egg when the truck made an abrupt turn, circling back the way that they had arrived from, and Jody increased his speed. You know that it is an egg, right? It's not hatched. Karl reminded the playboy. Yeah, you say that now, but where is Mother Bloodbath? They lay their eggs on the strands of their web. If Hawk came back with a spider egg on him, He broke a strand of the web as he flew over to get the other egg. They don't lay many eggs at a time because it would overpopulate an area too quickly, so they're probably going to be very protective. He replied, beginning to panic. The mother can bite through the armored roof of this truck. Daniel whispered to Karl, explaining the situation more clearly. They had 4 fully trained and high-ranking elites, but precisely 0 who fancied walking home after their car was demolished by a giant spider. Karl moved the egg back into the secondary beast space. If they didn't find another option, this bloodbath spider hatchling would do very well. It looked like the spider and the lightning Sero might be his only options if they were picking today, because Jody was headed straight back to town, and he wasn't even slowing down when they got near the river, where the other options on the original list should be. Well, it appears that I've got 2 choices. How about I hold them both and see which one I can get to hatch and bond first? Karl offered as the town walls came back into sight. 2 is enough. Jody agreed. Alice looked ready to disagree with him, but the other 2 looked like they were on his side with the plan to not spend any more time in the wilderness after the day that they had. They had only run into a few predators, but they were the worst possible ones to anger. At the very least, they would wait one night before going back out. Again. The academy had given permission for the trip, and they didn't have a set schedule, so they could stay out here for a week if they needed it. As long as the answer of whether Karl could bond another monster was clear, they could take all the time that they needed. Once they were both safely set in the secondary beast space, the 2 eggs seemed to be coexisting without any issues, but they couldn't be moved to Hawk's space anymore, which made Karl wonder if he was going to have to move one of them out the minute that the other one hatched and bonded. There was one easy way to find out. Karl began to meditate and pour energy into the space, which flooded into the eggs. They were both immature eggs, though of more powerful monsters than the Windspeed Hawk, and the change was immediately noticeable. The embryos in the eggs began to develop at a massively increased rate as the space increased in size to accommodate them. He should probably pick one or the other well before they hatched, but both were growing so well that Karl didn't want to change anything yet. There was always the possibility that he could have multiple beasts in the space once they were bonded. Perhaps this second space was for unbonded pets in waiting? The first to hatch was the Sero, with small horns smashing through the eggshell, and a sense of mingled joy and relief flooding Karl's mind as the small reptile bonded with him. As Hawk had done, the beast began to grow rapidly out of its awkward newborn phase, but the Sero wasn't as helpless as a baby bird, and he was screaming for food already. Karl focused and found that he could move the creature to Hawk's space, but he felt like a visitor there. It wasn't his space, but the small prehistoric-looking beast began to happily graze on the imaginary grass that Karl had made, and its body fleshed out with the influx of energy. So, Karl kept adding more energy to the second space with the bloodbath spider egg, which was still growing and maturing. "What are you up to?" "We're here," Alice asked. "I need to focus. I think that the eggs can both be hatched and bonded," Karl muttered, not opening his eyes. "All right, just follow me to a hotel room and you can finish your work," Alice instructed as Jody parked the truck. The others went to talk to the staff, while Alice led Karl to a room, then closed and bolted the door while she waited there with him. "If that spider hatches and you can't bond it, you will need one of us here to keep you safe. It will be weaker than you, but they're fast and they can dig inside the skin, which makes victims panic," she explained. Karl hadn't considered that possibility. If he couldn't bond it, he likely couldn't keep it in that space either, but he wasn't sure that either he or Hawk could handle it running wild in the hotel room. A tiny spider running loose would be a nightmare to catch, but Alice was a mage, so she likely had some way to deal with it. Karl forged ahead and kept the progress going on the spider egg in the secondary space, growing it to the size of a baseball, with a transparent membrane that held a large black spider inside. It was almost ready to hatch, and the space had been expanded by quite a bit, though the quality of it still seemed very low compared to the first space. In retrospect, that was the wrong course of action. But Karl had no way of knowing that until the egg hatched and the pain hit his mind. The moment that the spider egg hatched, The two beast spaces in his mind were nearly torn apart, with a third trying to form. And the imbalance between the complete space and the incomplete one was not allowing them to find a common distribution rate to form the third space. I need high-energy food, whatever you can get. Karl informed Alice with a pained wince, feeling like his head was going to explode. What is happening? The mage asked as she sent a message on her phone to the others. Both of them hatched too close together for me to equalize their living spaces. It is trying to create a third space in my mind, but the second is not ready to be split, and the first can't give up the energy that it already has. I need that energy, Karl demanded. It's on its way, just hold on for a few more seconds, and we will get you something, Alice explained. The reserves for Hawk were almost all raw meat, which Karl would have a horrible time digesting, but there was some roasted chicken in there, which Karl pulled out as a stopgap measure until he could. Get something with more energy. Does it have to be meat? Alice asked frantically. Anything with an awakened energy level or better. Karl replied as the energy influx from the chicken flowed through his body. Jody rushed in with a bag from the truck and began pulling out supplies until he got to the pre-packaged meals. These are all ascended rank meat for the main course, and the other dishes should be decent. They're made for commander rank elites on energy-intensive missions, he explained as he tore the first pack open and handed it to Karl with a spoon. A cold ration pack was not exactly fine dining, but it was edible enough, and the energy flow was enough that the immediate pain was fading, while a sense of mental stress was settling in as a third space began to form. Both of the hatchlings were drawing immense amounts of energy from him, and even after Karl did his best to feed them what power he could absorb, it wasn't enough. I need monster blood and large amounts of magical plants for the new beasts. I think that things will stabilize once they are fed and not drawing energy straight from me, Karl explained, while otherwise completely focused on feeding himself and keeping his focus well enough to stabilize the newly formed space. Magical plants were something that they had plenty of, since the plants didn't have to be edible to humans. Daniel brought back what appeared to be an entire hay bale, while a few minutes after that, Jody returned with a 5-gallon pail full of blood. The shrub was put into the newest area, as the baby Sarah seemed to be the more placid of the two, while the bloodbath spider took its name literally and accidentally fell off the rim of the bucket into the blood before climbing back out to drink more carefully. You need to keep eating, Alice advised him as Karl began to relax. That made him open his eyes and look at his hand as he reached out for more food. What the hell? What happened to me? He gasped as he looked at the skeletal thin arm in front of him. You tell us. You suddenly started to wither, and it's still ongoing, though not as fast as it was at first. You look like hell, Alice replied. Karl dug into what looked like a set of plates from the buffet, piled high with whatever could be grabbed, and tried to form his thoughts. The monsters don't share a space the way that I expected them to, or rather, they can't. I didn't realize that until the third one hatched and bonded. It needed to form another mental space, and I wasn't prepared. It drew the energy it needed from me, and it looks like I barely managed to keep up. If the beasts hadn't been hatchlings, they would have needed more energy to stabilize a space at their power level, and I would most likely be dead right now, or one of them would have broken free. There is a cap on the size, but not on the power density of the first space that I have reached. But there is a minimum requirement to properly bond a new pet, I know that now. One separate mental space, with as much or more stored energy than the creature being bonded has. In the future, it would be best to keep going with hatchlings, unless I have time to form a space for them in advance and to stock it with massive amounts of energy. But right now, I need a lot of food for growing beasts and to try to recover what was spent. I don't even know how long that will take. Have any of you ever seen anything like this before? Karl explained. Jody frowned. I have, but it was the result of a hostile spell, not backlash from an ability. It looks like there are dangers to overextending yourself in this way. But are the two new beasts really stable? Karl inspected the beast spaces. Yes, they're stable, at least for now. They are going to need some time before they're ready to actually begin training, but they are stabilized. Then our priority is to get you back into functional shape. We will help you eat and try to regain energy tonight, and then in the morning we will determine if you need to be hospitalized until you can regain enough of the lost mass to be safely moved back to the academy. Alice informed him with a pitying look on her face. I guess I had better get to work on my recovery then. What do we have for higher rank foods? I will let you know when it's too much for me to digest efficiently. Karl sighed. Start with this salad. It might taste awful, but it's the most potent in the group. It was prepared for us to recover quickly from injuries, so it has healing properties and a commander rank base. Alice offered. Karl took the first bite, and energy flooded his system at a rate faster than anything he had ever experienced, then began to drain into all three of the beast's spaces as fast as he could eat. It took immense focus to keep some of that for his own body, but after a few bites, he was getting the hang of splitting the energy 4 ways. The mental strain of the new spaces was diminishing as the energy influx became greater than the beasts need to draw from him in order to stabilize their early growth, but the pounding headache that Karl had was only getting worse. It felt like someone was kicking him in the skull from the inside, but he had no idea what he should do about it. Then, after a few minutes and 3 of the 4 salads, Karl found the reason. A new voice broke through the pain and whispered in his mind. This food is good. Is there more? The placid voice was coming from the newest of the spaces in his mind, which was currently occupied by the Sero, who was happily munching away on the plants as his body grew from its hatchling state. I will get you more before that runs out. Karl agreed. That was enough to reassure the creature, and with it the pressure on Karl's mind. At least, some of the pressure on his mind. The bond with the bloodbath spider was still not strong enough, and while the creature seemed happy with the situation that it was in, the bond between them still needed work until Karl could speak to it mentally and ensure that it wasn't going to escape and run rampant through the town. Hawk had a habit of wandering out of the space any time that he wanted, but Karl was fairly certain that he could keep the beasts in the space if he wanted to. Once the bond was formed, they would obey his orders without too many questions, and asking that they stay inside was a simple enough request. With the singular goal of stopping the pain in his head, Karl kept adding energy to the spaces, working to strengthen them while he rebuilt the damage that was done to his body as well as he could with the excess energy that he could spare from the process. A few minutes later, a man in a white coat came into the room, carrying a large box full of various potions and assorted tools that Karl vaguely recognized as medical devices in his distracted state. He's stable, according to my skill, but he's got a long way to go. I will give him a regrowth potion, and I hope that your overseer will cover the cost. These things aren't cheap. The doctor informed the other elites in the room. Daniel laughed. We were sent here directly by the Bureau of Elite Development. We can put it on the expense account. No need for a reimbursement filing. That was the best news that the doctor had heard all day, and with that magic promise of a direct billing to the expense account, he was eager to break out all the best treatments to get the young student fully recovered from whatever mishap he had sustained. Might I ask what caused this? If I know, I might be able to treat it more effectively. The doctor asked. That's a fine question, and we really don't know the answer. He is a strange class marking, and he bonded a Windspeed Hawk-type magical beast to him in order to gain power. On this outing, we wanted to see if he could add more monsters and expand his powers. Well, it worked, and he added 2, but there was some sort of backlash. It was too much mental strain, but then it started siphoning off his body as well. Alice explained. What 2 monsters? The doctor asked. A Sero, probably one of the smaller lightning adept varieties, and a bloodbath spider, both hatchlings. She explained. It is possible that the bloodbath spider was not getting what it needed, and it fed from the elite's body instead. Did you find some food for it? Hatchlings are born hungry, he asked. We did. There is a lot of awakened quality blood for it and a smaller amount of ascended because we weren't sure what it would be able to digest. Alice explained. The doctor pulled another set of potions out and began to set up an 4 drip for Karl, to make it easier to keep feeding him potions until he recovered. I suspect that a lot of the issue will be blood loss and extreme dehydration. Did you say that the Sero has lightning or regeneration as its primary racial skill? The doctor requested, with a notepad in his hands. We would assume lightning, as they were the smaller variety at the nest, but it's freshly hatched, and we haven't seen the bonded animal's ability yet. That was good enough for the doctor, and he added more rapid healing medication to the bag and an electrical insulator on the stand. One thing that he didn't want was for his expensive treatment to get shocked into uselessness if the monster broke free during treatment. He needn't have worried so much about that particular pet. It was perfectly happy eating in the beast's space, with little to no motivation to do anything else right now. The bloodbath. Spider, on the other hand, was glutted on monster blood and bored, looking for something to do. While it was stuck in a featureless space with barely enough energy to be comfortable. I will add more features later so that you can start making yourself comfortable. Karl placated the spider. At least a tree to build my web in something. The spider complained, not understanding the intricacies of building the contents of the space. Karl took a branch from the pile of food that they had brought into the room for him to feed his pets and moved it into the fist-sized spider's area, near the bucket of blood. That's a start. It sighed with relief, then set about making a nest in the branch, with stringers that ran to the bucket, so it didn't have to walk across the unnerving nothingness to get there. An hour later, the doctor switched the medicines in the 4-bag, and Karl's body began filling back out to something closer to his natural state. It wasn't a full recovery, but the elites in the room were feeling a lot better about his chances of not only surviving this mishap but coming out better for it. The two monsters that Karl had bonded would both grow up to be extremely powerful without any additional help, but the evidence showed that simply being bonded to Karl would help them grow to be smarter and stronger than usual in a much shorter time. Between the hawk, the armored body of the Sero, and the bloodbath spider, they would form a combination that very few elites would be able to take down once they were fully grown. The bond grew as Karl stabilized the spaces all through the next day, and after a few glasses of straight monster blood, they were beginning to make progress on returning his body to its normal state. Currently, the feedback from the two new monsters wasn't great, and mostly it was them drawing from Karl and Hawk, who was also eating heavily to sustain the burden of their two rapidly growing hatchlings. But already Karl could feel that the demand was decreasing as they grew in power, and soon it would reverse, with them beginning to strengthen his awakened grade physique. The bloodbath spider, in particular. It was born on the strong side of awaken rank, going by its physique, but nobody in the room really knew what its innate skill was. It could tear apart an armored car with its mandibles, and smoothly cut through monster flesh with the claws at the end of its legs, but pure power wasn't enough to explain its deadly reputation at its level. Just after lunch, the best sign that the bonds were normalizing appeared. The Sero, who insisted its name was Thor, after someone in the room had mentioned the mythical god of lightning, had settled in to sleep off a heavy meal, and Karl received a mental impression of a new power. Refreshing lightning, create a lightning barrier around the caster that damages enemies and increases healing speed. Thor's lightning isn't just lightning. It is a magical effect that also slightly increases healing speed. I just gained access to it, but I don't dare use it in bed and hooked up to the 4. At least not the first time. Karl informed the others. Whoops of joy filled the small hotel room, and the weary elites began to celebrate the fact that there didn't seem to be any lingering damage to Karl's body from the mishap. Now, we just need to find out what the ability of the bloodbath spider is, and we're set. Alice cheered. Karl checked on the spider in his mind. It had gone from the size of a baseball to the size of a volleyball overnight, and it had consumed nearly a third of the bucket of blood that they had provided for it. But it was happily sleeping in the hammock it had made in the small branch it had been given, and wasn't ready to answer questions yet. Give it a bit longer. They're both sleeping it off, and I need to do some more strengthening of the spaces before they grow any more powerful. The incredible body growth speed is great in theory, but I wasn't prepared to contain them, and I'm still worried that they will grow faster than I can keep providing a home for them. Hawk was good that way. His initial power level started low, and he grew with practice, but these two are growing powerful quickly without any training at all. He explained. That's fine, take all the time that you need. Should we get you more of the monster blood to drink? Jody asked, concern clear on his face. It's fine. I think that. The initial lack was due to the spider, and once we got a bucket of blood in there for it, I just needed to replenish what I lost. Karl sighed. That was completely unexpected, but they had gained valuable insights into the bonding process and the possible side effects of bonding to something beyond your level. The spider still hadn't made direct contact with his mind yet, though he could feel its curiosity about where it was and what Karl was. They were lone predators by nature and had only recently taken to protecting their young as their numbers dwindled. Before that, they were nomadic, and once they mated, the females would lay single eggs every few days as they traveled, spreading their clutch far and wide. For most of the day, they all rested, moving past the excitement of the night before, and just before dinner, the doctor came to remove the force stand and the needles from Karl's arm. It looks like you're healed well enough to be in the clear now. Not all elites heal faster than normal, but you should be all right on your own, and you will just need some training to rebuild the muscle mass that you lost. The doctor informed Karl with a professional gaze. Thanks, document. I will get to that as soon as the headaches are gone and I'm feeling less dizzy. I think it should be within a day or so, possibly right after dinner. Karl replied. The doctor got back to tending to the rest of the frontier town, which Karl had learned was as much a military outpost as a town. They might not dress like it, but most of the townsfolk were low-level elites, people who never made it past common grade, and who signed up to work for the Defense Department. Like the doctor, who could make various medicines, but nothing amazingly powerful by magical standards, they were still elites, but doing the most dangerous sort of job by keeping the wild monsters restricted to the south and not moving into the more populated areas. Let me stand up, and I will see if this lightning is enough to help me recover. Karl suggested. Outside. Try the first time outside, in case you can't control it properly. Daniel reminded him. The first few attempts to stand up were shaky. But Karl was feeling better by the step, and once they were out in the parking lot, he was ready to give the refreshing lightning a try. Soft blue light crackled over his body, and Karl felt his body strengthening, while the sleeping Thor woke up for a moment to see who was under attack. Once it realized that it was just Karl healing himself, the newborn beast went back to sleep, secure in its small home and tired from the effort of growing so much. Impressive. The muscle mass is growing back at a notable rate, recovering from the damaged and dehydrated tissues. Your skin is clearing up and your pores are getting cleansed. You even smell faintly of ozone. It's a healing effect and a spa treatment in one. Jody noted with glee. Unfortunately, I can't put it on anyone else. But I think it's going to be a fairly reliable defensive technique. Karl agreed. The last thing that they needed to do to determine the usefulness of the ability was to test it. Alice raised a barrier in between them and gestured toward it with her fist. With just the lightning up, give that a punch as hard as you can. It will tell us how your muscles are recovering, as well as if the lightning can already stand up to an awakened rank impact. If it can't, it will break around your fist when you hit the barrier. She explained. Karl snapped a fast punch at the barrier and frowned. His strength wasn't fully recovered, and the physical strength wasn't as high as he would have preferred, but the lightning crackled against the barrier, making it glow bright blue and held firm. Well, it's an awakened rank ability, for certain. Karl will need to keep the lightning up as much as possible for a while, but the barrier is as good or better than that awakened rank training armor. Alice informed the others. Is it safe to touch? As in, can you sit down in a chair without scorching it? Daniel asked. Karl took a step back and saw the faint scorch marks where he was standing. I'm going with no. Even through my shoes, it's burning the ground. But it's not burning off my uniform, which is a big win for my dignity. Karl replied with a shrug. Yeah, best not to tempt fate. You aren't recovering as fast as the big Saro or the Trice with their indestructible Innate ability, but it's still much faster than I had expected. Daniel agreed. I feel well enough to sit for a proper dinner now, so how about we go eat? Karl suggested as he released the refreshing lightning ability. Eat? A soft feminine voice hissed in his mind. Are you hungry for something different? Karl asked delicately, hoping to make a good first impression on the spider. No, blood is life, life is power. I need a bigger nest before I lure prey, she replied. The spider reminded Karl of when Hawk was a baby, all about food. Always with the mice requests. Of course, if he hadn't had a massive growth spurt, those requests might not have stopped, but the focus on making the beast's situation right for comfortable eating was the same. The group sat down to a proper dinner at a restaurant down the street, while the spider peered out of Karl's mind, content in its small nest, but intrigued by the world around them. They killed it and burned it? Why do they do that to the food? The spider asked. For humans, it tastes better this way, and we can digest it more easily. Karl informed her. Interesting. I will try some. Karl put a bit of steak in the beast's face, and the spider happily tore it apart before eating it in delicate bites that directly contrasted with the ferocity used to portion it. Not bad, it simulates the warmth of living food. Humans are strange, but smart. It is very tender, and they put something on it for flavor as well. I approve. Karl smiled at the response, and Alice gestured for him to share with the group. My new spider friend gives her compliments to the chef. She approves of making the meat hot and tender, as well as the seasoning. Karl explained. Does she have a name? Alice asked. Karl knew she was listening, so he waited while she came up with an answer. Even if you don't, that is fine. I can help you come up with what you would like to be called later. He soothed the spider. What should I be called? For I am the bringer of death, the one that all are fearful to speak of, the shadow that stalks the night and haunts the dreams of prey. I am power and stealth, what name could suit such a mighty being? Karl could sense the immense pride, but it was for her speech and not for herself. She was very proud that she had come up with something good, and she had no concept of what an edgy emo teen was, so she had no idea how much she sounded like one. She hasn't yet picked a suitable name. If I come up with one, we will decide on it later. Karl informed the others. We will come up with something suitably impressive for you. But maybe it will be simple. Thor named himself after the god of lightning, so perhaps you would like to be named after the spider goddess Arachne. Karl suggested. There was a pause as she considered it. The spider didn't know anything about human gods. Is she a cool god? She asked. Very cool, and the most talented of gods at weaving. Karl agreed. That name is too coarse. I will be Ray, short for Arachne. She decided. Change of plans. She will be called Ray, short for Arachne, the spider goddess. Karl explained to the group, who were all waiting, while he had a silent conversation in his mind. Hawk, Thor, and Ray, all superb names. Daniel complimented the beasts before continuing to eat. Please, let us know when we can meet her. Alice replied with a smile, and Karl felt the spider looking out of his mind. Later, not now. It is too bright and too far from my nest. Maybe tonight. She isn't fond of bright places while she's still growing. Karl explained. Oh, that makes sense. We will meet tonight if she is up for it, and then after we have done some basic tests tomorrow, we will head back to the academy. I'm sure they're concerned about you, and Sergeant Rita is probably going to murder me for ruining her lesson plans again. Alice laughed. Karl gave her a questioning look, and the mage continued. Well, you've got 3 pets now, right? Hawk is well-versed in working with you, but he's never worked with the others, and they haven't done any survival training at all. Once they are back at the academy, the sergeant will want them all trained to work in a team for safety and to enhance their power. She explained. That got Thor's attention. There is safety and power in numbers. Together is much better than alone. On the way back to the hotel, Karl called out to Thor, who immediately began to run in a circle, sniffing the other team members so that he would recognize them as friends later. Then he came to stand by Karl's feet and looked around for something to eat. There isn't much food out here, but there are more friends. When we get back to the academy, I will introduce you to other trustworthy people as well. Karl explained. The lightning Sarah was the size of a large dog already, up from the ostrich egg size that he started from, and his horns were already beginning to grow. One on his nose, above the thick-beaked mouth, and two more on the armored frill that looked strangely like jade stone, slightly shiny, with wavy white lines through it in a pattern that spread down all its scales and thickened to pure white on its belly. The tail ended in a large armored ball with small studs all over it, like a living wrecking ball, but Thor was careful not to smash people with his tail as he ran around. The townspeople looked at them like they were crazy, wandering around with a baby lightning Sarah, but the creature was happy like a puppy and not attacking anyone, so they didn't voice their complaints about the danger of bringing monsters into town. Humans don't get big, do they? Just wait, I will be big enough to take care of you soon. Thor informed him with certainty that made Hawk laugh. Karl hadn't realized that the beasts could hear each other when they talked to him, but Hawk certainly could hear Thor. Thor wasn't worried about Hawk, though. His scales were so hard that the average wind-speed hawk would only pose a minimal threat to him, and they would be unable to drag him away into the sky with his size. Hawk still might not be able to lift him easily, but with Rend and Shred, the winner of a fight between them was unlikely to be Thor until he grew up. Humans don't have to be huge, they're smart. Haven't you been looking at all the strange things they have made? This place is like one huge web for hundreds of them. Ray added in her gentle voice. Thor didn't understand. Webs weren't a danger, they were just silk strings. But there were plenty of humans here, a whole herd of them that stayed in one spot, so they must be strong somehow. Thor took in everything that there was to see and relayed the information to the others. Ray didn't want to come out in the light, and Hawk knew that they were likely to shoot at him if he flew around town. Jody led them to an open field near the edge of town, a sport field for the local school, and then stopped the group. Let's get everyone out now. I know that Ray isn't comfortable in the light, but we're all friends here, so it should be all right, he announced, using his tone to imply that it was more of an order than a suggestion. Hawk happily went to stand by Thor, but Ray hesitated, still uncomfortable being in the open and around anyone in the light. Karl went over to stand in the shade of some trees at the edge of the field, and Ray relented, exiting the beast's space to hide in the branches. If there is a threat, I will pull you right back into the space if you don't notice it first. Just focus on the space, and you can return to it when you are close to me, Karl informed the skittish spider. Isn't she coming out? Jody asked, and Karl sensed Ray's smug smile even without looking at her. She's a bloodbath spider. Her body adapts coloration to her surroundings. She's in the tree, you idiot. Anise reprimanded him, speaking for the first time all day and startling everyone. She was normally quiet and let the boisterous blonde man do all the talking, but when she did speak, her reprimand brought him to an instant stop. Oh, right. Yes, there she is. Jody stammered, while Alice openly laughed at him. I like your friends. They're funny. Ray giggled. Miss Ray, would you mind attacking a barrier spell for me so we can see how your abilities are growing? Alice asked politely, before making the barrier in the branches of the tree, so the spider didn't have to come out. Ray inspected it for a moment, then her body surged with power, and she descended upon the barrier in a frenzy of violence. As soon as she attacked, Karl understood the brilliance of the bloodbath spider's evolution. The energy on her front claws and mandibles adapted as soon as she first touched the barrier, and insight flowed into Karl's mind. Offensive adaptation, passive ability that allows attacks to take on a more efficient form based on the target. Alice whistled in appreciation as the blows rained down on the barrier until the spider exhausted herself and backed up to the trunk of the tree, annoyed that the barrier didn't break. That is impressive. Just on attack power, you would certainly be ranked as Ascended, though the actual energy level is much lower and at the bottom end of Awakened. Alice informed her. Then the mage turned to Thor. Would you like to try as well? She set up the barrier on the ground, standing as tall as herself, and Thor ran off into the distance, then coated himself in lightning before charging forward. The beast hit the magical barrier with a bang and rebounded, lifting himself up off the ground and hurling himself back 1/2 meter. Then he laughed, ran off, and came at it again. This is awesome. Thor cheered as he slammed into the spell again at a full run. Be careful or you're going to break a horn. Karl laughed as the lightning Sarrow made for a third pass. Horns are hard. They will be fine, the lightning isn't breaking. Thor replied, then slammed into the barrier again, lighting it up and flinging himself into the air. How his neck is fine after that, I have no idea. I've never seen an animal seriously injure themselves in a charge, but it's not normally that violent. Daniel joked. Thor roared in pride and slammed into the barrier again before laughing and panting. We will have to work on your cardio if you're going to play with the barrier all day long. Karl informed him. I don't know what a cardio is, but I trust you. Thor replied as he caught his breath and prepared to go again. The group sat in the grass and watched Thor charge the barrier over and over, while Ray laughed at him and Hawk lazily circled in the air over the field. Once they had realized that the monsters were with the elites in the field, the local citizens' panic had subsided. The elites had seen stranger things in their time than a few tame beasts, so although they were deadly, the townsfolk quickly realized that they weren't a threat. Once it started to get dark, Ray finally came down from the tree, blending into the grass as well as she could until she was hidden behind Karl's back where he sat at the edge of the field. That let her observe the humans from much closer, while Hawk and Thor returned to their spaces to rest. We now know what allows the bloodbath spider to be so deadly. Lovely Miss Ray here can adapt her attacks to whatever she is targeting, so it's the most efficient option for destroying it. Karl was explaining to the others. Hey, why are you telling them that? She protested. So they can come up with a way to help you make it even stronger. Karl replied. She had to think about that for a while, as did the other elites. Can you do it, since you're bonded with her? Alice asked. I can, but not as well as she can. Karl agreed. He couldn't modify his gloves or even his fingernails with the ability like she could her claws and mandibles, but the energy from Rend could be altered to some degree when it was held in a layer over them. Alice brought up another barrier and Karl focused for a second before throwing a full-strength shred at it. The spell changed from red to golden as it hit the barrier, and the field filled with golden light as the spell was dissipated. Pain lanced through Karl's skull, and he cradled his head in his hands. It looks like I'm not quite at full recovery yet. The energy draw still makes my head hurt after a single attack. Once the spaces are in better shape, I think that it should be fine. A week, maybe 2, he explained. The others sighed in resignation. They would have to explain that he was injured during a training mishap if he wouldn't be healed before they returned, and they really didn't want to have to fill out the paperwork involved in returning an injured student to the academy. Why don't we give it another day here, and you can meditate with the lightning barrier up the entire time except for meals? Then we can judge whether it will take the full 2 weeks to completely recover. Daniel suggested. That's not a bad idea. I will start as soon as we get back. I understand now how to hold the barrier tight to my body so it doesn't burn things through my clothes. Karl agreed. Daniel gestured for him to try, and then grabbed Karl's shirt and nodded in satisfaction when he didn't get shocked. That works for me. I will go buy a good cushion or a beanbag chair for you. If you're going to meditate that long, comfort is important. The warrior informed the group. Karl ushered everyone into the space, against Thor's protests. He was tired, but he wasn't done with the barrier game yet. You can play again later. There are more mages at the academy who can create them, and Miss Alice will be at most of my classes to make them while I work. Karl explained. Thor was excited, but Ray wasn't much less eager to test that barrier again. She would take some time to figure out how it worked and grow a little more, then she was certain she could find a way to destroy it. If it existed, she could eventually find a way to tear it apart to get to the good bits inside. Maybe that was it. She might just be lacking motivation. She would ask Karl to put food inside the barrier when she was ready to try again. That should help. Or she could practice on Thor's barrier and try to break it right before he could ram it. That would be fun too. The fact that Alice was a commander rank mage made no difference to Ray. It was just a matter of time in her mind before she would be able to smash that barrier with a single strike. Karl had two goals that night. First, he would create a nice shady set of low trees for Rey to rest and make her web in, and he would make a training field for Thor to run around. That Karl had two goals that night. First, he would create a nice shady set of low trees for Rey to rest and make her web in, and would be enough to keep the two of them happy for a little while. And the standard of having decent plant life corresponded to the level of beast space development that Hawk needed when he first advanced to awakened rank power. Karl was assuming that the development of the space that was needed would be the same for all beasts at the same power level, and he would just have to keep up while they went through their initial growth phase. So the space didn't fall behind and cause him this same mental pain again. Being unable to use the abilities that he had was a huge step backward for his personal power, even bigger than the degradation of his body that had yet to recover. Jody returned not long after they reached the hotel with a large beanbag chair and a smile on his face. This one is perfect. It is filled with glass beads. They're an electrical insulator, so the shock shouldn't travel anywhere, even if it leaks from Karl, he announced. That wasn't quite how magical lightning worked. It would melt the beads, but nobody bothered to mention that, as a beanbag chair was precisely what they needed, and even if the lightning leaked and melted the beads, it should form a more comfortable seat for Karl tonight. Once the recovery process was complete, Karl wouldn't have to split his energy into healing himself, and the development of the beast spaces would improve, but for now, the teams were more worried about avoiding a lingering injury report and light-duty training modification appeal to go with the incident report that they were already going to have to do. Karl started with easier parts, the increase in the quality of the two spaces, and the addition of simple grass to the ground. Instead of the short grass that Hawk liked, it was longer grass. Rey liked to hide in the long grass, and Thor liked the way that it tickled his belly scales. No judgment. Then Karl left Thor's mostly empty, as all the other plants in the space were going to be food products. The power density of both was increased evenly at the start, but after a few hours, Karl began to experiment and found that Rey actually required much more power in her space to relieve the strain on his mind. Her species was the more powerful of the two, and her power was growing more rapidly as well. The side effects of that could be problematic later, but the short-term benefits would be huge. By the time that the sun came up in the morning, Karl was no longer feeling the drain of the two monsters on his mind, and he was beginning to feel an influx of energy instead. Each of the three had a different feeling to it. It was difficult to describe, but Karl likened it to the feeling of wind in his hair, grass under his feet, and a comfortable blanket. He briefly stopped for breakfast in the restaurant downstairs, which had amassed a huge amount of meat, blood, and magical plants to restock his pets, then returned to his meditation. If he ever returned here, he would owe them a huge favor for helping him out with the feeding duties, as he now had weeks' worth of food stored for everyone, and someone had even found him another strength stone to mix with the blood for Rey. That was a winning combination, according to the bloodbath spider. The extra energy in the blood was helping her body form, which was improving the feedback, which in turn was restoring Karl's body and increasing the quality of her home. It might not look like they were getting much done, but the three monsters were undergoing a massive strengthening. Even Hawk was getting in on it now that the other two had stabilized. The three spaces seemed to feed off each other and the monsters within. That helped the others grow as much as it did Karl, and hour by hour, they were actually getting further ahead of him on the strength scale. It didn't feel like a problem as long as the strength of the beast space held up. It didn't matter how strong his own body was. It was improving, though. He was stronger than before he had arrived, if not by much. That news was a massive relief to the others at dinner that evening. Seeing Karl recovered and glowing with power assured them that they had made the right choice in bringing him here and letting him bond both monsters. There was a short-term setback, but now they were ahead and still gaining. Do you think that there will be any long-term damage? Alice asked as Karl finished his dinner and prepared to go back to meditation. Not really. There will be a definite reduction in maximum growth speed, with 3 spaces to enhance instead of 2. I will be spending most of my spare time in meditation, with little time for anything else until they are full grown. But after that, The extra space means what I can provide will be split 3 ways, and it will be up to the feedback from the monsters to progress. Until I reach the higher side of commander rank, that shouldn't be a big issue, as their natural growth will provide a significant portion of the strength growth we need. But after that, it's going to be a hard grind, and then I will either have to find another way to keep us growing or find a fourth partner with even higher potential to pull us all up. I'm not even sure that will be realistic, though. You saw what happened this time. Even if I prepare, how much strain will an overlord or royal rank monster cub put on my mind? They're even more intelligent than these three, or so I have heard, and their energy requirements have got to be immense. So, you're saying that your class will have a minimal impact on the growth of the monsters beyond their adult peak? Alice asked. Not quite. It will have a much larger impact on the ones with lower innate potential, and then after that bonus from the early growth phase ends, we will be looking at years and not weeks or months to move up a rank. I can't guarantee that it will hold true forever, but with the scaling once Hawk was full-grown and the power difference between the levels that is described in the textbooks, I would say that making commander would be relatively easy. But it might be pushing it to make royal before graduation and then monarch by age 25. Of course, a new pet, a new technique, or even just a better understanding of how to leverage resources for growth could shorten that considerably. Alice laughed out loud, drawing the attention of the others in the restaurant. Don't let the others hear you call royal before 18 years old a slow progression rate. Even I'm more than a little jealous, and I'm still a young maiden. She reminded him quietly. Karl was fairly sure that neither of those words applied to Alice anymore, at least not from his perspective. But who was he to argue with her? Self-assessment? Daniel tapped the table to get everyone's attention. We will be heading out in the morning. Karl has recovered enough to return to his regularly scheduled classes, and the pets are both bonded and growing smoothly. That completes the conditions of our outing, and the Colonel will not be happy if she finds out we decided to take a little vacation after the job was done. There was no doubt about that. Colonel Valerie had a bit of a human side, but it was hidden deep under her adherence to rules and regulations. To say that Ray was excited about the car ride was an understatement. The bloodbath spider naturally wanted to travel to spread their brood and find a mate, and as they gained intelligence, that instinct turned into a form of wanderlust. Being able to cover this much ground in one day was wonderful for the young spider, who watched everything from the safety of her growing nest within the low trees and bushes that Karl was creating in the space for her. On the other hand, Thor had no interest at all in the scenery. He was content to munch all day long as long he was certain that he wasn't being left behind. Even compared to Ray, he still had a lot of growing to do. Most of her size would come from her long legs, with a comparatively small body, so she was going to reach full maturity before he would, but he also had a solid and durable body to form with armored plates that needed time to solidify. Hawk was more eager to get back and show Dana their new friends. She had 2 golems now, but Karl had 3 pets. They weren't outnumbered anymore, and with the amount that Thor was growing, they wouldn't even be the physically smaller team for long. It was a good thing that the Lightning Sarah was content to remain within his safe space, because he wouldn't be able to wander around the balcony for long. Karl was more worried about Dana's response to Ray. The bloodbath spider was a sensitive soul, and having someone be terrified of her at first sight would be a heavy blow. Not everyone was terrified of spiders, but monstrous spiders the size of a small table might be a different story. They drove through the day, and classes were long over by the time that they made it back to the academy. From the direction that they arrived, Karl realized that they had actually detoured around to the far side of the area by nearly 50 kilometers, because there was only one road leading in and out of the academy, and it ran alongside the railroad tracks. Keeping the academy isolated was best for both safety and security, but he hadn't realized how remote this region was until he was paying attention to the trip during the daytime. All right, everyone will need to fill out a mission report for the morning, and this one is going to be significantly longer than usual, with the progress that was made. I will let you all rest for now and see you all later. Alice instructed the others while looking at Karl to ensure he knew that meant him as well. The academy and the government would naturally want to know all about the new pets, as well as the backlash from bonding too when his mind was only ready for one weaker pet. Normally, he would omit the speculative parts when he made a report, but this time it seemed important enough not to skip, so he added it to his report, along with a note about how trying to bond a fully grown monster might be a disaster if it was significantly more powerful than he was. Not to mention that fact that if it wasn't significantly stronger than him as an adult, then bonding it would be a mistake, as it would hinder his growth. A brisk knock at his door after dinner alerted him to a visitor, and Karl let Dana in, noticing how he looked a bit panicked and exhausted. "What happened? Did they come up with new training for you as well?" Karl asked as she flopped down on the bed. "You could say that. The choreography and singing teachers have decided that we're not paying enough attention to them with all the cutbacks in their allotted time. They have to split the afternoons now, and they have been prohibited from issuing homework, as Jill decided my magic is more important than their department's plans. So, they're going crazy every day to pack everything they want me to learn into the time that they have," Dana explained, staring at the ceiling. "Have you eaten? I can grab something and bring it to the room. I have some new friends after this trip, and they could use a bit more variety in their diet," Karl suggested. "I did. Jill brought something to the end of choreography class, and I ate before coming over. I think that she's trying to pull me out of the classes entirely, but someone senior to her isn't going for it." Karl smiled. "In that case, would you like to meet someone? She is a lovely fuzzy bloodbath spider, and she likes meeting people, but not in the bright sunlight." Dana smiled. "You bonded a spider?" He nodded. "And a lightning Sparrow, but he's sleeping right now. Ray is growing more smoothly, and she wants out to explore the room." Dana nodded, and Karl brought the spider out to sit on the bed next to her. The two stared at each other for a few seconds, then Dana smiled and Ray moved closer, as if to get a better look at her. "So, this is a juvenile female human? She's cuter than the other ones. Tell her that I say hello," Ray instructed. Ray says hello. "I'm not sure if you can shake hands safely, given her claws, but she's very friendly," Karl explained. "Do you know about magic? I need to study some spells, and it was too loud in my dorm for that. It was great for focus training, with the random explosions from the neighbors' rooms making it harder to keep the spell stable, but for reading, it is just distracting." Dana asked the spider. "I know about magic. Lots of animals use magic. What is reading?" Karl briefly explained the concept of books, written language, and learning from recorded information, which shocked the young spider. "That is great. You don't even need them to be nearby to learn from them. Books are good. I will watch her technique." Karl laughed. "She's still quite young and hasn't seen enough books to learn to read yet, but she wants to watch you. I need to meditate to improve the power level in her mental space, but you two are free to work." Ray ran out onto the balcony and disappeared into the foliage, then followed Dana to the gazebo and began admiring the hammock before creating one of her own from webbing. Bloodbath spider web was very versatile. It could either be flimsy enough that the smallest of disturbances would break it and alert the spider in its web, or it could be strong enough to hold a 100-kilogram monster in place despite attempts to escape. What she used this time was the stronger kind, but without the stickiness, so that she could more easily move about and watch the reading process below her. Karl settled in to meditate, listening to Ray's reactions as she admired the pictures in the book and contemplated what the runes would mean. Dana was narrating things to her, thinking out loud, as she worked on the assignment to improve her spell formation speed. Ray wasn't much help, as she only knew one ability, but the moral support seemed to be helping the two of them bond. With Ray outside, it also reduced the strain on his mind a little, as she was burning her energy and not using his to actively grow. Karl realized that this would be a great advantage to him, and he worked much harder on her space, getting it further ahead of Thor's space, in balance with the progression speed of the two species. The next morning, Karl completely forgot to warn Jill about the spider on the balcony, but when she failed to return with Dana after a minute, he went in to check on them and found her wrapped up like a cocoon and glowing with power from her hastily raised magical barrier. Thanks for finally coming to check on me. Now, would you kindly ask this young lady to let me go so that I can get my charge to class on time? Jill requested. Karl considered the look of restrained rage at being attacked for a second time by Karl's pets when she went to wake Dana up, and for a moment, he contemplated whether it might not be safer to leave her there. But she could break out easily enough. She was just waiting for him to do it so that she didn't have to fight with the bloodbath spider. Ray, you can let her out. She is Dana's teacher. She won't hurt her. Just wake her up for early morning instructions before breakfast. Karl instructed. That sounds like torture to me. The spider replied suspiciously, then vanished into the beast's space, which was now becoming much more comfortable after another night of work by Karl. All right, she's definitely not a morning person. But she won't attack any more today. Karl informed the teacher, who gave him a pointed look. Right the web. Karl activated the enhanced rend on his index finger and cut the surprisingly durable webbing down the front, releasing Jill to shake Dana awake. See, she's not even just vibrating the web, she's shaking her like some animal. Ray informed Karl in an insulted tone. 5 more minutes. The young mage complained, and Karl smiled. It was the same thing every day, but her schedule was so packed that she couldn't waste any time in the morning. Karl walked over and gently rocked the hammock, then plucked a string by Dana's head, which she should hear vibrating next to her ear. Fine, I will get up. She mumbled and opened her eyes. How did you do that? Jill asked in shock. Wise advice from the bloodbath spider. She knows all the best ways to operate a web. Karl explained. Jill looked down at the mass of spiderweb on the ground, then picked it up, expecting a mass of loose strands now that it had been cut open, but the strands were stuck to each other and interwoven, creating a form of blanket. You know, this is actually pretty well made. All things considered, Jill noted as she admired the soft white silk. Karl brought me a silk blanket? That looks comfy. Dana agreed, while Karl tried not to laugh. No. A certain someone thought it was appropriate to wrap me in webbing when I tried to wake you up the first time. Now, we need to go or we will be late. Karl, we will be borrowing your shower. There isn't time to make a detour across the F-lower. Jill insisted. You cut the times awfully close. Go ahead, I will head down and eat first while I go over my day with Sergeant Rita. I'm sure she has a few questions about my mission report anyhow. But Rita didn't lead him to the cafeteria. She led him to the staff lounge, where they could talk without the curious student ears listening in. The teachers were all privy to the official reports, so there was no point in hiding it from them. Karl and Dana had been the talk of the staff for a while now, and once the new pet was spotted, everyone would be gossiping about it. Start at the beginning. There was a lot in that report, and I want it play by play from the time that you left the academy, she instructed. Karl went over the trip, the early morning locust attack, and then got into the sighting of the golden dire bear. So the other pet, the one named Thor in your report, is a golden dire bear? Rita asked. No, we left it alone. Picking a fight with it and stealing its cub seemed like a monumentally bad idea when it was ready to charge our truck, so we left and went looking for something less hostile. Karl explained. He realized his mistake. In his report, Karl had only briefly mentioned the species of the pets and had been referring to them by name for the rest of the document, so a cursory scan would be confusing. We were headed further into the trees and away from the river when we came across a clutch of lightning sarrow eggs, while the herd was on the far side of the clearing. I sent Hawk to recover an egg, then brought them both back into my mental space. But it wasn't just the one egg. There was a bloodbath spider egg stuck in his feathers as well. So I set about hatching them both. Karl explained. And of course, nobody realized that would be a terrible idea until after you were injured. She replied with an eye roll. Exactly. I didn't expect them to hatch that close together, and I was unprepared for the requirements that each of them must have a separate space, even though they can move to the other beast's space. So I had to mentally form the third one in a hurry when the bloodbath spider hatched, and that put a lot of strain on my mind and body. The extra mission time was to recover enough to stabilize the bonds, and now I'm back to as good as new, or something close to it. Karl agreed. Can we see? One of the teachers at the next table asked. Of course. Ray, do you want to come see people? Thor, if you come out to say hello, they will rub your head for you. Karl instructed. Thor bounded out nearly, knocking one of the teachers out of his chair before stopping himself, while Ray appeared, but hid under the table on Karl's thighs. Oh, she's shy. All right, we will admire her from a distance. The older mage who taught his morning accuracy training class said softly, with a gesture for the others not to scare the spider. Thor had no such restrictions, and the large dog-sized animal happily bumped against people, asking to be patted, nearly spearing a dozen people before realizing that his horns were going to be in the way if he kept charging at them headfirst for attention. Is this the lightning Sarrow variety? The smaller ones. One of the teachers asked. Yeah, he will get about 2 meters tall, if he's the size of his parents, so he will be big, but not elephant-sized. Karl agreed. The teacher happily rubbed at the scales on Thor's side. He's going to be beautiful with these deep green and white scales. Have you decided what sort of training he will undergo? Not yet. That's what Rita is glaring at me for, I think. And maybe the fact that there is a giant spider climbing up her leg. That made the teachers burst into laughter, but Ray was intrigued by the sergeant's uniform, and she wanted to find out what the buttons were made of. The button, as it turned out, was made of blackened brass, and after poking at it for a few seconds and then rubbing her mandible against it to see what it felt like, Ray gave up on the button and returned to her space to avoid the attention that she was getting while out in the open. Once she's fully grown, I think that she will be more open about being outside, but for now, she is much more comfortable in places where she can camouflage herself, especially dark places. Karl explained. We won't force her out where she's uncomfortable then. The leader of the mage training agreed, while he rubbed Thor's head. One new and friendly pet was good enough for the teachers, but Rita had brought Karl here for an actual reason, and not just to talk about how his weekend went. Are you healed well enough to begin full training schedules again? The note said that there had been some mental damage, and there is no good way to quantify that. She asked very seriously. I feel better, but the only way to know for sure is to actually start training again and see if the pain returns. The 2 new spaces have advanced enough now that I am getting feedback from the pets and not needing to constantly feed the spaces to keep them contained, so it should be all right. I'm not sure how much training I will be up for, though. I am going to need a lot of time to work on mental strength just to keep ahead of their growth rate. Karl explained. All right, then we can go to the morning classes as scheduled. The afternoon classes will be changed starting today, as the decision has been made that there is not enough training for your pets now that there are 3 of them. Sending Thor out to get his head rubbed is not officially training, no matter what the other professors tell you. Rita reminded him. What exactly they were going to teach Thor was a mystery to Karl, but as they finished their breakfast and headed for the training field for Hawk to practice, Rita got a much better idea. Thor is a growing boy, and he needs his exercise, so what we're going to do today is to have you sit and meditate while Hawk blocks the attacks, and I will bring some mages from the early ascended class who are working on barriers to help Thor practice his skills. As soon as he heard the word barrier, Thor's head perked up in the beast's space. He loved the barrier game, and it would be even better with more barriers. Won't that be a waste for the other students? Karl asked. A few of the nearby mages laughed and Rita shook her head. Taking full force awaken rank attacks repeatedly will burn through their mana faster than you might suspect. The goal is for them to keep the barriers up as long as possible, while Thor rampages through the field building up his muscles. Normally, they have the students from the awakened rank warrior classes smash at the barriers all afternoon. Setting them up for Thor won't be any different. But who is that? A new pet, I take it? The mage student beside Karl asked. Yeah, a lightning Sarrow that I just bonded. The teachers are all in love with him, and he adores the barrier game. Once you see him play, you will feel thankful that you got Hawk instead. Karl joked. The students got set up and Hawk took to the sky for his daily training. It Only took a few seconds for Rita to grab 4 of the students who were working on barriers and to instruct them to set them up at different angles around the field, making a cube of sorts. Go, have fun. Karl instructed, and Thor ran out of the space at his best stumbling run, still a bit uncoordinated, in the way of newborn animals everywhere. But when his horns hit the first barrier, and it wavered slightly as he bounced away, the mages knew that this training would not be easy on them. There was no rhyme or reason to the attacks. He charged at whatever one he saw, as long as it wasn't the one beside him. That was too close to get a run at, and he wanted to run as much as possible. In actual combat, that would rarely be the case. They would sweep and spear with the horns to tear apart their enemies, but there was just something satisfying about charging at the glowing magical walls. The mages that were attacking the moving targets below Hawk had to work hard to pay attention and not laugh as Thor trumpeted happily, a long warbling note like a military war horn, and continued to charge at whatever barrier managed to come back up first. It had only taken him 20 minutes to smash them all, and the first break wasn't scheduled until the half-hour mark. But if they weren't up, he would wait until one was. The students could all see his disappointment when he had to wait, and that silent judgment that they weren't good enough to even be a long-term play toy to a monster like him was wearing on them. They had thought that the barriers they had made were exceptionally impressive, and they were a rank above him, but when there was no offensive power to deal with the threat, it didn't take long for him to smash through their mana reserves. The lightning barrier only stabilized his body and prevented him from breaking his horns. It had collapsed multiple times already, but even without it, a lightning Sarrow had incredible raw power. Thor lay down in the grass when the break was called, and a few of the warriors from the group of warriors that was training on the ascended barriers came over to get a better look. You know that technique has some merits. We use skills and swing our weapons, but he's basically throwing 100-kilo dinosaur coated in lightning at them. I bet if I grabbed John and swung him at the barrier, we could do even more damage. One of the boys laughed. Don't even think about it. Just be glad that they didn't send him to us to test our guard ability, because someone would have gotten seriously injured. The other boy laughed, while Thor panted in the grass, replenishing energy for the next round. He has to be tired, right? He's been running wild for half an hour. One of the ascended mage students asked. You would think so, but no. His natural recovery means that by the time the break is up he will be ready for another round of the barrier game, and you had better be ready to play, or he will be very disappointed. Karl informed them. Thor perked up at the mention of play, and the mages all groaned to themselves as they realized that trying to contain a monster was not as simple of a task as they had expected it to be. If it were an attack, they would have to keep the barrier up and attack at the same time, without letting the barrier fail, or they would be in trouble long before reinforcements could arrive. Thor was almost tired when the morning classes ended, and he returned to his space for lunch, but Hawk was having a glorious time. Without Karl there to take up half the work, he got to just freely attack anything that he wanted, and according to the students, he had an uncanny talent for picking off the ones that were actually going to hit the moving targets, while ignoring the ones that would miss. Even when they sent out a cluster of attacks, he would just knock a portion of them out and let the others fly past the target. It was incredibly energy efficient on his part, and it wouldn't have been possible with the stationary targets, as the mages would rarely miss those. They were even beginning to take note of who Hawk seemed to totally ignore because their aim was so bad. Those mages were going to have to improve quickly because the rest of the class wouldn't let a giant bird make a mockery of them forever without joining in on the fun. It was after lunch when things took a drastic change. Sergeant Rita, as well as the duo from the Bureau of Elite Development, had decided that martial arts training, now that he had sufficient proficiency to deal with minor threats without resorting to skills usage, was no longer the most efficient use of his time. Instead, the afternoon would be a group training exercise for Karl with the pets. Coaxing Ray to come out and play might be difficult, but today's practice was on the basics of working together against a target that was stronger than they were. It was a situation that would inevitably happen in the future, and with 3 of them in the team, they could now easily work on group tactics. We have enlisted a small group of volunteers, and they will be your targets today. The goal is to intercept the 3 infiltrators and disable them without seriously harming them. These are all guards, so they know how to fight, but they are all at the ascended rank, so you can't just go all out with the attacks like you did against Tank and the barriers. Alice was explaining. That got Hawk's attention, but Thor was disappointed. If he couldn't just smash them, it would be much less fun. But Hawk's explanation that these exercises were practice for being an adult was enough to get the growing young Sero on board. Ray considered the situation for a few moments and then came out to climb up Karl's back and look at the battleground from relative safety. All right, everyone is on board. The targets are instructed to take it easy on you, but they will be attacking in your direction with actual attacks. They are wearing training armor, but they are not going to be magically shielded so that you can take them down naturally. I will step in if someone looks like they will be seriously injured. The mage instructed, while the volunteers smiled at the sight of Thor prancing around in the grass, eager to play. They got into position, out of sight around the corner of a building, with Karl as their target. They would try to grab him, as abductions by foreign agents were a real threat, while he and the beasts would work to prevent that. The idea was to give them limited response time in as realistic of a scenario as they could concoct within the school grounds, which meant the volunteers were close, so that Karl didn't have large amounts of time to prepare. It didn't make much difference, though. The 3 beasts could communicate with each other, and since Hawk could see the attackers, as soon as the practice team was given the order to begin and charged, the beasts were right on them. Thor held back on the full-force charge and instead shielded himself with lightning against the lead warrior's slash, and then threw him into the air with a horn between the legs that had Alice, bringing up a barrier to soften his fall. Thor turned on the other 2, who had raised their guard, to deal with Hawk's rend, while Ray had launched herself off Karl and hit the barrier at a tremendous speed, which allowed her clawed legs to tear right through it. She landed on one of the men's legs, and he panicked as he realized that she was a bloodbath spider, which let Hawk's attack hit him without resistance, pummeling him unconscious through his helmet. The last man didn't fare much better, as he could only parry Thor's attacks for the next second as the Sero flailed its horns at him, and then Ray was there on his back, tearing into the armored coat with gleeful abandon. Break. That's a victory for the defense team. You know, you don't have to take down the strength of your defensive abilities, just the attacks. Alice announced. We didn't. The hawk and the spider combined tore through them faster than we could bring them back up. I've never seen a rending attack shatter a guard barrier like that, the winded man who had been pummeled on the back by Ray announced. The training that Hawk has gone through so far has done wonders for his attack strength, but Ray is a very fast learner, and her offensive adaptation innate ability makes deleting barriers a breeze. Just wait until she's fully grown. Barriers a rank above her won't even slow her down. Karl praised his shy teammate. Can we test that so we can make a better strategy? The one who had been thrown into the air asked as he limped over, nursing an injury to the groin from Thor's horn, despite the armor. He stabbed his sword into the ground in front of him and activated guard, which Ray took down almost instantly with a strike from her mandibles and both front legs in unison. The pure smugness of her attitude was clear to everyone, and Karl couldn't help but smile. Do you have a stronger defensive ability? He asked. No, we trained as covert bodyguards. We don't usually use powerful defensive abilities, but parries and sudden strikes. Maybe we should try the next one without the pets already deployed? It will be good training for everyone, he suggested. Also, that would give them a few more steps before they were noticed, and perhaps his testicles wouldn't have to meet the horn of a lightning Sero again today. The team came at Karl again, spread out and sneaking up on him through the dorm building, with one even leaping out of the window. Now, Karl ordered the beasts, sending them into the battlefield. Hawk moved to intercept the flying target, while Ray spit out a large mass of web to trip another, and Thor went with his signature charge, throwing another man high into the air with a flick of his thick neck. The 3 of them crashed to the ground at the same second, and Rita blew her whistle. Karl, how did you know that they were coming? She demanded. A side effect of bonding Hawk. I have fantastic peripheral vision, and I can focus on any spot I can see without moving my head. I had all three of them located before they attacked. Karl explained. Then was it necessary to throw me again? One of the men wheezed, climbing to his knees. Thor had gotten the same target twice in a row. Although he didn't spear the man between the legs this time, the two upper horns made for an excellent tossing platform, and he had peaked well over 5 meters in the air. He didn't injure you this time. I mean, with the hit. The sudden stop at the end looks like it wasn't much fun. Karl amended. Are they aware of what is happening around you before you call them out? One of the men asked. Probably more than I am. I don't know how much they can actually see, but they do have a solid awareness of their surroundings. Karl explained. All right, so it's not easy to sneak up on you either. We should check on Agent A. He looks a bit rough. The wheezing man replied, referring to the one that Hawk had intercepted. Alice rushed over and noticed that the man was conscious, but having a deep moment of personal introspection as he stared at the sky and began to question his life choices. Is anything broken? I have healing potions from the witches. Alice offered. Just my pride. Can you fix that? He asked, and Alice noticed that there were 6 deep scratches in his training armor. Not only had Hawk knocked him out of the air, his attack had broken the man's guard and Hawk's claws tore up his armor before dropping him on the ground. It feels like we were the ones who got ambushed. The third man agreed, nursing a twisted ankle. Rita and Alice both sighed, but it was Rita who spoke first. I can already see that this will not be a viable training method in the long term. They already understand basic strategies, and their response time is fast enough that it will be very challenging to actually ambush Karl even if they are resting. We will have to come up with another method of preparing them for combat. Ray gave her a pointed look, which the sergeant returned for a moment before shaking her head. Even I can tell what that look means. The only way to truly train for combat is to be in combat. Karl knows enough martial arts that he should be alright in a fight, but the academy wouldn't approve of putting you all in danger just to get better training results. She reminded the spider. Hawk would agree to let us go outside. Ray pouted. Hawk's mind became curious, and the spider beamed the mental version of a smile at him. If we were hunting outside, you could eat them after you killed them, she announced. This is not a democracy. Majority rules don't win here. Karl informed them in his best stern tone. Ray had already found Hawk's weak point. As soon as she mentioned food, the Windspeed Hawk would be on board with whatever she wanted to do, and Thor would go along simply because that's where everyone else was going. You look like you're having an intense discussion. Alice noted as Karl talked to the beasts. They all want to go outside to train. I don't necessarily disagree with them, as our training options are limited here, but it is safe here and safety in numbers is a good thing. Karl replied. Thor bobbed his head happily as he heard those reassuring words from the boss, and the instructors did their best not to laugh. They had been brutally bested by the lightning Sero twice in as many hours. But still, it didn't feel like the creature was a threat. He was just too friendly. Let us discuss that for a few minutes. There are groups of students looking to go outside on missions, and we might allow you to lead one of them, as long as there is a second awaken rank or higher member, as you are still a first-year student and untested in the field. Alice explained, earning herself a glare from Rita. Daniel wisely sat at the back of the field, as he had been doing all day, and avoided drawing attention to himself as the two argued over the appropriate course of action. The student training missions were normally not dangerous, certainly no worse than the Goblin tribe had been, and Karl was much stronger now than he had been even that recently. With the addition of the 2 new pets, he alone would rampage through a Goblin tribe. Nothing that they could do would significantly injure a lightning Sero unless they managed to swarm it and pin it down. That seemed unlikely with Hawk and Ray both in the fight, even if you didn't count Karl himself as a combat asset, as he would be mostly watching out for the other students. The outcome seemed inevitable, and after 20 minutes of discussion and a few tersely worded phone calls, the ladies returned with a smile on both of their faces. You will be allowed to lead an away mission. Student Dana will be going with you, along with 8 of the common grade first years. It is a herbal resource gathering mission in a lightly monitored area, and there will be emergency assistance available on a 10-minute helicopter ride, should you activate the emergency beacons. Sergeant, Rita informed Karl. Understood, Sergeant. Thank you for this opportunity. Karl replied as seriously as he could while trying to ignore the excitement of his beasts. They were finally getting to somewhere that there might be mice, and Hawk was overjoyed at the prospect. The mission was to start the next morning, and they would be delivered by train to the location. There was no road near where they were going, but the train tracks ran only 20 kilometers from the location of the suspected magical resources. That would be close enough for them to hike in, and it would be up to Karl and Dana to make sure that the team didn't get lost. With Hawk on duty, that should be a simple matter, as he could see where they were going from above, so Karl didn't have too many concerns about the situation. There were also no reports of major beasts in the area, only some of the ever-present wild boars and a few small monsters that liked to live in the forest. That could become an issue for most teams, but it would be a great test for them, Karl thought. The small monsters were all common grade, and he could deal with them in a matter of seconds, but they would be a good opponent for the students who were still struggling with their early growth. Also, having Dana along with her pair of golems would be enough security against the larger creatures that very few things would dare to attack them. The golems didn't take much upkeep, and by now she should be able to get them to follow complex orders without much distraction from her other casting, which would make them excellent guards. They all called it an early day, as the supply train arrived at 3 in the morning, so that supplies would be sorted and ready for pickup by the time that everyone started to wake up. But that also meant that if you wanted to catch the train out, you had to be at the tracks by 3:30 in the morning, or 4 at the very latest if they were slow unloading. The train didn't wait for groups to come to them unless it was an urgent mission, so being on time was a major part of your responsibility. That was how Karl found himself waking Dana up at 2 in the morning, much to the protests of both herself and Ray, who was sleeping above her in the rafters of the gazebo. It's time to go. I'm going to water the plants quickly, and then we need to grab breakfast and get on the train, Karl reminded her. Ray disappeared back into the web in her space, while Dana got up and ready. They both met their team at the cafeteria, with the lone night shift worker on staff for occasions such as this. But there weren't enough of them. They were still missing 2 people, and it was getting close to 3 in the morning. Does anyone know what rooms the other 2 are in? We should go wake them up, Karl insisted. I do. They're just a few doors down from me. One of the others agreed with a vicious smile that said she would enjoy waking them up much more than most. 3 students came back down 10 minutes later, and the girl who went to fetch them settled back down with her breakfast, while the 2 boys looked rather lost and half asleep. Cook, can we get some food for them and some lunches to go? We've got ration packs in the gear that the school provided, but I think a nice fresh sandwich would be better, Karl asked as he finished eating and got the last 2 stragglers settled. I will get them something to go. The train is already here, so you should be going if you want to make it before they're unloaded. She reminded him with a smile, then handed over a tray full of brown bags, 2 of which were much larger. Dana worked to usher everyone out as they finished their meal, for the kilometer walk from the school grounds to the train stop on the ring around the academy. Did anyone bring a light? I can't see a thing. One of the warriors complained as they left the academy grounds and began to walk down the road. Everyone looked to Karl, who was leading the group, and he shrugged. Sorry, I forgot for a moment that I'm the only one who can see in the dark. I've got a flashlight in my pack, and there should be one in everyone else's as well. The packs were issued to them by the supply room, dropped off in their dorm after they were approved for the mission. So, they should have everything that the academy thought the student needed for the trip, as they weren't expected to plan out their whole gear set during their first year. One by one, the students brought out their flashlights and spun the cranks to charge the batteries. The academy knew that they would forget to bring spare batteries, so even the camping lantern that was in Karl's pack as team leader was powered by a hand crank charger. The lantern also had enough battery storage to charge the emergency phone, which served as their lifeline to civilization. 10 of you then? The train's usher asked with a gesture toward the passenger car. Yes, sir. I've got the mission order right here, Karl replied. The man looked it over, then picked up a phone mounted to the wall and confirmed the drop-off location with the engineer. All right, climb aboard and stow your bags in the overhead compartments. We have a few more stops before yours, so you won't be there until lunchtime. Karl settled into a seat at the front of the train car, where Dana promptly fell asleep on his arm, and the rest of the team did their best to get a few more hours of rest while they traveled the morning away. They napped, meditated, and played games until the conductor gave them the warning that they had one more hour before drop-off. That was when Karl decided it was time to get them all ready to move. All right, everyone, have your lunch early, use the washroom, double-check your gear, and make sure that you have your weapons ready. Not in your bag, but on your hip and available for use at a moment's notice. While it isn't likely that there will be monsters next to the stop, we will get off in the wilderness, and there won't be anyone there to clear the area. He warned them. Got it. The team agreed, while the conductor nodded in satisfaction to see that the team leader of this first-year mission was taking things seriously. Not all of them did, especially an easy mission like this. One was supposed to be, but it always made his life easier if there were no injured students when the train stopped to pick them up again. The train pulled to a stop in the middle of nowhere, and the students rose to their feet. Good luck, young elites. Just flag down any train you see passing by in the other direction, and it will take you back to the academy, or close enough for you to walk in. The conductor explained. Got it. We will see you soon. Karl agreed and led the others out the door. Dana brought up the rear of the group, making sure they were all off the train, and when Karl called out Hawk to scout for them, she called her pair of golems to guard the back of the pack. It was quiet out here, other than the sound of the train beginning to move again, but that didn't necessarily mean safe, just that they hadn't noticed any threats yet. The students were all incredibly nervous, flinching at every sound of their teammates moving in the long grass, but as Karl led them into the trees toward where they should find the magical plants they needed, they became almost petrified. With fear. That couldn't be natural, they had been so excited a moment ago, but when Karl searched the area, he couldn't find a reason for it. The feeling seemed to fade quickly as they walked, until finally, one of them pointed out a small weed growing near the tree trunks. Terror weed. The pollen causes a mild reaction that causes a fear response. It's the plant's natural defense mechanism. Someone must have stepped on one in the grass. He explained. The students all felt a little foolish when that was mentioned. The first thing that the warriors learned was to watch where they put their feet. They needed a solid footing for their sword skills, so the ground under them was as important as the enemy. But someone had still stepped on a common toxic plant. Everyone, put your masks on. Who knows if there are other dangers like that in the area, and we don't need anyone poisoned on the first day of the trip. Do we have a healing class with us? He asked, while mentally going through the students' descriptions he was given. I can do a minor heal and a poison cleanse. The lone druid in the group mentioned. And I have healing potions, but we're here to get materials for more. One of the two witches added. Perfect. We will save the potions for as long as possible, as the warriors will mostly heal pretty quickly. As I discussed on the train, if we are attacked, fall back to form a ring, with the casters in the middle. No, that's not because they're weaker, but because they're squishy. The warriors are the shield, while the casters are the primary damage. The golems will back you up, and my beasts and I will range outside the defensive circle. Karl reminded them. He would have liked to actually practice the maneuver, but according to Hawk, the first plants that they were searching for should be only a few hundred meters away. There was another spot marked on the map, many kilometers away, but Hawk was certain that he had found them just up ahead. Once they got the first target, the mission could be considered a partial success, and everything that came afterwards would just bring them closer to completion. Definitely found it. Bright blue flowers shaped like shoes. Hawk informed Karl with a mental impression of where they were. Keep an eye out for threats. I don't want you getting ambushed as you fly over. Hawk laughed a little at Karl's concern, as he was hundreds of meters above the trees, but he appreciated that his human cared enough to make sure he was safe. Karl adjusted their course, pretending to follow the map, and within minutes they were standing next to a field full of beautiful blue flowers. These are the ones, right? he asked. Yes, but everyone, please stay out of the clearing. Only 1 in 10 blossoms has the magical properties of the plant, the rest are all decoys. If someone breaks the wrong one, we will have come here for nothing. The witch pleaded. You heard her, stay here while the witches gather their ingredients. Hawk will be watching from above, and I will be right here at the edge of the clearing in case something is hiding in the flowers. The 2 witches moved delicately through the field, avoiding stepping on any of the flowers as they picked the ones they wanted. The plants weren't going without a fight, though. Multiple times, the witches stopped right as they were about to pluck and grabbed a different one, then continued on their way. Once they had a few dozen in total, they returned to the others with careful steps. That's enough. You can't pick too many, or you will kill the patch, and we hope to come back here again soon. The plants are smart, and when they sense that they're going to be damaged, they will pull their essence back to their roots, which renders the flowers worthless for potions. That's why we had to be so careful. The more outgoing of the 2 witches explained. All right, on to the next one. Karl agreed. It's not far, 100 meters south. Hawk informed him. The next should also have been much further, but if Hawk had found some that weren't on the map, that was even better, as their collection wouldn't remove a listed herb from the directory for the other students who wanted to do a mission near here. Hawk thinks that he has found another of our goals already. Move as silently as possible so that we don't disturb the wildlife. Karl reminded the others in a stage whisper. The students began to move, but a whistle from Hawk drew Karl's attention. He had seen something dangerous, and it was close. Everyone hold position. Hawk sees something. Karl whispered as he raised his hand in a gesture to stop. White cloth, 2 figures, running your direction. Possibly human, but maybe not. Hawk warned him. Humanoid monsters were rare, but poachers, aggressive hill folk, and foreign soldiers might not be. They didn't have enough information about the area's human population in the data to be certain. Karl's keen vision caught sight of the white cloth moving toward them at a run through the forest, a full second before he managed to associate the clothing with its most likely owner. Those are clergy robes. No more than 150 centimeters tall. I think that they're students from one of the seminary academies. Karl informed the others, then moved to intercept the 2 running figures. If he was wrong, he had all the advantages, and if they didn't want to stop, he could just have Ray tie them up until they calmed down. The 2 came barreling through the trees, then paused when they saw the academy uniforms and began to gesture wildly. You have to get out of here. There is a giant monster in the sky, one of them shouted. 3-meter wingspan, kind of brown with a creamy belly and red streaks on its legs. That one is trained, he's with us. Karl informed them, and the 2 clerics simply stared at him as if he had grown another head. What now? That sounds terrifying. But no, there is a giant beetle flying this way. It killed our lesson proctor, and he was an ascended high priest. The young boy exclaimed. How far have you been running? We are all elites, and we are hunting for magical plants in the area. There are 10 of us, with 2 strong awakened rank leaders. Karl tried to calm the pair. Clerics weren't known for their combat power. They would empower the weapons of warriors, and their healing magic was remarkable, but as far as actual fighting abilities, they were just humans with swords if they were even carrying them. These 2 weren't. That might be enough? Can you fight an ascended rank beast? The boy asked hopefully, while the girl beside him did her best to hide her face. I can confidently say yes. We can fight a lone ascended rank monster. If there were a bunch of them, we would lead you away with us, but one is something that we can defeat. Karl replied with a gentle smile. Hawk was getting excited as well. Most beetles didn't fly well, they only flew a short distance and then landed. His genetic memories told him that beetles were crunchy and nutritious, though he wasn't sure that this one was a species that could be eaten. Ray was likewise excited about the prospect. To the bloodbath spider, all insects were prey. The sound of crashing through the trees brought another trill from Hawk, who had spotted a large black figure headed their way, covered in blood and reeking of death. That had to be the beetle, and it was tracking the 2 humans. Everyone in position, get the clerics to the middle of the circle. Karl ordered, doing his best imitation of Sergeant Rita. He did it so well that even Dana responded, ushering everyone into position, while her golems remained outside, ready to face whatever threat Karl had noticed. The crashing through the trees was hard to miss as the beetle chased after the escaped prey, so Karl called out the other pets in time for the students to get used to their presence. These two are Thor and Ray. Do not attack them, he warned the others. The students stared in confusion at the sudden appearance of the lightning Sero, who was already the size of a small bear or a huge dog, but it took them a few seconds to find Ray, who had appeared in a tree and instantly hidden herself. The beetle came in sight, and lightning flashed around Thor's body. That caught its attention, and the creature began to charge, keening in a way that made Karl feel like the creature was starving and desperate for food. Wait for my signal. Thor, block the initial charge, then move out of the way for the students to retaliate, Karl called. The beetle flapped its wings to fly at Thor, then crashed to the ground as Ray tied them together above its back with a spurt of spider silk. The muscles that moved the wings weren't particularly strong, and it couldn't break free as Thor charged into it, flipping the creature on its back with a jab of his horns. "No," Karl ordered as Thor moved away, sending his own attack to join the combined spells of the mages. They wouldn't actually do much damage to the ascended rank beast, but as his shred tore apart the chitin, and the wings were held up, exposing its vulnerable sides, even the common rank magical attacks proved relatively effective. With a screech, the beetle tore its wings free of their confinement and charged at Thor again, drawn to the largest threat. The students paused their attacks, waiting for an opening, while Karl moved in for the kill. Thor's lightning wavered and flickered out of existence for an instant as the two beasts clashed, and the beetle began to celebrate its impending victory. A split second before Ray landed on its head and began to stab its eyes out with her clawed feet before tearing into the chitin of the beetle's skull. Karl helped that along with a condensed rend to the back of the creature's neck, and the bloodbath spider moved in for the kill, tearing through the hole to sever the muscles. The giant beetle fell to the ground with one last desperate flail of its wings, trying to dislodge Ray, but it was far too late. The strength left its body, and the spider began to tear the shell open to get at the good bits inside. "Don't go getting yourself covered in bug guts. There's no river nearby to clean off in," Karl warned her, just as Ray was about to take a dive directly into the carcass. She grumbled out a complaint and pulled the head into her beast's space, while Thor gave it one last kick for good luck. "Problem solved, everyone. We will keep an eye out for more dangers, but the beetle threat is gone." "Where are the cleric students? How far did you run, and how many more were in your group?" Karl asked. They both just shook their heads. "There was just us and the high priest out gathering herbs." "I don't know how far we ran, we just ran." Karl nodded. "I will have my hawk go look for the scene of the battle." "I know that the church has some formal burial rituals and such, right?" The two young clerics nodded numbly, not quite sure how to process what was going on. "Well, then we will get it all sorted out so that the high priest is taken care of. Don't worry, we won't just leave the body here in the wilderness," Karl informed them. There likely wouldn't be a body to leave in the wilderness, but a little white lie wouldn't hurt anything, and if there was a blood-soaked keepsake that the beetle didn't eat, it should be enough for their purposes. It would make both the cleric students and the other elite students feel a bit better about the situation, Karl decided, then wondered when he got so casual about death. "Meat is meat," Hawk replied, unconcerned. Ray wholeheartedly agreed, but Thor just shook his head. Fragrant leaves were better than meat any day. With the responses of his pets, Karl began to realize how much their way of thinking was influencing his own. He should be horrified by the situation. But the calmness of his pets affected him just as much as their excitement did, and he just couldn't bring himself to be suitably agitated about the situation as Hawk searched for the site of the original battle by following the beetle's trail through the woods. "I have found it. It didn't finish eating, it just took the good bits and then chased the others. I think I can fit it all in this bag they brought," Hawk informed him helpfully. That was a disturbing thought. "Pack him up and bring him to the beast's space. We will make sure that he makes it to a proper burial." "No, wait, I will ask the clerics if he should be buried right there first," Karl replied. What is the burial ritual for high priests? Should I have Hawk preserve the remains of the body, or should he be buried on the land? Karl asked. The older of the two clerics took out a small book and began to flip through it. I'm not sure. That isn't supposed to happen. I mean, this is a safe zone. There shouldn't be anything stronger than a weak awakened beast here. He mumbled as he flipped through the pages. Oh, here it is. Yes, he should be brought back to the church for a burial in state, thanks to his high station. There will be 3 days of mourning for the clergy surrounding the funeral, and some other things that don't really involve you, but please preserve the remains. The student replied. Karl relayed the message, and Hawk did his best to get all the bits into the large herb-gathering bag that they had brought, and began the flight back to Karl. Once he was close, Hawk shifted the bag into his beast's space, while Ray claimed the beetle body, leaving the area strangely empty. What just happened? One of the elite class students asked. My beasts have a separate space where they can store food for later. Ray put the beetle away, and we will strip the good parts of chitin for trade to the academy. They pay for monster parts, since they can be used in armor and weapons, as well as some magical items. Karl explained. Oh, that's right. Will you ask Ray if I can have one of the horns? Beetle horn is on my list of ingredients, but I never thought about keeping it from the giant beetle. Ray broke the horn off with some effort and ejected it from her space. It was just a solid lump of chitin and completely inedible. Therefore, it was worthless to her. The student stared at the horn in reverence. You know, it died so fast that it never really sunk in. That was an ascended rank beast, wasn't it? I can feel the power in the chitin, but it died so easily. Karl smiled. That's partially thanks to Ray's specialty. She's excellent at finding ways through chitin. Plus, my attack power is high, and with its wings lifted, the less armored sides were exposed. The students were making mental notes, in case they had to fight something like that again. The shell that covered the wings was the strongest part of the giant beetle's body, so normally you wouldn't attack its back. But with the wings lifted by the spider silk, that left it vulnerable to attack, and Karl's ability had left an open wound for them to target. Now, we're near the next herb that we came here for, so let's keep going. My apologies to our new friends, but we still have a mission to complete. I will make sure that you make it back safely, though if your pickup point is further afield than we're going, I will bring you back to the train. Tracks instead, Karl added. That's good enough for us. I don't know where we were supposed to be picked up. The high priest was responsible for that. But there are other groups from the seminary school out here somewhere. The train dropped us all off only a few minutes apart, so we might find one of them before you go. The young cleric replied. One of the warriors smiled at the boy. But in the meantime, we're counting on you and your holy magic. The boy nodded, and the shy girl gave them a thumbs up. Holy magic was the one thing that they were confident in. They had been out with the high priest mostly to serve as pack mules as he picked herbs, and not as much for training as the warriors of the elite academy were. To the church, obedience and subservience were more important than combat skills, and serving the high priest on his mission was good training for their future works of service to the community. What is next? Didn't Hawk say that there was something nearby before the emergency happened? Dana asked. Just this way. Hawk is already back up in the air looking for more threats, so we will just follow his path toward the next set of herbs, and then we will move on to the third marked location. Karl agreed. Technically, he would be skipping the third location marked on the map, since it was either at or very close to the battle site, but if they couldn't find that resource elsewhere, he might lead them there at the end of the trip. The way that he had planned to bring them would go right past the battle, but with Hawk's discovery, he could change the route to make a big loop around it and end up back near the tracks as they finished. If that covered everything that the group needed, then they could skip a few potential resources and head back satisfied. Though, if the clerics needed some of the others, he would gladly bring them around to help gather. They had enough trauma for one trip, so putting a good memory on top might help. Karl seemed to recall hearing that somewhere as a kid, perhaps from the school counselor after one of the many incidents down below in the pit. If anyone had felt relaxed about this easy mission when they arrived, they didn't feel relaxed anymore. The whole group was on high alert, searching the woods for anything that might be a danger. Karl let Thor lead the group on the ground, following Hawk's guidance, while Ray hid in the beast's space with the remains of the giant beetle that she was carefully dissecting to improve her understanding of exoskeletal species 4, offensive adaptation. Minutes after they started moving again, an angry grunt caught Karl's attention, and the crashing of a large animal through undergrowth drew the attention of everyone else. 3 tree apes. Common grade. They don't look tasty, Hawk reported as the creatures approached. We have a small pack of apes in the trees incoming. Group, you know what to do. It is up to you if you want to attack them or let them pass. Karl informed the others, which made Dana smile at him. They could attack anything that moved, but that would anger everything else. So, if it wasn't hostile, she would prefer not to make it hostile. One of the mages shook his head. They normally don't attack people. They just like to shout at them from the trees. If they don't attack, we should keep moving, since they will scare off any other small monsters with the noise they make. The group patiently waited and moved in a triple column, putting the warriors on the outside with the mages and clerics between them and the golems at the back. But the tree apes behaved just as the mage had anticipated, and they remained in the upper branches of the trees, screaming at the humans and occasionally throwing nuts and berries at them. The monkeys thought that the whole thing was hilarious, and they laughed as the warriors swatted aside the projectiles, but they didn't come any closer, and they didn't do anything that would provoke an all-out attack. The spot is just ahead. Should I scare the monkeys away? Hawk asked with a hopeful tone in Karl's mind. Sure, go ahead and get your snack, Karl replied, likening the monkeys to junk food. I told you they don't look tasty, Hawk replied indignantly as he folded his wings and dove out of the sky. He hit the monkey at will. Over 100 kilometers an hour, nearly shredding its body as he pulled it away from the branch in his claws and returned to the sky. That was what a normal bird of prey would do, as they had all the advantages when they were flying. Some of the students didn't realize that was Hawk at first, and they began to panic at the presence of another powerful attacker, but that only helped the tree apes make their decision. The humans were afraid of that thing too, so it would likely attack them next if the ape tribe left. Hawk peeled the ape apart and took one tentative bite before discarding the body, which bounced down through the branches as the rest of the tribe scattered. Good work, they're still running. Karl congratulated Hawk, just as the bird speared down to get another of the tree apes and bring it into the sky to use as a projectile. But this time, it wasn't on the apes. Instead, he found a lone black maned bear and circled up to an altitude of 500 meters before diving hard and releasing the corpse. A flap of his wings sent him on a glide path over the forest, and the bear roared in anger as the body smashed down right where it had been standing a second earlier. Why are you angering the bears? Karl asked as he heard the noise. Why would I not anger the bears? You should have seen it, it was hilarious, Hawk replied. I hate that I can't argue with that. It probably was hilarious. But the others are already freaked out enough without an angry bear coming their way. Do you know how a windspeed hawk usually learns to fly? I mean, not me in the space, but other ones, Hawk asked. Don't they just flap their wings in the nest until they can take off? Karl asked. Nope, they'd remain in the nest forever that way. Once they're grown enough to fly, their mother pushes them out of the nest. They either learn or they hit the ground, Hawk replied. Karl's smile caught the attention of the warriors at the front, and they were suddenly very worried about the safety of their low-risk training mission. Did they get 2 awakened leaders not because Karl and Dana were both in their first year as well, but because they were going to need more than one? What was out here that was making the monster man so happy? He was already so much more powerful than anything that should be in the area. Perhaps he forgot that the rest of them were not. Looking forward to actually meeting monsters on this trip to get resources? The sound of the angry bear retreated into the distance as it moved out of the territory of the annoying bird, but the group's tension level didn't drop any lower until they made it to the next spot, a section of fallen trees where an awakened rank moss grew abundantly all over the deadfall. This is what we are here for, the best of the resources in the region, one of the warriors quietly cheered. Karl's confused look let them all know that he hadn't had time to study the properties of the resources here, only their locations. So one of the warriors helpfully filled him in. The moss is dried and then lightly roasted to create a tea that supplements the strength stones for classes that have physical enhancements. I don't know if it will work for your class, but a kilo each of that moss will keep us for the entire school year. You can't use too much, it will just be a waste, but a cup in the morning will make nearly as much of a difference as a strength stone twice a month. The warrior explained. That was more often than Hawk was going through strength stones mixed with blood as food seasoning. So, it should be a good resource for the pets, and Karl would have to get some. It looks good. Thor agreed, letting a bit of drool slip out of the corner of his mouth. All right, do the mages need this resource? Or should we split it between the people who can use it, stopping at a kilo each so it doesn't go bad before everyone can use it? Karl asked. Mages can't use it, it won't do anything beneficial for us unless we're weakened. But the witches can use it in recovery potions, so they will need at least as much as the warriors. One of the warriors explained. The pair of witches looked grateful that he had stood up for them, and the resource-intensive needs of their potion making. Is there anything else I should know before I harvest this? Parasites, dangerous creatures that like to live under it? Karl asked. The group all reluctantly shook their heads, and Karl drew his short sword from the scabbard at his hip. The rest all thought it was a bit odd that he didn't take the sword out to fight, but he carried it anyhow, though they didn't say anything. The team leader was responsible for loot distribution, according to Academy regulations. Karl looked at how the moss grew, down the top of the logs, and the one side, but not the bottom or the other side. If he wanted it to keep growing, he had to leave enough in the right spots that it didn't ruin the moss bed too badly. So, he cut diagonal stripes across the log, removing thin strips amounting to half of the moss on each log, while leaving the rest securely attached. That should grow back over, he assumed, and then it could be harvested again. Where did you learn that? Dana asked as Karl cut the careful strips from the moss. I'm actually just guessing here by the way that it grows. But I'm only taking half and leaving the other half in the way that looks like it will grow back the fastest. Moss spreads from the edges, you see, and only grows well on the sunny side. So, if I only take half and leave as many good edges as possible, then it looks like this. That should be the fastest pattern to grow back, and by my guess, I've cut nearly 20 kilos of wet weight moss from this one tree. I haven't even touched the other ones yet, and we've got enough to fill all the warriors' and the witches' requests. I just need to grab a little for Thor here, and we can be on our way to the next spot. He explained. I don't suppose we could spare a bit more. There is an awful lot of it growing here. One of the warriors suggested. The witch closest to Karl nodded in agreement. The Academy expects you to provide for your own when it's not a standard part of the growth plan, and it's not like they accept these items as a trade-in, at least not from the first years who are supposed to be looking out for themselves first, but normally. We would never see so much of an awaken rank resource in one spot. If this was up on the market, we would be rich. Well, until we all got arrested for trafficking controlled substances to the masses, but you get my point. We could earn plenty of favors from the other students in class if we had a bit to trade them, you know. All right, I will harvest another log. Karl agreed with a smile. He cut the same stripe pattern on one log, and then had Thor quietly move the log hidden behind where he was working into the beast's space. A beast his size would need a lot of the moss to equal out to a cup of tea a day, and a bit added to his usual diet every morning would help him grow big and strong. But even the lightning Sero realized that the herb should be rationed. He ate a lot of higher-ranked plants as his general diet, but this one was special, and the effects were limited, so it was more of a treat than a basic staple of the diet. The second batch was spread the same as the first and stuffed into backpacks, while Karl looked at the map to see what was up next. They were going to go around the battle from earlier, and that would bring them to one of two spots. Either a spot that might have another strengthening herb, or one that was known to grow crystals that helped focus and increase the mana pool growth rate. Karl decided to lead them to the crystals. First, in the interest of fairness. If anything went wrong later, at least they should all have gained something from the trip that way. It would also help the clerics that they had rescued, so they wouldn't go home empty-handed. The signs of monsters got more prominent the further that they went, and Karl began to question whether the intel was wrong, or if this was actually what they considered a low-risk area in the wilderness. He knew that there were countless monsters in the wild areas, and that large portions of the land barely held any humans, but he was seeing signs of magical abilities in trees that had been downed by something powerful enough to claw through them. That was no common grade monster, and most of the marks were too far up to have been the giant beetle. Even Thor was becoming nervous with all the signs and sense of predators, but he had a large pack with him now, and he wasn't as concerned as he would have been if he were alone. He trusted Hawk to find anything really dangerous, and the bird was currently circling there. Destination, making sure that nothing was hiding around the cave. He hadn't checked the inside, but the surroundings were clear of any large animals, and a few more of the small ones as well, as Hawk was feeling a bit hungry after all that flying. The crystal cave is just ahead. Remember, we haven't checked the interior yet, so I can't say if the crystals are there, as the report said there would be, but I can say that Hawk found the cave right where they said it was. Karl reported. The mages shared an excited smile, while the warriors prepared their minds for the charge into an unexplored cavern system. If they found the crystals near the entrance, they wouldn't have to go far in, but if not, they would need to explore, and that brought a whole new realm of danger with it. Hold up. Dana warned them as they approached the clearing outside the cave entrance. I saw some unique plants in the clearing. They're not on the list, but I recognized them from the botany books that I had to read. She informed the team. Karl looked carefully and began to smile. One of the plants was a winter berry bush. Not powerful, but he would have to pick some for Hawk, who loved the flavor. I already got some. The smug bird informed him. Karl checked the mental space and found that there was an entire bush there, planted in the ground as if it would keep growing. Maybe it would. Karl didn't really understand how the spaces worked, but he was feeding them magical energy, so it wasn't impossible that a magical plant might survive in there, although the majority of the ground was just a mental image. Dana addressed the group. There are plants with narrow, spiny leaves. Collect the leaves without letting them touch you or your clothing. We will want as many as possible. I need 4 warrior volunteers. Her hands went up, and Dana sent them out, then she pointed to another plant. These are tiger leaf weeds. They're exceptional for fire magic training. All the mages should gather at least a few of them. They're eaten one at a time just before you try to learn fire magic, so dry them and save them. The mages began to move out, so Karl gathered the rest of the warriors. We're on guard duty, but as you move, keep your eyes open for these purple and white berries. They're delicious. Not much of a magical effect other than slightly refreshing, but they're a great seasoning for oatmeal. That made the warriors smile. Oatmeal was not only a staple of the breakfast menu at home, but it was also in the breakfast pack of all their travel rations. Being able to flavor it with some fresh berries would make their first morning in the wilderness much more enjoyable. The team made their way carefully across the field, grabbing everything that they thought might be valuable, while being careful not to kill the plants, even when they needed a portion of the roots for their training. It was a bit odd seeing these strong warriors being so delicate with flowers and weeds, but if it meant that they could come back here in a month or 2 and harvest the same resources again, it was well worth the effort. Although they had met up with a group from the clergy, it was rare for people to head this far into the wilderness, and with so much ground to cover and only an aerial scan to indicate that there might be resources, the chances were that nobody else would return here after the report was filed that they had harvested in this region. It took them nearly an hour to finish their work and make it to the cavern, where all the team members realized that they had a real problem on their hands. They had found so many other resources that they had filled their bags already, and they were only at the 3rd stop. Well, technically the 2nd stop, as the first one hadn't been one of the intended map points to harvest resources. If we pack the moss a bit more tightly, we might make room for one more stop, but if it's a large leafy plant, or a flower that shouldn't be crushed, We will be really short on space. One of the warriors noted. They had loaded up with the moss, but the mages had filled their bags with the flowers and leaves here in this field, where they had actually come to gather crystal from the cave. All right, same formation as before. I will keep Hawk in reserve, but here in the darkness, we will have Thor and Ray. Karl explained. He felt Ray's amusement at the thought of Thor stomping around happily smashing all the crystals that they were here to gather. On second thought, I will keep Thor in reserve as well, and Ray will help me with the scouting duties on point. The golems will take up the rear, and the rest of you mingle your ranks, warrior then mage. You all know the drill. He amended. The group adjusted their positions and prepared their flashlights with a rapid round of cranking the chargers, just to make sure that the batteries were absolutely, completely charged. Unlike Karl, who had very little reason to be afraid of the dark, the others were much more comfortable in the light. Ray decided that was the perfect excuse for her to scout ahead, so she would be out of the range of the lights and vanished into the cave. It's shiny in here. Oh, pretty stone. That's for me, and a bit of glowing moss for my nest, and a mushroom. Ray happily narrated her scouting mission. Just remember that we're here to help the others level up so that they can catch up to us, so don't loot everything before they get there. Karl laughed at the bloodbath spider's excess. They're not valuable, just pretty. You can come in now, the entrance doesn't have anything scary in it. Karl stepped inside, and for the first time noticed that there was something strange about his night vision. It was never truly dark in the academy, with the lights in the yard, the dim lighting in the hallways, and all the other light sources around. But inside the cavern, before the others entered with their lights, Karl could see in a whole new way. Not how Hawk saw in the dark, as that still relied on some level of light being present, but how Ray saw in the dark, through a combination of thermal imaging and echolocation. Each footstep made his surroundings seem more vivid, and he could see the difference where there was cold water running over the warmer stones. It was no wonder that Ray liked it in the dark. She was perfectly in her element. Then the group followed behind him, lighting up the tunnel with their lanterns and flashlights, and Karl's night vision naturally shifted back to the more detailed low-light resolution that he had inherited from Hawk. Ray had been correct. None of the students were interested in the remains of the interesting objects that she had found, and the spider carefully led them down to the first chamber of the cavern system. There's one. I see one of the crystals. A mage whispered. One wouldn't be nearly enough, but it meant that there were, or had been, some here. Leave the first as a marker that they are still here, and let's move further into the cave to check for more. Ray, do you see what that one looks like? That is the type of crystal that they need. Karl commented. On it. There is another good room up here, but something is in it. There is a pond in the middle, and I can sense something moving under the water. Ray reported. Stay back, and we will approach it as a group. There is a cavern up ahead, with something living in the water. Ray doesn't know what it is. So prepare for a fight. Karl reported. He moved slowly to the entrance, where Ray was hiding. Directly above his head, blended in with the stone of the wall, and followed her gaze to the softly glowing waters of the pond. It was magnificent, giving off a dim glow of magical power, and the bottom was lined with crystals. There were hundreds of them in this room, but something felt off, like taking any of them would bring about a backlash. Wait before you pluck any of the crystals on the walls. I have a feeling that they're related to whatever is in the lake. Karl warned the group, who were about to go into a frenzy at the sight of so many resources. They paused for a moment, but it was obvious that they thought he was being overly cautious on nothing more than the word of a spider. One of the warriors used a stick that he had brought in with him and splashed the surface of the water, waiting for a response, but there was nothing, just ripples in the placid surface. The mages hesitated for a few more seconds, then one of them used a knife to pop a crystal from the wall. Still no response from anything, and the others smiled in victory. The mage took off his glove to examine his prize, and a flash of light filled the room, engulfing and blinding everyone, as well as forcing Ray back into the beast's space. I told them there was something here. she muttered as she waited for her eyes to adjust. The first to adapt was Thor, who had been sitting with his eyes closed as he chewed, and he relayed the situation to Karl. "There are things here. Dangerous things. I will go out and chase them away." The lightning Sero took action as he spoke, and his bugling call to arms echoed through a much larger space than Karl had expected. They couldn't be in that same cavern unless it had collapsed. It sounded more like they were outdoors, next to a mountain valley. The noise was enough to hold whatever was there at bay for the few seconds that it took Karl's eyes to adjust, but what he saw was nothing he could have anticipated.